In UGIO, I don't play fair. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151 Divine Flame. The original Sun God Winged Dragon was sent to the graveyard by Dark Malik, who was shuffling the deck with a sinister smile. Miao looked at the smile of the Sunshine Boy and felt really idiotic. If he had a great finger now, he could make the Sunshine Boy cry on the spot. Ha ha ha, see the power of this card. Dark Malik raised the life-saving water in his hand. The power of revival emerged from the graveyard, and the winged dragon was about to be resurrected. That terrifying one-shot killing power appeared in front of everyone again. The golden divine flames rose, and a golden giant bat appeared in the center of the flames, roaring directly to the sky, tearing a huge crack. From the crack, the golden phoenix was born! Exclamation mark. Woo-ah-ha-ha-ha. Dark Malik began to cross his arms and chant with an extremely rampant smile. In the ancient Egyptian language, the winged dragon will gain unparalleled speed attack ability after resurrection. Golden Phoenix. The Pteranodon in Phoenix state is invincible, cannot be destroyed, and is not affected by any card effects of the opponent. When attacking, it will send all monsters on the opponent's field to the graveyard. The most important thing is that the Phoenix has the characteristic of burning souls. In addition, this is a dark game, and the pain will be more than doubled. Both the body and the mind will be subjected to extreme torture and torment, making people want to die on the spot. Oh no, Malik resurrected the Pteranodon in advance and entered the Phoenix state. Zingzi exclaimed. They knew that Isis was defeated by this move. Kaba looked at the face-up card on Miao's field. Is it the card that was just given? Demon Sanctuary. If it is Demon Sanctuary, then this duel will end here. Kaba suddenly looked forward to it. This is the charm of duels. You never know what will happen in the next second. Will Miao be killed by Dark Malik in the first round, or go to hell? Miao, the wound in my heart will never heal. Dark Malik roared, and he covered his heart, and ordered the Phoenix to attack. However, that won't do. Hell is too boring. Miao opened the trap card, the Cry of the Living Dead. What? It turned out to be a resurrection card. Regarding this card, Kaba began to explain. Well done. Even if the god card is not affected by the effect of the trap card, as long as it exists in the graveyard, the god is just a card. When the god is resurrected to the field, even if it is not affected by the effect of the trap card, it will not be immediately sent to the graveyard. Yuji nodded, and he continued, but the god's own return to dust restriction will still make them return to the graveyard after the end of their turn. After accepting Kaba's giant god soldier, Yuji quickly figured out the characteristics of the god card. To some extent, Yuji also discovered the hidden power of the giant god soldier. Boom! Exclamation mark. A huge breath rose. The one I want to resurrect is of course the sun god winged dragon. Come out, female ghost. Miao raised the duel disc, and the graveyard position boomed and sprayed out golden divine flames. The other winged dragon was resurrected in an unstoppable manner, and its body was also wrapped in divine flames. It instantly transformed from its normal state into a special form of the golden phoenix. What? Chant a spell? The female ghost said that she didn't need it. She wanted to burn, burn, burn. Trash, 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 trash. The female ghost in the phoenix state roared at her other self. She wanted to beat this guy up and let him know that she was the eternal god. By the way, she pretended to be awesome in front of the stinky human to consolidate her supreme position. Boom! Exclamation mark. The two golden phoenixes were not affected by any card effects of the other party, let alone destroyed. The two powers of the sun god entered the fast attack and began to collide with each other. The divine flames spreading around were extremely terrifying. The poor magic warrior was confused. It was burned immediately after being stained with a little bit and went to the cemetery to rest. When gods fight, mortals suffer. Of course, Miao and Malik were also affected. The female ghost's divine flames made Malik feel like dying, and the original pterosaur's divine flames also made Miao feel exaggerated pain. The two of them forcibly endured their own divine flames, and whoever fell first would lose. Damn, it hurts. And Malik was the first to be unable to bear it. He raised the Millennium Scepter and unfolded a shield. This is cheating. He used the dark power of the artifact to offset the burning pain brought by the dark game and the phoenix. Okay, this is how it works, right? Miao didn't pretend anymore. He showed his cards. Exodia. Old AI's strong arms wrapped around Miao tightly, and at the same time his own dark energy level also took effect. Ah. It's so hot. So hot. Even if it was cheating, and Malik was still burned and screamed. After a burst of wild cries, the two golden phoenixes finally dissipated, and the power of the sun god they brought also disappeared in an instant, leaving only a little burning embers and thick smoke on the duel stage. Yuji and others were stunned. This duel was really exciting. It was completely different from a traditional duel. This was a fight. Not only Yuji and other spectators at the scene, but people all over the world were stunned. On the one hand, the duelists were shocked by the power of the god card, and envied and longed for it. On the other hand, they were afraid of the god card. Is this a duel? It's killing people! Exclamation mark. However, some people still couldn't resist their greed, and started to do things quietly. For example, find someone to contact Miao and others to see if they are willing to sell the god card. The price is absolutely satisfactory! Exclamation mark. As for the honey trap, well, it's useless. How can a mere woman compare with the god card? Even a fool knows that this method is useless against the card master. Some people even contacted several teams of mercenaries and prepared to forcibly snatch the god card. In short, there was a storm all over the world. At this time, on the duel stage. Aha! Dark Malik half knelt on the ground, his whole body emitting black smoke, and the burn wounds on his skin were visible to the naked eye. Dark Malik's face was ferocious, his eyes were red, and his whole body was filled with violent aura. The whole person looked like a bloodthirsty and injured beast. Even if he cheated and used the 1000-year artifact to offset the damage, it was obvious that the female ghost still burned Dark Malik badly. Miao stood in the same place. He was also emitting black smoke. His face was stained with a lot of dust and some of his skin was burned. But his condition was obviously much better than Dark Malik. Keep going, Miao. Dark Malik was angry. He covered 2 cards to end the turn. At the end of the turn, 2 winged dragons were sent to the graveyard. The continuous trap card Call of the Living Dead on Miao's field was destroyed. My turn. Draw a card. Miao used his arm to draw a card from the deck, and he smiled at this magic card. Then, he drew the second field magic card next to him and activated it. Chapter 152 Hidden Effect. Pseudospace. Miao activated this very special field magic card. Pseudospace. Once per turn, you can activate this card by banishing 1 field magic card from your graveyard. Until the end phase, this card is used as a card with the same name as the banished card, and has the same effect. The card that Miao banished is God Binding Tomb. During this turn, Pseudospace equals God Binding Tomb. What on earth are you trying to do? Dark Malik noticed something was wrong. Because next, I'm going to activate this card. Miao showed a card. When Kaba saw this magic card, his pupils obviously dilated, and he shouted, "It's the obedience of the voice of heaven." The obedience of the voice of heaven? Janouchi was poor, so he had never heard of many rare cards. If someone else asked, Kaba might have kindly explained it. But to Janouchi, Kaba directly replied, "Humph, Fangu, you'll know if you look carefully." Janouchi couldn't help but stiffen his fist. "Kaba, you are really a bastard. I, Janouchi, will never be on good terms with you in this life." Miao activated this card. Heaven's Voice is Obedience. Heaven's Voice is Obedience. Pay 2000 life points and declare a monster card name to activate. The opponent confirms his deck. If a monster card name is declared, both players confirm that monster and choose one effect from the following. The confirmed card is added to the hand of the player who activated this card. The confirmed card is special summoned in attack position on the field of the player who activated this card regardless of the summoning conditions. Kaba's expression was slightly absent-minded, because Miao's Heaven's Voice's obedience was inconsistent with the effect he had. The name I want to declare is Osiris Sky Dragon. Miao pointed at Malik and continued, give it to you. Miao. 4000 LP 2000 LP. After losing his life points, Miao's body was slowly swallowed by darkness. But he didn't care at all. Miao only passed the god's trial of the female imp, and he had some doubts about the qualification to use the Sky Dragon. However, the simulation space copied this unique special version of God Binding Tomb, so he can definitely forcefully control the Sky Dragon. Malik, take a good look. This is how to use Sky Dragon. A red light appeared in Dark Malik's deck, and a card with mysterious characters burst out. Miao caught it. It was the God card, Osiris Sky Dragon. Dark Malik chose to let Miao perform a special summon. This surprised Miao. He thought Dark Malik would choose to add a hand card. Miao looked at Dark Malik's backcourt. He seemed to have thought of something. Raising the God card in his hand, Miao said, under the power of heavenly voice obedience, I ignore the summoning conditions and attack to special summon Osiris Sky Dragon. When the sky thunders in chaos, gather the ancient magic book in the chain. Its power can be infinite. When good and evil meet, start the ritual of summoning the Judge of Hell, Osiris Sky Dragon. Horrible lightning exploded, and the whole world turned into a charred black. Rumble, rumble, or thunderous sound cut through the sky, shocking people and making the whole tower tremble. After the white light flashed, a giant dragon with a surging red body coiled on the side of the giant tower, with a very irritable and unhappy expression. The three lightning chains of the God Binding Tomb were fiercely wrapped around the Sky Dragon, forcing the god to succumb to Miao's control. Damn it, Miao, you can only steal other people's things? Looking at the powerful posture of the Sky Dragon, and Malik was so angry that his lips were bitten, and the blood that flowed out was extremely bright. The Pteranodon was inexplicably copied away, and the Sky Dragon was also taken to Miao. Who can stand this? And Malik explained gloomily, the attack power of the Sky Dragon depends on the number of cards in your hand * 1000 points. You only have 2 cards in your hand, so it only has 2000 attack power. Sky Dragon of Osiris? 2000 attack power 2000 points, so what? I'll activate the magic card, the treasure card of life destroying. Miao deliberately used Kaba's exclusive card at this time. Treasure card of life destroying, an inversion. Draw cards from your deck until you have 5 cards in your hand. After this card is activated, at the beginning of your 5th standby phase, send all cards in your hand to the graveyard. Replenish your hand cards at once. The power of the Sky Dragon is increased by this! Raw. Sky Dragon of Osiris. 20,005,000 attack power. Goodbye, Malik. Fight. Superconductive wave, lightning cannon. The traitor dragon opened its 2 mouths, and the terrifying thunderlight began to condense. Are we going to win? Dark UG and others wanted to know the result. Kaba felt that something was wrong with Dark Malik. He could obviously add cards to his hand, but he chose to let Miao summon him. There must be a trick in the backcourt. Hahaha, Miao, you've been fooled. My acting was pretty good, wasn't it? Come to think of it, thank you for summoning Sky Dragon to my field. At this moment, a continuous trap card was quickly turned over, and Dark Malik used Brainwash Remove. Brainwash Remove, as long as this card exists on the field, control of all monsters on your field and the opponent's field returns to the holder. Ding, this trap card exudes the power of pure love. Dark Malik has studied the opponent, and he found that Miao likes to bully other people's trump cards and monster cards, even to the extent of being crazy. So Dark Malik was possessed by the god of pure love, and he directly put 3 brainwash removes into the deck, severely hitting Miao, the hidden minotaur. Come back to my arms, Sky Dragon of Osiris. Dark Malik shouted. I see, since this card is covered, no wonder I chose to special summon Sky Dragon. This is to send the god card back to you once and for all. Miao said expressionlessly. At this moment, under the duel stage, when the god card is on the field, its control cannot be transferred, right? Kyoko asked. Yes and no. Yuji then took out the god soldier from the deck, and explained to Kyoko and Janouchi, when the Sky Dragon is on the field, its control cannot be transferred. But this effect only applies to the true owner of the god card in this duel. Dark Malik is the true owner of the Sky Dragon of Osiris in this duel. The restriction on preventing transfer of control of god cards on the field will not take effect on the real holder. For example, suppose Sky Dragon is on Dark Malik's field. No matter what Miao does, he can't pull Sky Dragon away. But Sky Dragon exists on Miao's field, and Dark Malik is the real holder of the Sky Dragon card in this duel, so he can use Brainwash to do so. Sky Dragon will eventually return to the side of the real holder. Boom boom boom. Under the power of Brainwash, the binding power of the God Binding Tomb is dissipating, and control of Sky Dragon is about to return to the field of the real holder. Miao looked at Dark Malik on the opposite side, and said slowly, Sky Dragon is special summoned into the field, and it will still be subject to the return to dust restriction at the end of the turn. But Brainwash prevents you from accepting this attack. Malik, you really have a good idea. And Malik was very pleased with Miao's praise, and began to stick out his tongue, saying, Hehe, Kimaji Miao, you want to rely on the Sky Dragon to defeat me? That's impossible. The wound in my heart will never heal, and I want you to experience the same pain. After that, a deeper darkness began to appear near Malik. It's the soul of Isis. She was tied to a cross. Damn it, Miao, I also want your wound to never heal. And Malik's tone was very reluctant. In fact, he wanted to replace this hostage with that damn Mazuki Kyoko. After all, Miao's first betrayal was most likely because of this guy Mazuki Kyoko. But he couldn't find a chance to attack Mazuki Kyoko. There was no way, and Malik could only fall back on Isis. As for the soul of Isis, Miao's expression did not change at all, but he released crimson energy all over his body. This color was almost the same as the traitor dragon. What? Question mark? Dark Malik was shocked. He found that Sky Dragon was on fire. Malik, when you activate the brainwash removal, I will activate Sky Dragon's hidden effect. Miao said loudly. Hidden effect? Hiskaba took a breath of cold air. What hidden effect? Is there such a thing for god card? Peacock Dance on the side was thoughtful. She had seen Miao use his certain effect of Pterosaur once before. Could it be a hidden effect? Dark Yuji suddenly realized that it was a hidden effect. When he accepted the giant god soldier, he also found a cryptic text on the card. So, that line of cryptic text is actually a hidden effect? Through this duel, Dark Yuji suddenly realized that his understanding of god card has been raised to a higher level. As for Dark Malik, his confusion was almost as great as Janauchi, and he even retorted loudly, are you crazy? What kind of hidden effect does Sky Dragon have? Are you bullying me because I can't read ancient Egyptian characters? Damn you Miao. Not only did he leave a wound in his heart that will never heal, but now he is questioning his IQ and eyesight. If the Sky Dragon really has a hidden effect, how could his uncle and Malik not know about it? And Malik has studied the god card for a long time, and he can conclude that there is no hidden effect at all. This broken Sky Dragon only has a Thunder Bomb effect and a large number of cards in hand. That's it, nothing at all. What kind of hidden effect is this? If there is one, why doesn't he know about it? Just because you can't do it doesn't mean I can't. Miao took a look at the copied God Binding Tomb on the field and thought deeply. This God Binding Tomb is a special version. As long as Miao holds this card, no matter if this card is in the hand, the exclusion zone, the graveyard, or the deck, he can awaken the god card to its hidden effect. Now, relying on the power of this special version of God Binding Tomb, Miao is also going to use the hidden effect of Sky Dragon. Boom boom boom. The Sky Dragon rolled all over. He was already red all over. Under the cover of this self-destructive energy, the red color seemed even more vivid. In the eyes of Dark Malik, the Sky Dragon of Osiris was directly liberated. Countless red particles floated in the air. Everyone had no idea what was going on. Because Malik activated the brainwash removal, Miao activated the hidden ability to make the Sky Dragon self-destruct. What's the difference between activating it and not activating it? Anyway, after the round is over, the Sky Dragon will be sent to the graveyard. Xingzi couldn't understand it, and Kanku didn't know how to answer it. While everyone was confused, Miao's life value was reduced from 2000 to 1000 points, and he even sent the 5 cards in his hand to the graveyard. Chapter 153. Malik also wants to use a hidden effect. The hidden effect of Osiris Sky Dragon is definitely not that simple. Yami Yuji believes this. If the hidden ability of Sky Dragon, the god card, is just self-destruction, then it is really too much. Yami Yuji can't say anything more. At this moment, after Miao in the duel field sent all the cards in his hand to the graveyard, he quickly drew 6 cards from the deck. Yami Malik was confused. Miao drew 6 cards from the deck, but the system of the duel disc did not show a prohibition. This means, is it the hidden effect of Osiris Sky Dragon? Yami Malik's mind immediately turned sharply and came up with this answer. Ah, yes, it is true. Miao explained loudly, and he began to read the hidden effect of the traitor dragon. This effect can only be activated by releasing Osiris Sky Dragon, and my life value is reduced to half and all the cards in my hand are discarded to the graveyard. I can draw 6 cards from the deck. This effect is very similar to the card drawing auxiliary effect of Resurrection of Sky God. However, the fun has just begun. It's not over yet. The hidden effect of Sky Dragon is not that simple. Miao pointed at the duel field angrily and shouted, in this case, all cards on the field will be destroyed, and when this effect is activated in the main phase, I can draw another card for each card destroyed. Yes, this effect is also very similar to Superconductive Wave Thunder Cannon. The hidden effect of Sky Dragon is actually a combination of the characteristics of Resurrection of Sky God and Superconductive Wave Thunder Cannon. At this moment, Malik has only 2 cards on the field, and Miao has only 1 field card on the field. A total of 3 cards will be destroyed by the hidden effect of Sky Dragon. Thunder Cannon. Boom, a bolt of lightning struck down, and the whole field was cleared with 1 click. Dark Malik's expression was extremely ugly, and his brainwash removal and the covering explosive armor were all shattered. I will continue to replenish 3 cards from the deck. Miao just drew the card, and the whole person couldn't close his mouth. Is there anything more enjoyable than drawing cards while watching the opponent's frustrated look? In one breath, through the hidden effect of Sky Dragon, Miao's hand reached 9 cards! Exclamation mark. This amazing hand of cards is terrifying. Cover 3 cards. I end my turn. Miao said so. At this moment, it was Malik's turn. Draw a card. Dark Malik looked unkind, and he activated the banned card, Pot of Greed. After replenishing his hand from the deck, Dark Malik looked at Miao's 3 backward cards. Each card released a thick black fog. Your cover card makes me feel terrified, so I have already prepared this card. Dark Malik drew it out, and he said arrogantly, Miao, in order to prevent your great universe and King Valley, my deck has already been filled with these magic cards. Magic card, Strong Wind. Strong Wind, destroy all magic and trap cards on both sides fields. Dark Malik's cover card had already been destroyed by the hidden power of Sky Dragon, so he was not afraid, and the one who suffered must be Miao. Whoosh, a strong storm rolled up, taking away the surroundings. Gap, so powerful. A terrified sound rang out, and Janouchi stretched out his arms to cover his sight. Dark Malik's magic move opened up the situation, and all 3 of Miao's traps would be affected. Since it will be destroyed by the strong wind, I will activate damage reduction and intimidating roar. Miao wanted to reduce the negative benefits to the minimum. Boom, the explosive armor he covered was not flexible enough, so he didn't even have a chance to activate it. Intimidating roar, so I can't attack this turn. Dark Malik's tone was a little heavy, as if this trap card for duelists caught him off guard. Miao heard something unusual in Dark Malik's words. After destroying Miao's backcourt, Dark Malik finally felt relieved that the opponent didn't have the old man he was most afraid of. Then next, Miao, it's time to make you pay. Magic card, Reincarnation of the Dead. Dark Malik wanted to take back a monster card from the graveyard. Reincarnation of the Dead. Discard 1 card from your hand and add 1 monster from your graveyard to your hand. Click. A monster card popped out from the graveyard. It was a monster card with a whole red card, Sky Dragon of Osiris. At this time, I will activate the effect of the demon zombie in the graveyard. Dark Malik sent this demon monster to the graveyard through Reincarnation of the Dead. Miao had never seen this card before, but this is an anime world, and it is normal. There are too many cards in anime that are not OI'd. Exclude the demon zombie in the graveyard, and pay 500 life points to special summon a 0 attack demon corpse token on your field. These derivative monsters cannot attack or change their position, and cannot be used in any way except advanced summon. If you leave the field during the turn, when the demon corpse token is special summoned, each one will cause you 400 points of effect damage. Isis next to her screamed, and saw her arms and abdomen swallowed by Dark UG. Dark Marley. 4000 LP 2500 LP swish, swish, swish. At this moment, Dark Millie produced 3 demon corpse tokens in attack position. Damn it, it's too despicable, making other people's souls pay the price in the dark game. Peacock Dance was angry, and at the same time, she also had a little fear of the evil things like the dark game in her heart. Yuji and Kaba also felt ashamed of Dark Mollie's behavior, but they were more concerned about another thing. There are already 3 sacrifices on the field. Well, Kaba, the god card is coming. Just as Yuji and Kaba said, Dark Marley used the 3 demon corpse tokens as sacrifices, and summoned the recovered Osiris Sky Dragon in his hand. Exclamation mark. Boom, thunder flashed. The traitor dragon entered the field again. Compared with the entry restricted by Return to Dust, the traitor dragon at this moment entered the field in a normal way, and he would not be sent to the grave at the end of the round. Osiris Sky Dragon, 1000 attack power at the moment when the god card entered the field. The 3 demon corpse derivatives that were sacrificed on the spot turned into resentment and attacked Miao. Due to the damage slimming effect, it has been reduced to half. Ugh. Miao forced himself to endure the huge pain, and his body continued to be swallowed by the darkness. Miao. 1000 LP 400 LP. The situation fell into crisis, and the life value was as unbearable as a candle in the wind. The attack power of the Sky Dragon is directly related to the hand cards. Dark Malik only has 1 card left in his hand, so the attack power is only 1000 points. In order to increase the power of the Sky Dragon, I will use this last card. Dark Malik activated the Sky Dropping Treasure card. When Miao saw it, his heart stopped for a second immediately because his hand was full of cards. He couldn't enjoy the benefits of the Sky Dropping Treasure card. Seeing Malik exchange 6 for 1, Miao felt as disgusted as if he had eaten shit. It's too difficult. Hey ha ha ha, Miao saw that I earned 6 cards. Are you very angry? The 6-year-old boy looked excited. He seemed to have found a way to hit Miao hard, that is, let the opponent watch him earn cards. Miao was really uncomfortable. As the number of cards in his hand increased, the attack power of the Sky Dragon increased accordingly. Sky Dragon of Osiris. 10,006,000 attack power. Unfortunately, you launched the roar of the intimidating paper, and I can't attack. Dark Malik covered 2 cards very unwillingly, and ended the round. On the other hand, Miao's side, facing the Sky Dragon with 6,000 attack power. In fact, his pressure is not small, because the Sky Dragon's Thunderbolt is a very troublesome power. Whenever Miao summons, or special summons a monster, the Sky Dragon will eject a Thunderbolt. This Thunderbolt reduces the monster's attack power by 2000. If it cannot be offset, then the monster card will be directly destroyed. To a certain extent, the suppression power of the Sky Dragon's Thunderbolt is very restrained against Synchro and Link summoning. Sky Dragon's Thunderbolt is an ability that must be activated. This is why he was later called the Traitor Dragon. Haha, give up, Miao. You are completely helpless under the power of Thunderbolt. Dark Malik began to be happy, and he said his favorite Kimoji again. However, Miao activated Sun Exchange. Sun Exchange, you can only activate it by discarding 1 Light Path monster from your hand. Draw 2 cards from your deck, and then send 2 cards from the top of your deck to the graveyard. This card does not play once per turn. Through this large-scale draw rate, Miao once again passed the second Sun Exchange and activated it, followed by Angel's Arms. Continue to draw rate, pile up the graveyard! Exclamation mark. Dark Malik's back molars hurt a little. Miao's speed of piling up the graveyard is amazing. Finally, Miao stopped the hand card, and he covered a mysterious monster on the field. This is a pot type monster, and Miao currently only needs it as a springboard. HMPH, it's true that the covered monster cannot be confirmed, but you're not doing anything, right? Dark Malik said unhappily. That's not necessarily true. Say goodbye to your Sky Dragon. Miao activated the magic card, Share the Pain. Share the Pain. Activate by releasing one monster on your field. The opponent must release one monster. After several card draws, Miao drew this universal card into his hand. Malik, I want to release this covered monster, so you must do the same. Miao explained. Dark Malik looked unhappy, because he only had one Sky Dragon on the field. God cards only accept the effect of magic cards for one turn, but they cannot be destroyed or excluded by magic cards. However, this Share the Pain is aimed at Malik himself. The God card will be released by Malik himself. Miao, your card is very strong, but I expected it. Open the covered trap card, Bribe of the Demon Palace. Bribe of the Demon Palace. It can only be activated when the opponent activates a magic or trap card. The activation is invalid and destroyed. The opponent can draw one card from the deck. A gold coin fell at Miao's feet, and the magic card Share the Pain was invalidated and destroyed. Ahahaha, Miao, everything you did was useless. Dark Malik was ecstatic. He had Miao under control. Miao drew a card from the deck, and then showed an ambiguous smile. Did you know? Share the Pain is not available once per turn. I activate the magic card, Magic Stone Mining. Magic Stone Mining. Discard 2 cards from your hand. Add 1 magic card from your graveyard to your hand. Miao discarded the 2 mysterious cards to the graveyard, and he returned the destroyed Share the Pain from the graveyard to his hand. Malik, I will continue to activate Share the Pain. So, how should you deal with it? Miao has a rich hand card resource, and he used Share the Pain to target the traitor dragon. It is true that the Thunder Bomb is very powerful, but Miao is not going to fight head on. He must first deal with the Sky Dragon. But you have already activated a Share the Pain card, and the monster covered has been released. How can you use the second card when you don't have any monsters on the field? Dark Malik immediately seized on this point and asked frantically, what about Wado Kana? You will never guess what is in my graveyard. Miao's graveyard began to glow, and he took out a monster from the graveyard area. It was the invincible Block Dragon. This card cannot be normal summoned. You can only special summon from your hand or graveyard when you exclude 3 earth monsters in your hand or graveyard. This card can only be special summoned when it is sent to the graveyard. That's right, the resurrection of the Block Dragon is even outside the text of the monster card effect. Noble. Come out, Earth Block Dragon. How the earth shook, and a monster made of blocks was born. Block Dragon. 2580k, rock type. At the moment, when the Block Dragon was special summoned, the traitor dragon forcibly activated its effect, and summoned thunder bombs. Boom! Exclamation mark. Lightning flashed. The attack power of the Block Dragon was 2500 points, so it forcibly withstood the judgment of the traitor dragon. Block Dragon. 2,500,500 attack power. I want to release some Block Dragons. Miao used the magic card that was recycled twice to Share the Pain. BIU Block Dragon was sent to the graveyard. At this time, the real scary part of Block Dragon appeared. It can only be activated when the Block Dragon card is sent from the field to the graveyard. Until the total level reaches 8 stars, Miao can select up to 3 rock monsters from the deck to add to the hand. The deck popped out 3 monster cards with a total of 8 stars. Miao took a look and found that they were Transformation Pot and Sword Priest, Earth Angel. After the Block Dragon was released by Miao, Dark Malik also had to release the only Sky Dragon on his field. Damn it, damn Miao, you are always playing these little tricks. Dark Malik's eyes were full of red threads, and the other card he covered could not solve this dilemma. So, Dark Malik did something unprecedented. Miao, I also want to activate the hidden effect of Osiris Sky Dragon. Dark Malik shouted 0, it's too late. Post it first, and modify it later. Chapter 154 Fusion Prohibition. Oh no, I forgot that Sky Dragon has a hidden effect that can be released to explode cards and draw cards. Janouchi looked horrified. If Sky Dragon used the hidden effect, then Miao's sharing of pain would be a waste. If you really want to be so serious, Malik can also use Sky Dragon's hidden ability to replenish his hand cards. He definitely makes more money than you, Miao. However, a funny thing happened. Sky Dragon tilted his head and looked down at the controller below Dark Malik. He seemed to want to say, hidden ability, what kind of international joke are you playing? Hurry up and use it. Use your hidden power. Dark Malik pointed the Millennium Scepter at Sky Dragon. He shouted angrily, didn't you use a hidden effect just now? Hurry up and give me one too. Sky Dragon didn't move at all, and he didn't know why. When being controlled by Miao, he could indeed feel that different hidden abilities were awakened in his body. But when being controlled by Dark Malik, Sky Dragon found that he had a hammer of hidden abilities. This kid from the gravekeeping family is probably kidding. Damn it, why don't you use it? The 6-year-old was almost crying. He knew that Sky Dragon had a hidden ability. After studying God cards for so long, how could a 6-year-old not know? The question is, how did Miao use the hidden effect just now? This person looks like a clown. Peacock Dance pushed aside the big waves of blonde hair. She felt embarrassed when she saw Dark Malik blushing on the stage. You have to know one thing, this is a live broadcast. What is the difference between Dark Malik's funny behavior and a clown? Humph, a jumping clown. Kaba Mingran didn't say anything in a roundabout way and said what he thought directly. But he also thought of one thing. Kaba secretly looked at Dark Yuji himself. If the god card has a hidden effect, then does Yuji have it? After getting the giant god, Kaba suddenly felt itchy and wanted to know the answer. But his pride did not allow him to ask the other party. In the duel, because Dark Malik became a clown, Sky Dragon did not use the hidden power under the effect of sharing the pain. The king of clowns, Dark Malik, he released the Sky Dragon with tears in his eyes and sent it back to the graveyard. Miao, you are really a saint. Hurry up and tell him the trick of hiding your ability. Dark Malik wanted to say this, but his hatred and pride did not allow him to ask Miao. Through the cards earned from the block dragon, Miao has a lot of cards in his hand, but he does not need these cards for the time being. Magic card, hand erase. Both parties discard their hand cards to the graveyard and draw the same number of cards from the deck. After saying that, Miao first piled a stack of hand cards into the graveyard, and he started to draw the same number of cards from the deck. Dark Malik gritted his teeth, and could only follow suit. Although the general summon is gone, I discard a hand card to special summon the fantasy apprentice black magician in my hand. Miao showed his hand card, and sent an old AI component to the graveyard. Jump! Exclamation mark. Ding, the purple magic circle lit up, and a black-skinned girl magician with yellow hair appeared. Fantasy apprentice magician. 2000 attack power, magician family. Maybe the timing was not right when she was summoned. The black-skinned girl was holding a notebook instead of magic wand. That's right, it was the Yuta K notebook. The cover was old-fashioned and the name was very suspicious. The black-skinned girl realized this. She quickly stuffed the notebook under her skirt and then took out a normal magic wand. Miao was silent. The people at the scene were also silent. I didn't see clearly. Maybe the author of that book is Takeda? Before Janouchi finished speaking, Peacock Dance slapped the other party to the ground. The 6-year-old had no idea what was going on. Fantasy apprentice magician. If this card is summoned, or special summoned successfully, I can add one black magician from the deck to my hand. Click. Miao pulled out the card that automatically popped out from the deck, and it was the black magician. Magic card, ancient rules. Miao used the ancient rules to special summon the black magician. Ding, black magician. 2500 attack power, magician clan. Instantly summoning 2 high-level magicians. You are worthy of being Miao. You are not inferior to me in the use of the magician clan. A new G started a business bragging. If they can all attack successfully, then we will win the duel. Kaba said lightly. Of course, the premise is that the attack is successful. Fight. Miao declared an attack and entered the battle phase. The remaining face-up cards of Dark Malik are certainly not the useless fake pit fusion. This is an attack invincibility. Dark Malik uses this trap card to make all the battle damage he receives this round become 0. Miao can only end the round. In Dark Malik's turn, he has now used both god cards, but Miao has too many tricks. Use Tyrannodon to fight against Tyrannodon, and use cards targeting duelists to solve the Sky Dragon. Dark Malik has never encountered such a tricky situation. But Miao only has 1000 life points left. Isis's soul is still tied next door. Dark Malik thought about the battle situation and found that he was already invincible. Because Dark Malik used fusion, I'm going to fuse the regenerated clay in my hand with the trap card reflective metal slime. After Dark Malik used this move, he looked at Miao and shouted. Miao was shocked, using the trap card in his hand as a monster to fuse. This would be impossible in the future rules. But this is DM, and it may be that Dark Malik's bullshit skills are not inferior to the Pharaoh. Anyway, he really succeeded. The fusion conditions are regenerated slime or water attribute monster plus reflective metal slime of trap card. Gulp gulp. The power of metal, slime and water began to distort, and a huge and ugly new slime fusion monster was born. God Slime. The shape of this slime fusion monster is completely determined by the duelist. Dark Malik pinched the God Slime into the appearance of a Sky Dragon. God Slime. 3000 defense, water tribe. This God Slime was later made into a real card, but the effect of the anime version must be different from the real card. Hahaha, as long as I have this strongest shield, I will always be invincible. This is a tactic of Dark Malik. In this duel, the God Slime acts as a dual shield, so that Dark Malik will not be hurt. As for the payment of life points that causes the body to be devoured, this price is transferred to Isis next door. How can Dark Malik lose? At this time, the breath emitted by the God Slime is extremely ominous. This makes Dark Yuji feel a hair stand on end, and his intuition tells him that this monster with a similar appearance to the Sky Dragon God is definitely not that simple. Dark Malik took a look at his hand. There was nothing he could do, because there was no magic card quick attack, and the fusion monster could not attack during the summoning turn. Next, he can wait slowly to draw a resurrection card, and then continue to use the phoenix state of the winged dragon to kill Miao in seconds. Hehe, you will be roasted into a roasted pig by the flames of the divine might again. Miao, what you did to me can never be forgiven. Cover a card, my turn is over. Dark Malik said with a smile. Draw a card. It's Miao's turn. There's no god draw this time, and Miao only has 2 cards left. If I remember correctly, the anime version of God Slime inherits the infinite and cost-free resurrection effect of regeneration clay. As long as it is destroyed, God Slime will be resurrected immediately. So even if the fantasy magician lets the black magician soar to 4500 attack power, it will not help at all. God Slime also has the effect that one monster can be used as 3 sacrifices. When God Slime exists on Dark Malik's field, Miao's attack target can only be God Slime itself. Taunt plus infinite resurrection plus 3 sacrifices equals God Slime equals absolute shield. Miao knows Dark Malik too well. This 6-year-old's playstyle always revolves around Pterosaur. He is waiting for the card that can recycle or resurrect Pterosaur to be in hand. If it is recycling, the 6-year-old can sacrifice God Slime. If it is resurrection, it is even more convenient. The 6-year-old can directly use the quick attack ability to play a wave of quick kills. If we don't find a way to deal with the God Slime quickly, then it's over. Miao said in a complicated tone. Yeah hahaha, Miao, give up. Dark Malik stuck out his tongue and licked the God Slime next to him. Swish hee hee hee. Kimoji. After Dark Malik licked it, he felt refreshed, and his thoughts were instantly clear. Miao felt disgusted after seeing it. Miao, there is only one way you can win now. That is fusion monster card, Red Eyes Dragon Knight. Dark Malik had to admit that this Red Eyes Dragon Knight was very strong. The terrifying, destructive and blood-burning power. Dark Malik had to be on guard. I opened the continuous trap card. Fusion prohibited area. Ding. The area near the venue was covered by a large net. Fusion prohibited area. Both players cannot fusion summon. Wow, this guy is so mean. He just fusion summoned last round, and now he seals the fusion summon. Zhao Naochi felt that this style of play was very vicious. Tactics, there is no such thing as this. Fangu, you are obsessed. Kaba's tone was a little heavy. Didn't Naochi also use the dragon sealing pot to restrict himself in the last duel? In a duel, there is no such thing as meanness. As long as you can win, it's fine. With the fusion summon blocked, Miao cannot summon the Red Eyes Dragon Knight. The absolute defense of the God Slime is more stable. Fusion is prohibited. Miao did want to use Red Daddy to break the situation, but Dark Malik blocked the fusion summon. Red Daddy can't get in. Take a gamble. Miao activated the magic card he had just drawn. 7-star sword. From your hand or the face-up monster on your field. Banish one 7-star monster to activate. Draw 2 cards from your deck. Pandora's most loyal servant was confused BIU under the power of the 7-star sword. The Black Magician was banished. Red Daddy can't be melted, and the Black Magician is useless. It's better to burn a card for Miao. Let it glow and heat up. The Black Magician shed tears. Drawing 2 cards again, Miao continued to check cards. Angel's Charity, draw 3 cards, and discard 2. Dengjeg Wangdao Beast. These cards are useless. Miao sent them to the grave. I turned the Fantasy Apprentice Magician to defense, cover a card, and end the turn. Miao made a long unseen defense. At this moment, the God Slime who inherited the regeneration clay and resurrected at no cost. It has indeed become a solid shield for Dark Malik 0. It's too late. Play first, and change it later. Chapter 155. Old AI's Wrath. As expected, in front of the God Slime, any attack is helpless. Dark Malik took a deep breath and felt refreshed. The depression of becoming a clown, because he could not activate the hidden effect of the God card just now, was swept away. Miao, you are right. The God Slime inherits the effect of regenerating clay. Once it is destroyed, it will be resurrected immediately and become more and more terrifying. After saying that, Dark Malik laughed triumphantly. He wanted to conceal the effect of the God Slime to trick Miao. Unexpectedly, Miao was very cunning. It seemed that he knew the effect of the God Slime early on. He chose to defend instead of attack. After Dark Malik's explanation, Yuji and others understood everything instantly. This God Slime really inherited the effect of regenerating clay. No wonder Miao did not attack but strengthened defense. Draw a card. Dark Malik easily drew a card from the deck. When he saw this card, Dark Malik's pupils dilated, and he couldn't hide the smile on his mouth at all. Detsu? Cards that recycle graveyard monsters? Miao's expression began to become serious. However, the cards that Dark Malik drew were not these. Miao, go to hell. I'll turn God Slime to attack position. Dark Malik began to operate. God Slime began to change its posture. Gurgle. God Slime. 3000 attack power. Aquatic fight. That's right. Dark Malik covered 1 card and directly chose to attack. A terrifying punch fell down. The Fantasy Apprentice Magician became the target of attack. At this moment, Miao's pupils dilated, and he seemed to be enduring something. Boom. The Fantasy Apprentice Magician was destroyed. After the attack, Miao thought that Dark Malik had more moves, but he didn't expect that he entered the end stage. What exactly is that card? Miao looked at the card that Malik had just drawn and was confused. A 6-year-old couldn't hide his emotions. When that card came into his hand, this guy almost high C on the spot. It can be seen that this card should be very useful. The fact is, just as Miao guessed, when the phase was about to end, Dark Malik activated the quick play magic card he had just obtained. A surprise attack from darkness. The surroundings suddenly fell into darkness, and the cold atmosphere made people nervous. This quick play magic card allows me to make a monster that is normally summoned or special summoned enter the battle phase again at the end of the turn. Dark Malik showed his cruel face. So it's the second battle phase. Miao said calmly. Don't pretend. Miao, eat my God Slime's second attack. Dark Malik was ecstatic, and Miao no longer had any monsters. The attack just now destroyed the Fantasy Magician, and also made the 6-year-old confirm one thing. Miao's cover card is definitely a fake bit. I'm afraid it's a fusion. The God Slime pounced on Miao, and at this time, something strange happened. I thought you had some killer moves to make me alert, but I didn't expect that this is it. I overestimated you. Miao calmly opened the face card, and Malik's expression changed immediately. God Slime will be resurrected when it is destroyed. no matter what card such as explosive armor, holy shield, universal mine, etc. This monster cannot suffer. However, Miao activated a continuous trap card. Demon Flame Cannon. What is this? And Malik has never seen this card. The unknown is often the biggest source of fear. As a legend in the duel world, how can Exodia not have a card corresponding to the battle? Miao explained with a smile. He sent a sealed monster from the deck to the graveyard. At this moment, the whole ground shook. A terrifying energy was about to bloom. This was the wrath of Exodia. It was a shock cannon composed of wrath. Yuji, you have collected 5 Exodias before. Do you remember this card? Kaba suddenly asked. With Kaba's knowledge, he had never seen this continuous trap card, the Demon Flame Cannon. I'm sorry, although I have used 5 Exodia parts, I have never seen this card before. Yami Yuji told the truth, because there were already enough mysteries about Miao. What if there was one more? Soon, they knew the horror of this Demon Flame Cannon. This effect can only be used once per turn. I can activate the effect targeting one monster on the field, send one sealed monster or one Exodia card from my hand or deck to the graveyard, and that monster card returns to the owner's hand. God Slime does inherit the infinite resurrection effect of regeneration clay. But, flicking the card is not destruction. I just let the slime go back to where it was. Upon hearing this, Dark Malik's expression changed drastically, and he also realized that things were going to get bad. In the Duel City rules, fusion monsters can also be returned BIU. When Leo AI's parts were sent to the graveyard, the shockwaves condensed by the huge and terrifying anger were blasted out. God Slime stood in front, using his thick immortal body to resist. It thought its immortal body was invincible, but it was blasted away by Leo AI's roar and flew very far. As it went farther and farther, God Slime found that he could not come back. Dark Malik's strongest shield is gone. Dark Yuji discovered the most terrifying thing about this Demon Flame Cannon. This is a continuous trap card. This means that, no matter how many Leo AI parts there are, this card can be used every round. A terminal monster is bounced off you in one round. Are you really not uncomfortable? Yes, the power of continuous trap cards is stronger than ordinary trap cards. I don't know. When the little watch appeared, he looked at Miao and nodded in agreement. The power of the continuous trap card is indeed the strongest. Not only can it be recycled, as long as it is posted on the field, it will make the opponent feel desperate and even cause great psychological pressure. Damn it, why is it like this again? Dark Malik hated it. Hate is useless, this is a duel. Miao ignored Dark Malik's defense break and drew cards from the deck. Magic card, Holy Grail Ace. This card in Miao's hand is the Pot of Greed, and he replenished 2 cards in his hand. Before attacking last round, Dark Malik covered 2 cards. As we all know, anime characters do not cover useless cards, let alone 2 cards. Except for Seahorse, who likes to cover fusion. Magic card, Double Whirlwind. I choose to send the Magic Flame Cannon on my field to the graveyard, and choose the leftmost card you covered to destroy it. Miao chose 2 for 1. Boom, 2 whirlwinds appeared, 1 yellow and 1 red. The yellow whirlwind destroyed Magic Flame Cannon, and Dark Malik's only face-up card was also destroyed. It was the anime version of Dark Magic Regeneration. When the double whirlwind was activated just now, Miao noticed that Dark Malik's expression was very ugly. It turned out to be Dark Magic Regeneration. No wonder the 6-year-old looked so devastated. The effect of the anime version of Dark Magic Regeneration is, when the opponent declares an attack, you can choose to activate and use the effect of magic card in the opponent's graveyard. Miao has so many cards in the graveyard. Of course there are also many magic cards that can revive monsters stored in the graveyard. Dark Malik obviously knew this, so his plan was to use Dark Magic Regeneration to steal cards, and then take the opportunity to revive the invincible winged dragon into phoenix state. The Demon Flame Cannon is so powerful, if it were me, I would definitely keep it, Xingzi said subconsciously. After all, this continuous trap card can bounce a monster once per turn, and she thinks it would be better to keep this continuous trap card. But the destroyed Dark Regeneration is also very powerful. Thinking about it this way, Xingzi seems to understand Miao's approach. it is best to exchange one strong card for another strong card and prevent Dark Malik's pterosaur from resurrecting. However, Kaba retorted, "Ha, stupid woman, you obviously had a sharp intuition about the link at the god-binding tomb. But you can't understand what happened just now. Sure enough, a beginner is a beginner. You should stay away from Miao in the future, lest he becomes stupid too. It's true that dark magic regeneration is very strong, and it can also steal cards to revive Tyrannodon when the opponent attacks. But Miao didn't know that it was dark magic regeneration. Even if that card was a useless fusion card, and even if Malik didn't cover the card, Miao would use Double Cyclone to destroy Magic Flame Cannon in the fusion prohibited area stored on Malik's field. It doesn't matter what card the opponent destroys. What matters is that Miao needs to destroy his own Magic Flame Cannon. Magic Flame Cannon needs a part to be sent to the graveyard to eject the card, and Miao's deck may not have any parts. Or maybe Magic Flame Cannon has a second effect. What a disgusting man. Anzi's face turned red and her fists hardened. No wonder Janouchi hated Kaba so much. Anzi understood it instantly. In Kaba's eyes, as long as you are a duelist, there is no difference between men and women. Kaba will never show mercy to those who should be sprayed. He will not show mercy just because you are a beginner and a girl. Anzi is absolutely sure of one thing. Kabasito will never be liked by girls in his life. Shrimp-headed man, Kaba! Exclamation mark. At this time, on the duel field, the magic flame cannon sent to the graveyard is glowing, just as Kaba said. All Miao needs is to destroy the magic flame cannon. The subsequent benefits of the double cyclone are actually not important. Of course, it is best to have benefits. When Magic Flame Cannon is sent from the Magic and Trap Zone to the graveyard, it can be activated by targeting one sealed monster or one Exodia card in the graveyard. That card is added to the hand. A card popped up at the graveyard position, and Miao drew it out. This is Exodia's head! Exclamation mark. What do you want to do? Dark Malik naturally knew the legend of Exodia. But to use the power of Exodia, 5 parts must be collected. Miao does not meet the above conditions in terms of hand cards or other aspects. So, what do you want to do with the head of Exodia? I normal summon Exodia's head. Miao made a surprising move 0. It's too late. Send it first, and modify it later. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156. There are 3 card drawing skills. Few. As a legend in the dueling world, Exodia itself is full of many legendary colors. I believe that most duelists will be familiar with this legendary monster. Under normal circumstances, no duelist should take the initiative to summon the parts of Exodia. Sealed Exodia, 1000 attack power, magician family, are you crazy, Miao? Dark Malik breathed a sigh of relief. Crazy? Miao looked at the other party with an indifferent expression. His lips moved slightly and said, is it really like that? Miao slowly showed the card in his hand, which was a 10-star monster card, the summoning god Exodia. This card cannot be normal summoned. You can special summon it by releasing one sealed monster on your field. This is why Miao recovered one of the parts in the graveyard and summoned it. Because the summoning god must sacrifice a part to special summon. Summoning god Haima, who was originally a victim of Exodia, has very complicated feelings about this monster. And Kaba is sure that Exodia does not have a vest like the summoning god. But it is not certain. After all, in the virtual world, didn't Kaba gossip Guro's puppet use Exodia's undead? God knows what kind of secrets duel monsters hide. Miao raised the monster card in his hand, and a golden beam of light shot into the distant sky. The sky there suddenly cracked a huge hole. The law hidden in the darkness of the legend. The power of necessity will awaken the great wizard of the law of cause and effect. I'm here to perform a special summon with your real name. Miao continued to shout, his voice echoing throughout the duel field, and everyone around the world could hear his call through the live broadcast. At this time, in a distant city, a little boy sitting in front of the TV had a flushed face, and it was obvious that his body temperature rose due to the violent beating of his little heart. Awesome. So awesome. There are actually monster cards that are more handsome than heroes. God card, Exodia. Duel monsters are awesome. The little jellyfish head jumped up and down excitedly, wishing he could grow a pair of wings and fly to the distant Devil Island. He would be so happy if he could watch this duel in person. While the little jellyfish head boy was excited, a deck of cards on the table, with a 0 attack monster on the top, flashed strangely from time to time. Well, he must be jealous. At this time, in the duel arena on the top of the tower, at the call of Miao, come out, summon God Exodia. Boom, the dazzling light illuminated everything, just like the brilliance of the rising sun. Exodia with complete hands and feet was born. This terrifying power is, to some extent, even more terrifying than the God card. Summoning God Exodia. Attack power, Magician Clan, you guy, actually summoned Exodia. And Malik couldn't help but tremble. Even he had heard of the terrifying legend of this monster. 6-year-old, you don't have to tremble in fear. Miao comforted him and said, unlike the usual assembled Exodia, the entry of summoning God Exodia will not let me win the duel instantly. Hooah. After hearing this, and Malik's expression instantly changed from terrified and helpless survived a disaster perverted madman. Woohahaha, it turns out that I won't let you win the duel. Why are you trying to scare people? And Malik snorted and immediately changed back to his arrogant attitude. He completely forgot that the person who was scared and broke the defense just now was not him at all. The attack power of this card increases by the number of sealed monsters in your graveyard x 1000. Miao explained. At this moment, including the head that just re-entered the graveyard, there are a total of 5 monsters with sealed fields in Miao's graveyard. Summoning God Exodia. 5000 attack power impossible. It suddenly soared to 5000 attack power. Dark Malik couldn't help but take a step back. Interesting, it actually surpassed the value of Blue Eyes White Dragon. Kaba's expression was calm, as if he had accepted the fact that Blue Eyes was used as a combat power indicator. You have no cards on the field that can protect it. Miao ordered the summoning god to enter the battle. Attack, summoning god. Summoning god is not affected by the effects of other cards. This card is a classic all resistance. The power of a 5000 attack power all resistance monster cannot be ignored. The huge magic god cannon condensed, and Dark Malik was locked by the powerful energy. Boom. The terrifying energy cannon shot out. Dark Malik was like the villain boss in Dragon Ball who was wrapped in Kamehameha. The energy kept exploding. The entire duel stage was shaking, as if the end of the world had come. Did you win? Janouchi looked nervous. Malik's grandson used his sister as a sacrifice. Is Miao really so ruthless that he didn't even care about ISIS's safety? No, before the duel city started, Miao also killed him like this, ruthlessly killing him in seconds, and then took away the Red Eyes Black Dragon. The Miao who was willing to save himself in the virtual world. The Miao who doesn't care about ISIS at all now. Which one is the real him? Damn, I can't tell them apart. Janouchi really can't tell them apart. At this moment, everyone was staring at the stage with a nervous expression, waiting for a result. However, Dark Malik stood on the field. He didn't lose the duel. There was an extra demon monster on the field, and Malik's life value changed. Dark Malik. 2500 LP 3500 LP. What's going on? I didn't lose the duel after being attacked, but my life value increased instead? Dark UG was definitely not wrong. Malik had no cards to use on the field except for the fusion forbidden area. You two guys with the surname you, don't think that you two are the only ones who have tricks. Dark Malik showed a demon type monster on the duel disc. Demon shaped pestle, 1300 defense, demon type. The battle step of Malik or Miao can be activated. The card demon shaped pestle is special summoned from the hand card, and then he can recover 1000 basic points. A new monster appeared, and Miao's summoned god did not attack directly. He could choose to knock down the demon-shaped pestle. However, Miao did not let the summoned god destroy the demon-shaped pestle. Exclamation mark. Except for Yuji and Kaba, everyone else present still recalled the regret and helplessness of this attack. It was a close call. I almost lost. Dark Malik looked at Yumayo with a strange look, and he asked, although I don't know why you stopped attacking, leaving the demon-shaped pestle will be the biggest reason for your failure. Just now, Yumayo let the summoned god choose to attack, and did not care about Isis's safety at all. Dark Malik completely saw through Yumayo's nature. Damn Yumayo, you really have no heart. That's why you betrayed me twice. You talk too much. Yumayo knew that the 6-year-old had a hand trap in his hand, because in the original book, the 6-year-old also used this hand trap to trick Yuji once. If the 6-year-old was really desperate, his performance would definitely not be like that just now, but he would be so scared that he couldn't speak. It was probably written on his whole face, stupefied, just like the stupid look in the original book when Dark Yuji was blasted back home by Ragnarok. After being ridiculed by Yumayo, Dark Malik was furious, and the long suppressed dissatisfaction and hatred suddenly erupted. At this moment, Dark Malik's deck had only a few cards left, and he had a strong premonition. The next card he drew must be the magic card he wanted. At the end of the round, the summoning god will recover a sealed component from the graveyard. Summon god. 50,004,000 attack power. Yumayo, I'm going to send you to hell. Dark Malik trembled all over, and the dark aura began to erupt. He forcibly ended Yumayo's turn. Draw a card! Exclamation mark. If this was still a virtual world, Dark Malik must have used the skill Dark Draw. Yes, Malik's deck has two major characteristics. The first is Tyrannodon, the second is Resurrection of the Dead, the third is still Resurrection of the Dead, and the fourth is still all kinds of magic and trap cards that revolve around Resurrection of the Dead. Now, Dark Malik will not be so troublesome. He has drawn the destined magic card. Resurrection of the Dead. Dark Malik's expression was ferocious. He laughed wildly and raised this magic card, relying on the energy of resurrection to revive the Tyrannodon in the graveyard. This time, Dark Malik will choose to fuse with Tyrannodon. Although he still has a fusion prohibited area on the field, the actual fusion of Tyrannodon is that this monster enters the field first and then chooses to fuse with Malik himself. This special fusion method is different from fusion summon. Simply put, the fusion forbidden area cannot control the quick attack fusion ability of Tyrannodon. Dark Malik has 3500 HP, so after fusing with the god, Tyrannodon will increase its attack power to 3499. In addition, Tyrannodon has a sacrifice effect, which is to release other monsters on the field and absorb the attack power of these released monsters. The attack power of the demon-shaped pestle is 1700, so after fusing with Tyrannodon, the final attack power will increase to 5199 points. Yumayo has 400 HP and the attack power of the summoning god is 4000 points. This difference in combat damage is enough to end everything. Oh no, Dark Malik still drew the Resurrection of the Dead. The Resurrection of Tyrannodon will activate the quick attack ability. Everyone outside the field was nervous. After all, the effect of Tyrannodon was too overbearing. Coincidentally, Isis, who was tied to the cross, slowly opened her eyes and watched this scene happen. Yumayo. Isis called out the other party's name. The mighty flames of the pterosaur were about to spread out from the cemetery. The golden flames shone on Dark Malik's face, which looked eerie and terrifying. There was madness and viciousness in his eyes. The Millennium Scepter flashed a deep and strange luster under the reflection of the golden flames. Woo-ah-ha-ha-ha-ha, I won. I, Malik, won this duel. Dark Malik seemed to see the last scene of Yumayo being swallowed by darkness. This is the price of betraying him. When Dark Malik was about to welcome the return of the pterosaur and use the fusion ability, Yumayo's words completely pushed Malik into the abyss. There was no turning over. No, Malik, you lost. Yumayo's expression was more serious than ever. He raised a finger and declared, you lost to Isis. Whoosh. Boom. Exclamation mark. The graveyard position of Yumayo's black technology dual disc flashed red light. A card popped out from the graveyard area. It was the universal transaction rollback. Yumayo. 400 LP 200 LP. I sent 2 cards to the graveyard before, one of which was a transaction rollback, and the other was the second card began to pop up in the graveyard area of Yumayo's dual disc. Trap card. Virtual world. Virtual world. Select one field magic card from the deck and add it to your hand or activate it on your field. The activation effect of transaction rollback becomes the effect of virtual world. So I selected one field magic card from the deck and placed it on the field. Miao looked at Dark Malik, whose expression was gradually getting weird, and asked, "Malik, what do you think this field card will be?" The answer was revealed directly. The golden setting sun fell on the two, and the rolling yellow sand seemed to be a coffin burying all the dead, shrouding the whole world in a weird atmosphere. Boom boom boom. As the valley rose, the divine flames emitted by the winged dragon had no possibility. How could this happen? Malik's expression was really dumbfounded this time, and then he was completely frightened and incoherent. Valley of the Royal Family's Sleep. One of Isis's god-level field cards. In addition to being able to strengthen the attack power of the Tom monster, as long as this field card exists, both parties cannot exclude the cards in the graveyard, and the related effects on the cards in the graveyard are invalidated and do not apply. The dead want to revive the pterosaur. That is completely impossible. Kinma Valley warning. This field card also affects me, but seeing you like this is really gratifying. Malik. Since you smashed the new machine in my store, you have the way to die. The narrow-minded Miao turned around and forcibly ended Malik's turn. You came and I went, fair and just. Miao confirmed that Dark Malik really had no means this time. The opponent had 0 cards in his hand, and there was only one fusion forbidden area on the field. Kinmagu locked the graveyard. The summoning god Exodia claps his hands. As long as Miao gives the order, it will blast out the flame energy fiercely. Skill activation! Exclamation mark. BGM draw card. Suddenly, Miao found that this skill, that has been with him since the beginning, has changed silently. Tip: the AI and your compatibility are too high, and a random skill of your own will be refined. Please use the new skill properly. Skill. BGM draw card. There are 3 skills for drawing cards. When the life value is less than 3000, in the draw phase, you can specify to add a magic card in the deck to your hand. When the life value is less than 2000, an extra monster card can appear randomly in the extra deck, and the extra monster card that exceeds the area will not appear. When the health value is less than 1000, a mysterious card is randomly added to the hand from the mysterious card pool. After the duel, the card disappears. Tip: this skill can only be used once in a duel, and must be in possession of Dark AI to use it. Miao's eyes flickered. He was surprised and excited about this skill. This skill is divided into 3 skills. Skill activation. There are 3 skills for drawing cards. Exclamation mark. Specify to add a magic card from the deck to the hand. Draw a card. Miao's hand was wrapped in a blue light, and he suddenly drew a card from the deck. 0. The details of the fight between the 2 pterosaurs were modified before. Malik used the water of life at the beginning, not the resurrection of the dead. Chapter 157. 6-year-old boy died. The 6-year-old boy is at the end of his rope. Kinmagu became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Wait, you're going to kill me? The one who has to pay the price for darkness is Isis, not me. This woman trusts you very much. Do you really want to kill her? And Malik kept using words to interfere with Miao, trying to make him give up this attack. This good brother is using his biological sister as a shield. However, Malik can even kill his own father. So what is a mere sister? Miao was not disturbed by Malik's words at all. He looked at the other party without hesitation, and responded with the most indifferent expression. At this moment, he was possessed by the Caesar of Hell! Exclamation mark. If you want to save Isis, you can only use this trick. I'm going to activate this magic card, Demon Sanctuary. Miao relied on his skills to accurately retrieve this fast attack magic card. Offstage, Kaba's expression was slightly surprised. This card was given to Miao by him. In this situation, where victory is a must, Demon Sanctuary is undoubtedly the icing on the cake. Miao deliberately used the Demon Sanctuary at this time, which must have a certain meaning. Looking at the dumbfounded 6-year-old and Isis beside him, and thinking about the effect of the Demon Sanctuary, Kaba understood instantly. That's it. At this critical moment, I actually drew this card to break Malik's despicable plot. Could this be the so-called power of friendship in Yuji's mouth? The more Kaba thought about it, the more confused his thoughts became. Finally, he shook his head and said to himself, if you want to save that woman, a demon sanctuary alone is far from enough. Kaba looked very knowledgeable, which really made Junichi confused. In fact, the description of the effect of this demon sanctuary magic card developed by Kaba himself is far more vague than imagined. And this is the best time to talk nonsense. Recalling the scene in the anime where Yami Yuji used the demon sanctuary, Yumao burned his fighting spirit. Demon sanctuary, activate. Yumao waved his arm. A magic circle accompanied by a hurricane appeared, and a silver metal doll was born. A magic circle appeared on Yumao's field, and a metal puppet emerged from it. Dark Malik couldn't understand. He had no idea what Yumao was trying to do. Metal demon token. Demon sanctuary can generate a token monster on the field, and then absorb everything of the opponent into it. Kaba proudly told Yuji and others about the effect of this card. This was his masterpiece. That's right, the metal demon is a copy of the opponent. Yumao began to talk nonsense and continued, if the metal demon token is affected, the opponent will lose the same life value as the attack power of this demon token. In other words, the duelist designated by the metal demon token, Dark Malik, will become your shelter. You, a rat hiding in the gutter, will have nowhere to escape. Dark Malik opened his mouth and shouted, impossible. When the smooth head of the metal token lit up, a face appeared on the surface of the body. It was Dark Malik's face. Then, the entire body and limbs of the metal token gradually began to forcibly absorb the rest of the opponent's body. Metal derivative. 03500 attack power. Let me go, let me go. Dark Malik's reflection. No, it should be said that his evil consciousness was absorbed into the container of the metal demon derivative. The 6-year-old child at this moment was very pitiful and helpless. It's so beautiful. This card can actually project Dark Malik's evil consciousness into the body of the derivative so that it can be completely separated from Isis. The person who designed this card has a really wild idea. Dark Yuji's expression was excited. He really wanted to know who designed this demon sanctuary card. Kaba secretly observed Yuji, and he couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. Yuji. That's right, the person who designed this card is standing in front of you. Of course, with Kaba's pride, he would never say it out loud. Anyway, he is very comfortable now. But the metal demon derivative has absorbed Malik's evil personality, but the derivative is still on Yumao's field. If this derivative is not destroyed, Dark Malik will still exist. Once the round is over, the metal derivative must pay 1000 life points to maintain, and Yumao's life points do not meet the requirements. Kaba expressed his thoughts, but he could not guess Yumao's next step. Dark Malik heard Kaba's speech. He was trapped in the metal demon token and started barking. Wooha, Yumao, he's right. I'm your monster. How can you hit me? You can't maintain this broken token. After this round, I'll still be a hero. Yumao looked at Dark Malik trapped in the metal token and asked back, what's wrong with you, Wado Kana? You said that the monster-shaped pestle that survived the last round was the biggest reason for my failure. However, I left this monster behind on purpose. The monster-shaped pestle is the biggest reason for my victory in saving Isis. As soon as the voice fell, Dark Malik, who was stuffed into the token, had a face full of fear. Yumao activated the last magic card in his hand. Forced transfer! Exclamation mark. This magic card transfers control. Dark Yuji was overjoyed. He knew this card. Both sides choose a monster and then transfer control of the two monsters to each other. This is a permanent effect that will not disappear when the round ends. No wonder Yumao didn't choose to continue attacking when Malik special summoned the demon pestle. It turned out that Yumao had planned to use the demon pestle as a springboard to transfer the demon token that absorbed Malik's consciousness. In the end, the Minotaur won. Forced transfer. This magic card appeared and directly bullied the demon pestle on the opponent's field. At this time, Yumao needed to transfer control of monster to the opponent. I want to transfer to the opponent. Of course it's you. Yumao said to Malik, who was sealed by the metal token. No, don't, Yumao. We are good brothers. You can't do this to me. Dark Malik realized that he was really finished. Miao didn't care what the other party said. Whoosh, with Dark Malik's consciousness, he was forcibly transferred to the other side. Goodbye, Dark Malik. Miao asked the summoning god Exodia to launch a ruthless attack. Demon god Flame Cannon. The summoning god put his hands together and sprayed out a huge terrifying energy cannon. Boom. A terrifying explosion like the collapse of the sky and the crack of the earth exploded in the field ahead. Dark Malik, in extreme resentment and collapse, roared out those words. Miao, the wound you inflicted on me will never heal. I curse you to have a bad end. When the metal derivative was destroyed, Dark Malik's health and the evil consciousness absorbed into the derivative would also dissipate. Winner, Miao. Chapter 158, The Female Ghost's Hope of Advancement. With the blow of the summoning god, Dark Malik dissipated along with Dark Yuji. The duel was over. The bound soul of Isis also began to dissipate, returning to her original body. Wow, the winner of this duel is Miao. The list of finalists has appeared. Isano held the microphone and loudly pronounced everything. The moment Miao successfully entered the duel, the task progress displayed by the system rose again. Hint, the third target stage of the advanced task, who is the Duel King, has been reached. Hint, please check the reward yourself. Miao was slightly distracted to pay attention to the rewards on the other side of the system. He wanted to see what kind of rewards he could get after the Duel City entered the finals. Hint, congratulations on winning the Card Dust gift pack. After opening the gift pack, you will randomly receive 20,040 Card Dust rewards. Hint, congratulations on winning Card Dust asterisk 3500 points of rewards. Miao took a deep breath, and he was so comfortable now. Counting the remaining points, Miao's Card Dust points have exceeded 6,000. There must be more rewards for entering the finals, so Miao hurried to check. Hint, congratulations on winning Lucky Bubblegum quote asterisk 1. Hint, congratulations on winning Crystal quote asterisk 9999. Hint, congratulations on winning Rainbow Card Pack quote asterisk 10. The rewards for entering the finals are very rich, but Miao doesn't quite understand. What is this Lucky Bubblegum? The eraser before was weird enough. Can this bubblegum be eaten? Lucky Bubblegum, only for you to use. During chewing bubblegum, you will get the intimacy of the goddess of luck, and your luck in drawing card packs and card boxes will be greatly improved. The darker your luck, the higher the luck of rebounding to the bottom. Tip, the bubblegum only lasts for 15 minutes, and the prop disappears after use. Good guy. It turned out to be the savior of non-Africans. The role of this bubblegum is equivalent to carrying the leopard girl with you. Miao walked down the duel stage. His eyes met with Anuji's. The two did not speak. But the next duel will be a fierce battle. One of them must be the real Duel King. At this point, Anuji's desire to summon memories and collect the 3 god cards has gradually faded. As a real duelist, Anuji now has only one idea. That is to win this duel. Exclamation mark. Rest time is 1 hour. The final will start at noon. While Malik was carried away by the medical staff, Miao went over and pulled out the opponent's entire deck. As the winner of the Duel City, he can receive a rare card from Malik's deck. But how can one be enough? You must receive a deck. Collect interest. Malik smashed several machines in his store. Isn't this a profit? One deck is a bargain for this guy. Miao extracted 2 god cards from Malik's deck. Osiris Sky Dragon, Sun God Winged Dragon. These 2 god cards are original and genuine. Miao passed the god trial of Winged Dragon, so theoretically he can use this original and genuine card. Once Miao had this idea, the female ghost in the deck was not happy. Trash, trash, I already have me, I don't need this stinky bird at all. The female ghost cried to Miao, and she would never allow a second self to appear. The winged dragon in Miao's hand was also glowing and hot, and it seemed to hate being in the same deck with the female ghost. Originally, Miao didn't plan to put 2 winged dragons in the deck. It's good to have one of each god card. Too many is definitely not a good thing. And if the original winged dragon plus the female ghost are put in the same deck, I'm afraid the whole deck will be burned. As for the sky dragon, in the DM era, the suppression power of this god card was also very strong. But the Sky Dragon was very dependent on hand cards. You also have to guard against the traitor attribute of the Sky Dragon from time to time. Miao still had to consider one thing. He had not passed the Sky Dragon trial, and without the help of the God Binding Tomb, it was also a question whether he could use it normally. Thinking about it this way, these two original God cards were, to some extent, no different from hot potatoes. Hint, original Phantom God card detected. Do you want to spend 500 card dust to brand? Brand? What is that? Miao was confused now, and it actually cost 500 card dust at a time. Why not rob it? Having said that, Miao currently has a lot of card dust, and he couldn't help but try it out of curiosity. Hint, select the target winged dragon of the sun god. Congratulations on your successful branding. Hint, each original god card is only allowed to be branded once. Miao held the branded card in his hand, and he found that it was a monster card, and the pattern and text on the card were exactly the same as the winged dragon of the sun god. There was only one difference. This branded card was black and white in color. At first glance, this branded card is simply a portrait of the winged dragon. Branded card, winged dragon of the sun god. Choose a card that has been injected with card dust to use. There is a low probability of strengthening successfully. After the strengthening, the winged dragon of the sun god will have stronger abilities. Tip, this item has a time limit and will disappear after 30 minutes. Tip, after the branded card is used, whether it succeeds or fails, the item will disappear. What a good thing. Miao's eyes lit up. This item can actually strengthen the effect of the female ghost. Unfortunately, this item can only be branded from the original god card, and it can only be branded once. Once it fails to be used, it means there is no chance to start over. Miao noticed that the item branded card clearly stated, there is a low probability of strengthening successfully. Usually these words are one of the tricks used in the game to cheat Krypton. There is a low probability. How low is it? Luck studies are scary. Miao took out a bubble gum with the words IO written on the label. This item can effectively improve Miao's luck within 15 minutes. It is a magical item that can change fate. According to the item description, the darker Miao's face is, the higher his luck value will be when he rebounds from the bottom. Exclamation mark. Good guy. Is there anyone darker than Isis, who is a McFumey? Miao remembered the goodness of Isis, and he left the Devil's Tower without hesitation, and ran back to the shunting on the edge of the island. Jinxiang saw Miao, and wanted to cheer to celebrate the other party's successful entry into the finals. However, Miao didn't have time to pay attention to Jinxiang at all. He turned a corner and ran into Isis's room. Jinxiang? It just so happened that Isis's soul had returned at this time, and she could carry out normal activities as long as she was given some time. After waking up from hardships, people usually subconsciously look for people around them to rely on. Isis was very happy when she saw Miao rushing over from Devil's Island to see her. She never expected that Miao would find her chair and sit down next to her, then take out a bubble gum and put it in his mouth, saying, I feel relieved to have you by my side. Chapter 159, The Strengthening of the Female Ghost. Isis took a deep breath. She didn't understand what Miao said. What did it mean to feel relieved when she was around? And was this bubble gum so delicious? He even moved her chair to sit next to her and ate bubble gum in front of her. Isis has a bad luck buff. Miao will only get worse by staying with her, and it won't be a double-edged situation. How unlucky he is now. How lucky he will be with the blessing of lucky bubble gum. Miao took advantage of the limited time and quickly covered the branded card on the female ghost card. Hey, you bastard. What are you going to do to me? Quick, stop it for me. However, the female ghost's resistance was useless, and Miao successfully injected the essence into this card. The card dust made the female ghost return to the original effect. I don't know what kind of improvement this branded item will get. Hint, the item branded card, Winged Dragon of the Sun God, was used successfully, and the current state has been consumed. Hint, congratulations on your good fortune. The Winged Dragon of the Sun God has been strengthened successfully. Please check it yourself. Miao was instantly refreshed, worthy of being the lucky bubble gum. As long as he was next to Isis, he would immediately have good luck, and he didn't know what bad luck was. Miao couldn't help but pull the female ghost out of the deck. The strengthened female ghost, the whole card was glowing. Not only glowing, the whole card was burning with divine flames, but these flames would not hurt Miao. Lara's on fire. Isis looked horrified, as if she had seen an incredible scene. Under the burning of divine flames, the female ghost card was immediately reborn from the ashes. After a moment, the flames faded, and the entire card of the female ghost changed from the original pattern to a different version. The entire card pattern was coated with a layer of obscure golden flash film from the surface, and the B grid instantly became noble. Miao could tell at a glance that it was broken! Exclamation mark. In terms of the effect of Pterosaur, there have naturally been huge changes. The biggest change is of course the fusion state after Pterosaur is resurrected. You pay 1 life point to yourself, and the rest of the value is added to Pterosaur. At the same time, you can release your monsters on the field to increase the attack power. After the female imp is strengthened, the effect of releasing the monsters on your field to attack after this effect becomes the effect of absorbing the total attack power of all monsters in your graveyard. Yes, it's you, the alternative version of Guardian Altus. What makes Miao even more excited is that the female imp has been strengthened with a new effect under the hidden effect. Lay eggs. That's right, this effect is very similar to Sun God Winged Dragon Sphere. Sun God Winged Dragon changes to sphere state and can release 3 monsters on the opponent's field to summon on the opponent's field. This summoning method can also be performed during the opponent's turn. The control of this card summoned in sphere state returns to the original owner at the end phase of your next turn. This card summoned in sphere state is not affected by other card effects, cannot be attacked, and cannot be sacrificed for release summon. The original owner of this card can release sphere state to let the winged dragon of the sun god show its true form with 4000 attack/defense. If the sphere state is summoned during the opponent's turn, then the attack/defense becomes 0 when it is released. Oh my god, Miao is now complete. Old Man Satan, release 1 monster on the opposite side. Lava Demon, release 2 monsters on the opposite side. The female imp lays eggs directly, release 3 monsters on the opposite side. And the egg laid by this female imp is a scary 2 speed. Oh my god, this is simply a combination of meteorite plus winged dragon egg. The only pity is that the female imp that jumps out of the 2 speed breaks out of the egg, not 4000 attack power, but only 0. But this is already outrageous. Miao now has to take a good look. Who dares to get 3 monsters in front of him? The female ghost has been greatly strengthened and is stronger and more domineering than the original Pterosaur. After all, she can lay eggs. While the lucky bubble gum is still effective, Miao decided to use the crystal to draw the new card box. Although the family members of Baoyu Beast are very salty, Miao's collecting habit does not allow him to turn a blind eye. In addition, this card box also has some single cards of Helliu, as well as various cards that can be used. A new storm has appeared. How can we stagnate? Crystal, start! Exclamation mark. Miao began to invest a lot of crystals crazily. With the blessing of the lucky buff, he shipped crazily. Various and senior cards popped out crazily. Good guy. Miao felt that he could take advantage of this momentum to roll 3 rounds and strive to get 3 full cards. Exclamation mark. These cards may not need 3 copies, such as the trap card that has already been full of 3 cards before, which is strike. Miao can have less than 3, but he can't have no. Draw hard for him. Isis, who was beside the bed, looked at Miao, who had been in a daze, and she fell into deep thought. Miao seemed to be in a daze like this often, and his mind and eyes were drifting to who knows where. Isis was very considerate. She did not quarrel with the other party, but chose to wait quietly on the side. After several rounds of investment, thanks to the lucky bubble gum, Miao finally graduated from this card box. Taking advantage of the lucky time, Miao activated the 10 rainbow card packs he had just received. The first 3 packs were mediocre and did not trigger anything. When he got the 4th pack, his talent card Master Soul was triggered. It glowed, and Miao was very excited. Congratulations on obtaining Effect Monster Sky Striker, Lushy Senior, *1 right square bracket. Originally very excited, but when he saw this card, Miao looked disgusted. Please, Sky Striker, can you not come? The 5th and 6th packs open to a cosmic cyclone in succession. As the cosmic cyclone of the alien system, the role played by these 2 cards is far more valuable than cyclone. I used a cosmic cyclone to blow up the friends field. The only drawback is that you have to pay 1000 life points, but sometimes losing life is not necessarily a bad thing. Miao no longer hesitated about the remaining few packs, and he opened all the remaining card packs at once. Hint: successfully triggered Soul of the Card Man. Congratulations on obtaining Effect Monster Card Paladin Mordider, *1 right square bracket. Congratulations on obtaining Synchro Monster Light Path Lord Michael *1 right square bracket. Congratulations on obtaining Counter Trap Card Earthbound Wave Senior *1 right square bracket. Congratulations on obtaining Normal Trap Card Infinite Bubble *1 right square bracket. It's out. Miao was a little excited. Let's not talk about the classic trap card Infinite Bubble. This is a powerful breakthrough card. As for the Synchro Monster Light Path Lord Michael, this is a Synchro big brother of the Light Path family, which can be used with the Inner Ghost Denge. This white monster is the 2nd Synchro card that Miao has obtained so far. As for Paladin, there is nothing much to say. The card system required by this series is very large, and it is impossible to play with a single card. Moreover, the card pool of the Paladin series is incomplete, and the following situation will definitely occur. The man and the sword are separated! Chapter 160 Conspiracy. As for the counter trap of Earthbound Wave, it is actually an exclusive supporting card of Earthbound God. That's right, as a boss level monster of 5ds, Earthbound God also has its own supporting card later. And the effect of this Earthbound Wave is also very powerful, with a very strong blocking ability. As long as there is a monster with the name Earthbound God on the field, this counter trap can be activated, making the opponent's magic and trap cards invalid and destroyed. The powerful blocking effect makes people despair. It's a pity that this trap card has a prerequisite for activation, and Miao currently does not have Earthbound God. At least Miao did not lose money in this rainbow card pack harvest. He got the versatile Cosmic Cyclone and Infinite Bubble, and even a white monster from the Light Path. In general, Miao is very satisfied with this harvest. The only drawback is that Miao wishes he could have more of this lucky bubble gum. You should have encountered a good thing. Isis looked at Miao and asked. Thanks to you. Miao said something that Isis couldn't understand. Without Isis' bad luck, Lucky Bubblegum's ability to rebound from the bottom would definitely not be so strong. The evolution of the female imp is inseparable from Isis' bad luck buff. Although I don't know what she did, Isis was very happy to hear this. It's good that she can help. Miao took out the new card obtained by the system, and then opened the deck of the duel disc. He was modifying the deck. Dark UG was already preparing a new deck, and the opponent must be playing targeted cards. Miao also needs to modify the deck in advance to deal with the next Duel 5DS Duel Academy. The elite department has the best talents here. Every year, competitions between students are held, and crew elimination tournaments are held. The winners can get corresponding rewards or card resources in the academy. However, it is also accompanied by great pressure. As long as the students can graduate from the elite department of the Duel Academy, they can become an excellent professional duelist once they graduate. Of course, if you don't want to be a duelist, there is no problem. There are also many students who give up the glorious road of professional duelists and choose to pursue other professions. Different from the original trajectory, Shizuoaki is holding a report in her hand, which is related to her future career direction. To be honest, Shizuoaki does not want to become a duelist in the future. She knows very well how terrible her telekinesis is. The combination of duel monsters and telekinesis will only make the destructive power more out of control. Compared with duelists, Shizuoaki hopes to become a doctor in the future. After submitting the report in her hand, the teacher in charge felt sorry for Shizuo. Because this girl's duel performance is very good, if this girl wants to become a professional duelist, she must be an amazing star of tomorrow. It can only be said that it's a pity. Shizuoka's situation, the teacher also knows a little bit. Let go of the complex of helping others, and respect other people's choices. There is no way. After all, he is just an ordinary person. Exclamation mark. After Shizeo Aki submitted the report, she was ready to leave the school. At this time, she heard a shout behind her. "Aki, wait for me." This voice was soft, and Shizeo Aki heard it, and a cold poker face immediately smiled. "Lina, are you waiting for me?" Shizeo Aki grabbed the hands of the beautiful blonde girl with both hands, and she felt the warmth of being valued. The blonde girl named Lina nodded vigorously and shouted, "Of course, we are best friends." Lina is a girl Shizeo Aki met recently, and she was the one who took the initiative to contact her. At first, Shizeo Aki was very frightened, because she was used to being rejected and treated coldly by people around her. Girls like Lina who are willing to be friends with her are very rare or even extinct. Shizeo Aki got what she wanted, and became good friends with her. After a few days of getting to know each other, she found that Lina was one of the members of Taoyuan Utopia. That's right, Lina is also a telekinetic user. But she can feel that Lina's telekinesis is very ordinary. Everything is afraid of comparison. In Shizeo Aki's eyes, Lina's telekinesis can even be said to be very weak. Taking the initiative to show goodwill plus the identity of a telekinetic user, Shizeo Aki's relationship with Lina is getting better and better. QIU, our Taoyuan Utopia is really good. We telekinetics should not be discriminated against. Each of us should be equal. Join us, QIU. Your power will surely make the entire New Domino City great again. Lina was madly trying to persuade Isayoi to join Taoyuan Utopia. This was also the task given to her by the leader. Become friends with Isayoi, and then subtly instill the beauty of the organization into the other party, so as to take this talent for herself. QIU didn't have a bad impression of Taoyuan Utopia. She had seen their slogans and information on the internet before, which were also very positive. In addition to her own experience and Lina's persuasion, QIU had no reason to refuse. But for some reason, Isayoi wanted to think about it again and said, "Lina, let me think about it again." Maybe it was the drifting bottle thing. She hadn't seen the bottle for several days. "It's okay, QIU. Just think about it seriously. No matter what the answer is, we are best friends." Lina replied. The smile on her face was very gentle, and the two dimples were warm. In fact, Lina felt very uncomfortable. She found that this woman, Shizeo Aki, was very lacking in love, but in fact, she was not so easy to deceive. After they separated, Lina contacted Dwayne and relayed all the recent situations back. Stinky woman, she looks so lacking in love, she should be touched by a bone thrown to her. I didn't expect that she would refuse to join Taoyuan Utopia's repeated recruitment. She still said she would consider it. Consider what? She lied with her eyes open. Taoyuan Utopia is very difficult. Sometimes she should look for the reason in herself. Has she tried to change the status quo over the years? Dwayne couldn't help but vent all his dissatisfaction on the other end of the phone. The more Lina listened, the weirder it was. How did this stupid guy Dwayne become Li plus QI? Finally, Dwayne was going to use his last killer move. "Lina, you ask Shizeo Aki to come out tonight and take him to a place. I will set a trap for you. When the most critical moment comes, I will lead others to support you. When the time comes, Shizeo Aki will definitely repay the favor and choose to join our Taoyuan Utopia with gratitude and thanks." After hanging up the phone, Dwayne lay down on the chair with an angry face. He really needs Shizeo Aki's strength now. Godwin, that damn guy, has been suppressing him recently. Taoyuan Township lacks high-level combat power like Shizeo Aki. Chapter 161, Hell Synchronicity. Shizeo Aki trusted Lina very much. Apart from the matter of joining Taoyuan Utopia, she basically had no doubts about any problems. Including tonight's event, the underground gathering of telekinetic duelists. Duelists are the current trend. In Domino City, it belongs to the type of dueling for all people. Telekinetic duelists are naturally closely related to duels. Lina said one thing. The duelists in the underground gathering here can rely on special methods to control the telekinetic superpowers in their bodies, allowing them to be perfectly controlled. Shizeo Aki is very greedy for this special method. If she can control this method, she will definitely be able to control the telekinesis in her body, and then she will not hurt others at will. When Shazaya and Lina entered this underground gathering, she found that the situation was completely different from what she thought. The interior of this place was dark, and it was filled with a strong smell of blood everywhere, and there was a disgusting stench in the air. Duel. In this cruel environment, the so-called telekinetic duelists that Shazaya Qiu saw were all engaged in a cruel duel. At this moment, I'll let the ogre attack you. A telekinetic monster appeared in front of a telekinetic duelist. The ogre monster looked extremely ferocious. Compared with the projection of the duel disc, this monster projected by special abilities was more real and oppressive. Attack. Puff up. So cool. The duelist attacked by the ogre had a hole pierced in his stomach by the claws. Facing this wound, he showed no pain on his face, but looked excited and enjoyed it. This group of duelists in the underground gathering used their superpowers to materialize a duel monsters and then hurt each other in the duel. The horrific scene caused a certain degree of pollution and trauma to the young heart of Izayoi Akihabara. Izayoi looked at Lina. Did we come to the wrong place? Lina's expression was also a little uneasy. She found that this place was a little crueler than she had imagined, but compared to Izayoi, who was still growing up in a greenhouse, she had obviously experienced more. This is what the world really looks like. Shindomino City is divided into poor and rich areas. In the invisible darkness, how many crimes and blood that cannot be made public are hidden? You are not wrong. Welcome to the real world of telekinetics. We call this cruel and bloody way. Dark duel. At this time, behind Lina and Izayoi, a male duelist with a naked upper body and a hairstyle similar to Tarzan slowly walked out. He is the founder of this place and the place where this group of warriors are cultivated. Jeff glanced at Izayoi secretly. He could feel the terrible telekinesis in this beautiful girl. Dwayne, this guy, really found an amazing rough gem. The underground gathering has always been in a cooperative relationship with Taoyuan Township. Jeff accepted Dwayne's invitation and specially staged a good show here tonight. By people's hearts! Exclamation mark. Izayoi protected Lina behind her. She could feel that the situation was not right. You guys get back off. There are too many telekinetics here, and each of them is a ruthless person who is willing to take risks. In addition, the limiter weakens. Even the naturally strong Izayoi can't defeat this group of people. At the moment, when Izayoi was about to lose, the door outside the underground assembly was knocked open. It was Dwayne, the airplane head, who broke in with the duelists from Taoyuan Township. He had to play the whole play well to deceive Izayoi. Lina, we are here. Dwayne looked righteous, and he began to lead the people from Taoyuan Township to fight against the underground assembly. The joining of Taoyuan Township shared most of the firepower for Izayoi, and she did have a greater liking for this organization. However, an accident happened. In this coordinated exercise, the next script should be that Dwayne and his team defeated all the telekinetics of the underground assembly and finally successfully harvested the General Izayoi. As the telekinetic duelists from Taoyuan Township fell one by one, Dwayne also realized that something was wrong. Jeff, what are you doing? Dwayne scolded the other party. This is a big show, a show that is performed to help him conquer Izayoi. Hahaha, Dwayne, you are really out of your mind. Jeff turned his index finger on his temple and cursed. I tricked you here and killed you. I even swallowed your organization. Do I need to cooperate with you to trick this girl? Dwayne realized that he was fooled, but how did Jeff know how many people he would bring tonight? Suddenly, Lina, the blonde woman, ran to Jeff and looked at him arrogantly, almost writing the word undercover on her face. Damn it, it turned out that you betrayed me. Dwayne realized that the situation was very dangerous. He wanted to leave this place, but the telekinetic duelists of the underground gathering had blocked the exit. At the bottom of this place is a limiter developed by the Dark Gathering. As long as you don't wear a dedicated booster, the telekinetic duelists will be weakened. Shazaya Qiu has already understood that Lina is not interested in being her friend at all. All this is to recruit her. I will join you, Jeff. I'm willing to be the second in command of the organization. At the critical moment, Dwayne surrendered strategically without any backbone. Dwayne, you are not worthy of this waste. Jeff asked someone to take out the strange black collar. He looked at Shazaya Qiu with fanatical eyes and said, you are a rough gem. In fact, our underground gathering has been eyeing you for a long time, but I'm different from Dwayne, a waste. He wants to control you with emotions and fetters, but I won't. Because domineering is the best way to control. The collar in Jeff's hand can violently brainwash telekinetic users, so that the other party will listen to all his orders. Shizaya's whole body is full of telekinesis. She can only express her position and resistance in this way. Become a captive of others? She would rather die than do this. Ha ha ha, take it. Jeff threw the collar on the ground and asked Shizaya and Wayne to wear it themselves. In this way, he could be kind enough to help the two retain some of their consciousness. Don't want to wear it? Jeff said indifferently. Then let's use the duel to talk. As long as Isaiah and Wayne can win the duel, Jeff will let the two leave tonight. This is the duel for all people, the new Domino City, where playing cards is respected. Of course, the duel here is different from the underground gathering. This is a dark duel that may be life-threatening. Damn it, don't underestimate me. Dwayne opened the duel disc. Suddenly, footsteps came from the dark passage behind him. A slender but shriveled man appeared. There was no expression on his face, only two eyes filled with darkness, flashing a strange light in front of everyone. Is this person Brad? Isaiah knew this person, and her arms were burning. This Brad's duelist was previously the owner of the title of King of New Domino City. Brad had a duel with the rising star Jack Atlas, and the other party won. Jack forcibly took the title of king from Brad. Later, Brad disappeared from the scene. Damn Jeff, I didn't expect you to recruit such a person. Dwayne gritted his teeth. No point in talking, let's duel. Brad opened the duel disc, his whole body exuding terrible telekinetic power. So Brad is also a telekinetic duelist, Isaiah said in a complicated tone. At this time, Dwayne formally challenged Brad. Duel asterisk 2 exclamation point exclamation mark. Dwayne. 4000 LP Brad. 4000 LP. The cold blade burned with fierce flames, and a sharp knife fell down. The terrifying attack of the god of war Shiranu ended the duel in an instant. It hurt so much. The miserable cry broke through the sky. Blood gushed out instantly. The smell of blood filled the nasal cavity, making people sick. Dwayne fell to the ground fiercely, with a sharp cut on his stomach. He stretched out his palm to ask Isaiah for help. Dwayne lost the duel. As Isaiah looked at Brad, she felt fear in her heart. Because Brad's power was completely different from what she had seen on TV before. The strength of the two was completely different. If Brad had such strength at that time, how could he lose to Jack Atlas? What exactly is this unprecedented symmetry synchronization? I can still be rescued. I'm not dead yet. I'm willing to be your dog. Dwayne lay on the ground, and he took the initiative to put on the collar on the ground. Ha ha ha, take this waste down for treatment. Jeff was very satisfied, and he arranged for someone to take Dwayne down. Since then, Jeff looked at Isaiah and said, you have seen the ending. Don't resist. Just surrender to me. Haha, Jeff originally planned to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Isaiah was so beautiful, and Jeff didn't have the heart to actively destroy such a toy. As long as he used Dwayne's fate to intimidate the girl, the other party would naturally listen to him obediently. Haha haha. However, Brad did not listen to Jeff at all. He opened the duel disc and looked at Shizaya with a pair of dark eyes, saying, I found you. Duel with me. Asshole, Brad, you don't listen to my orders? Jeff walked over angrily. Brad was a member of the Dark Assembly, and Shizaya was also an important future force that he was optimistic about. What if Shizaya was killed in the dark telekinetic duel? The next second, a terrible thing happened. Brad, whose muscles were shrunken, seemed to have terrifying power. He blew Jeff's head in front of everyone. This scene frightened everyone present, and Lina, the betrayer, sat on the ground and trembled and urinated. The surrounding Dark Assembly duelists rushed forward, and they planned to release all their telekinesis to subdue Brad, who killed Jeff. Unfortunately, Brad opened his mouth and the terrifying dark energy sprayed out. In front of this dark energy, the telekinesis possessed by this group of Dark Assembly duelists was as ridiculous as playing house. They were instantly suppressed on the ground and twitched like dead dogs. Okay, no one can disturb us anymore. Brad looked at Isaiah and explained slowly. Once upon a time, when Brad lost to Jack Atlas, he felt unprecedented pain. Overnight, he lost everything. from a superstar to a street rat. If he couldn't become the king, he might as well die. He even thought about committing suicide. At this moment, Brad felt a great power looking at him, and he was also given an extremely powerful power. And what Brad had to do was to follow the Great Will to act. This indescribable Great Will implicitly guided Brad to join the Dark Assembly, and he has been staying in this place for some time. Until tonight, when Brad saw Isaiah, the Great Will gave him an implicit guidance again, which was too vague. But his intuition told him that it must be related to the woman in front of him. Exclamation mark. Brad must not let the other party go. Jeff dared to stop him. Brad dared to kill him. Anyone who stopped him from executing the Great Will would die. You guys, Shizae's arms were getting hotter and hotter. She looked at the terrifying oppression emanating from Brad and couldn't help shaking all over. In that case, let's duel. Shizae Qiu didn't allow herself to retreat. She wanted to open the duel disc to face Brad, who was completely different from before. At this moment, Shizae Qiu's arms suddenly stopped burning. She found a flowing data storm in front of her and saw the drift bottle floating slowly. This time the drift bottle was a little different because the bottle was emitting golden light. Shizae Qiu also saw an incredible prompt in front of her. Warning, the duelist in front is too powerful, and a duel with him will be a huge threat. Warning, Zuoma's power is retreating. Hint, whether to throw the drift bottle for positioning, you need to pay a certain price, and you can specially summon the mysterious man who communicates to help. Hint, the summoning time of the mysterious man is limited. What? Shizae Qiu was confused. She found that this drift bottle emitting golden light was different from usual. Suddenly, she remembered the Duel King in the photo on the webpage at that time, who had a non-mainstream hairstyle and didn't look like a good guy. Yes, Izayaki was determined to fight, but she didn't have the confidence to win against this weird Brad. So, boom! Exclamation mark. A golden beam of light suddenly descended between Izayaki and Brad. Miao, who was sitting by Isis's bed sorting out the new deck, realized that he appeared in this strange place with his stool 0. Dear big guys, don't worry about running to other eras before the DM era plot ends. This is to pave the way for things later. Chapter 162. One card synchronization. From Miao's perspective, a few minutes ago he was organizing the deck for the battle with Yami-Yuji by Isis's bed. Suddenly, the skill, Storm Drift Bottle, was flashing with golden light. Miao subconsciously felt something was wrong, but his intuition told him that this was an opportunity. A rescue order also rolled out of the drift bottle. Miao then realized that the other person who communicated through the drift bottle could issue a rescue order at a specific time. He can choose to accept or refuse. If he chooses to refuse, Miao will not suffer any loss. If he chooses to accept, Miao will temporarily be located by the communicator of the drift bottle from the DM era he is in and shuttled to the rescue destination. Intuition tells Miao that this wave is good. So, he came. The non-mainstream hairstyle of yellow, purple, and red, the face with eyebrows that seem to imply hostility, and the pair of golden eyes. There is no mistake, this is the person that Shizae Qiu saw in the photo on the web page. This person is Miao, the mysterious person who communicated with him in the drift bottle. You are the former Duel King, Miao? Shizae Qiu couldn't help asking. Duel King? Miao was thoughtful. He hadn't fought Yami-Yuji yet. This Shizae Qiu seemed to know something. Miao didn't rush to communicate with Shizae in such a place. He first looked around. The mixture of feces and urine and the strong smell of blood made people feel uncomfortable. Miao initially concluded that this place was not a place where normal people could come. Miao glanced at Shizae Qiu. His immature face was very green now, and his figure was far less domineering than in the original book. It seems that there is still a long window period before the real 5DS begins. My opponent is you, right? Miao looked at Brad with a cold look, and the AI dual disc on his left wrist began to extend and unfold. Brad's eyes bulged, bloodshot eyes, and his body couldn't help shaking. Received. He received guidance from the great power again. That's right, everything is caused by the man in front of him. This man does not belong to this era. He must obey the Great Will to get rid of the other party and use the duel to eliminate this unstable factor for the future. This is Brad's mission after his rebirth. This guy named Brad exudes a strong sense of danger, making people feel that he is not a human being. Things have come to this point. The duel between the two sides is about to start. Duel asterisk 2 exclamation point. Miao. 4000 LP Brad. 4000 LP at the moment of the duel, the black fog spread and even slowly surrounded the entire venue. This evil and rich energy made Isaiah next to him feel terrified. Telekinetic superpowers? No. This is some kind of more evil energy. It was Miao and Brad, and the two seemed to have started the dark game at the same time. Brad wanted to get rid of Miao, and he would not let go of anyone who wanted to kill him. Only one person is allowed to stand in this duel. My turn. Draw a card. Miao drew a card from the deck, and without hesitation, he activated the card in his hand. Dark Magic Curtain. Pay 1000 life points to special summon one dark magician type monster from your hand or graveyard. Miao. 4000 LP 3000 LP. As Miao's dark energy level increases, his tolerance for pain increases greatly. The pain of actively paying life points is just a drop in the bucket for him now. Ding, the purple magic circle lights up, and a bad girl holding a magic wand jumps out of the formation, with the words "I'm not easy to mess with" written on her face. Dark Magician Girl, 2000 attack power, magician type, HMPH, a backward monster card. Brad said sarcastically, is that really the case? Miao pulled out another magic card and activated Eye of Timaeus. Suddenly, the space was dark, and in this endless night, a pair of dragon eyes emitting a faint blue glow opened. The black magic girl seemed to have received a sense of it, and her eyes were slowly invaded by the brilliance of the dragon eyes. The twisted fusion power was born, and the black magic girl evolved its fusion summon. Shizayaku looked at the changes on the field, and was very excited. After all, this is the era of universal synchronization summons, and things like fusion summons and ritual summons are almost unseen. According to the knowledge points taught by the Duel Academy, Shizayaku clearly remembered that fusion summons should require two monsters to cooperate with one fusion magic card before proceeding to the next step. The fusion summons displayed by Miao were obviously different from what Shizayaku knew. Roar! A dragon roar appeared. The black magic girl was seen riding a dragon. A dragon-shaped fog monster with cold air all over its body appeared. Dragon Knight, Black Magician Girl, 2600 attack power, Dragon Clan. Perhaps because Dragon of Timaeus really exists in the anime world, the Mount Dragon displayed by the Black Magician Girl was replaced with something else. Cover to covered cards. Miao immediately had two more cards emitting black mist on the field. Then the magic card, the treasure card from heaven. Ding ding ding, the sky was filled with golden residual heat, and a little bit of rain fell beside the two duelists, making a crisp and pleasant sound. The effect of the treasure card from heaven allows both parties to continue drawing cards until their hands are full of 6 cards. Miao directly exchanged 1 for 6, which was really wonderful. This is the value of the anime god card, the treasure card from heaven. Brad breathed heavily, because he could only draw 1. Amazing. Was there such a magic card in the past? Seeing this scene, Izayaki was shocked. She rubbed her eyes, and realized that she was not mistaken. This treasure card from heaven is really too outrageous. Miao used this card, that fell from the sky, to give this group of future people a little shock. The duel disc sounded a reminder, and it was Brad's turn. My turn. Draw a card. When Brad drew a card, his fingers were wrapped in black mist, and his aura also increased. Hahaha, let me show you this great power. Normal summon, Shiranuta Kibu. Ding. A female warrior monster holding a longbow was born in Brad's monster zone. Shiranuta Kibu, 1500 attack power, undead. This card can only be activated when it is successfully summoned. Special summon one demon sword Shiranu monster from your hand or deck. Come out. I special summon the demon sword Shiranu from the deck. Exclamation mark. Another monster appeared. It was a 3-star adjuster monster card. Shiranu, the demon sword. Shiranu, the demon sword, 0 defense, undead/adjuster. Miao, be careful, this is the synchro summoning of our future era. It is a very powerful method to add up the star levels of 2 or more monsters that contain adjusters. to summon a more powerful monster. Izayoi was very anxious. She was afraid that Miao, a person from the past, would suffer a great loss from the synchro monster. Moreover, Brad's methods were too outrageous. In the eyes of Izayoi, Shiranu Takibu was trying to pull out or adjust a monster from the deck. This requires a one-card synchro tune! Exclamation mark. Even in this era, there are not many people who can do a one-card synchro tune. God knows where this Brad got this powerful power from. It's okay, I'm here. Miao said calmly. One card sync, one card gyro, one card fusion. These are all very common means in the future. Isn't the one card expansion like oh god more outrageous than these? Miao's words are very contagious. After hearing them, Shizuikyu really calmed down his impatience and anxiety. This is a confident and powerful tone that makes people want to believe. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163. Who are the ancients? Boom! Exclamation mark. A dragon's fury fell from above, slashing at the 3-star tuna monster demon blade, Shiranu. Instantly, the 3-star tuna monster was reduced to ashes. How could this happen? Brad was shocked. He was intercepted before he could use the swift means of synchro summoning. Question mark? Sorry, Dragon Knight Girl can send one card from her hand to the graveyard and destroy one face-up card on the field. Of course, this effect can be activated during the opponent's turn. It is an induced instant effect. That's right, Dragon Knight Girl's destruction effect is a 2-speed effect. As we all know, the effect activated during your own turn is 1 speed, which is the activation effect. The effect activated when the preconditions are met, such as when, under certain circumstances, is also 1 speed, which is the induced effect. The effect that can be activated during the opponent's turn, and even when the activation conditions are met to freely activate or chain other card effects, is the induced instant effect. The induced instant effect is a noble 2-speed, and the fast attack magic card and trap card are 2-speed. As for the 3 speeds, they are usually counter trap cards, because counter trap cards can only be chained with counter traps. As an aside, although the banishment effect of Kshatriya Fenrir Wolf can also be used during the opponent's turn, Wolf Brother is still a 1st speed induced effect. Fenrir Wolf cannot follow the chain to activate the effect to banish other monsters. It must meet certain prerequisites to open another. Damn it, this fusion monster can actually use the destruction effect during my turn. Brad's expression was indifferent. He stared at Miao with his dark eyes and shouted, "It seems that I underestimated you. I didn't expect that the lagging fusion monster also has this power." What? Fusion lagging behind Miao laughed. Great, the tuna monster is destroyed, so that synchro summon cannot be performed. Izayoi clenched her fists excitedly, and she couldn't help but mutter to herself, as expected of the former duel king, he is really powerful. Hahaha, then this card will come in handy. Brad activated the magic card in his hand. Book of the Living, Forbidden Curse. Book of the Living, Forbidden Curse. Activate with 1 undead monster in your graveyard, and 1 monster in the opponent's graveyard. Special summon your undead monster. Banish the opponent's monster. Hue a green-skinned Book of the Dead opened by itself, and the forbidden power was released. The bad girl in Miao's graveyard was banished from the graveyard, and the demon sword of the demon, Shiranu in Brad's graveyard appeared on the field. Oh no, the tuna monster was resurrected, and the opponent's blocked synchro summon will still appear. Izayoi didn't expect Brad to be able to take out a resurrection card from his hand. You'd better eat one of my traps first. Miao immediately opened the face card, Chain Banish. Chain Banish. It can only be activated when a monster with an attack power of 1000 or less is successfully summoned, reverse summoned, or special summoned. Those monsters with an attack power of 1000 or less are excluded from the game, and then all cards with the same name as the excluded card are excluded from the opponent's hand and deck. Most low-star tuna monsters have an attack power of 1000 or less, and this chain banishment can banish the same name tuna monsters in the opponent's deck. Beautiful, it's a banishment. Shizai Akiu's eyes lit up. This chain banishment trap card is a natural enemy of tuna monsters. This also gave Shizai Akiu some new ideas. In this era of the popularity of national synchro, it is not necessary to let the opponent's synchro summon succeed. Isn't it better to directly interrupt the opponent's deployment before that? She will make this chain banishment fall 3 later. Bang, bang, bang. Several chains with the power of exorcism rolled over, and the 800 attack tuna monster, Omo Demon Blade, was about to be pierced and banished by the chains. However, boom, a power of the Holy Spear fell on Omo Demon Blade. It was Brad who used the quick play magic card, the Forbidden Holy Spear. Your trap card is very insidious, but I have already prepared everything. Brad's tone was heavy, and the power of chain banishment was blocked by the Holy Spear. The Forbidden Holy Spear can reduce the monster's attack power by 800 at the cost, but the monster will not be affected by magic and trap card effects in this turn. Since you are so willing, then let you synchronize, Miao hurriedly urged. Brad raised his fist, and his field began to synchronize. Omo Demon Blade turned into 3 bright little stars and flew up, and then Shiranu Takiba also turned into 4 stars under the guidance of the tuna monster. 4 + 3 = 7! Exclamation mark. Come out, the power of destruction bestowed by the Great Will, crown me the king again. Demon God Shiranu. Boom. White demon fire spread across the field, and a female warrior with a longbow and a look very similar to Takiba appeared. Demon God Shiranu, 2100 attack power, undead/synchronize, a 7-star synchronize high level monster, but with only 2100 attack power, which is not enough to defeat the Dragon Knight girl. Shizakiyu felt that Miao could still hold on. No, the effect of the demon god Shiranu is not simple. Miao interrupted what Brad was about to say and said first, the demon god Shiranu can choose one monster from the graveyard in the monster on your field to banish. After that, the following effects will be applied to the type of the banished card. Undead, increase the attack power of all monsters on your field by 300. Fire attribute, select one magic or trap card on the field and destroy it. Synchronize, select one monster on the field and destroy it. Miao concluded that Brad would let the demon god Shiranu remove himself, thus achieving the effect of exploding 2 cards. Brad pinched his fingernails into the flesh of his palm, and his chest suddenly blocked his breath, which was very uncomfortable. Not only did Miao steal his highlight lines, but he was also so familiar with Shiranu's power. It was worthy of being the alien that the Great Will guided him to eradicate. If he eliminated the person in front of him, he would definitely be able to gain more powerful power. Brad was not the only one who felt surprised. Shizakiyu was the same. She found that Miao was not unfamiliar with synchro monsters, and seemed to know the monster Shiranu, which she had never seen. Why? Miao was obviously from the past, and she was a modern person. How come in comparison, Shizakiyu found that she was the ancient person and Miao was a modern person? Damn it, although I don't want to admit it, as you expected, I will banish the monster Shiranu itself. According to the trigger effect, the Dragon Knight girl in the face-up card on your field must disappear. Boom boom boom, the white demon fire began to spread, as the saying goes, playing with fire will burn yourself. The demon god Shiranu was soon swallowed by the white demon fire, and the demon fire spread to Miao's side. Boom. The Dragon Knight girl and the face-up card were destroyed. Chapter 164 Too outrageous. See. This is the power of synchro summon. Brad's expression was joyful, although his own synchro monster was gone. On the other side, Miao's Dragon Knight girl was also gone, and she even took away a face-up card from the opponent. So, this wave was a victory for synchro. The field was swept away, and Miao's expression was calm. He wanted to see what else Brad could come up with. Ding asterisk 2 Brad covered 2 cards on the field, and he ended the round just like that. The attacking side was Miao's side. Draw a card. Miao inserted the drawn card into the magic trap area of the duel disc without even looking at it. Ding Sun exchange. Miao's operation opened Isao Akira's eyes. It turned out that duelists in the past didn't need to look at what card they drew, but knew it the moment they drew it. Strong, too strong. Throwing a graveyard, Miao discarded a light path monster, and then drew 2 cards from the deck. A very classic Sun exchange light reinforcement. He put the top 3 cards of the deck into the graveyard and retrieved a light path monster from the deck. This series of graveyard piles really frightened Isao and Braid. Hiss. Is this a graveyard self-destruct style? I normal summoned this monster. Miao placed the monster in the monster zone. Ding, the brilliant power of the light path emerges. The yellow-haired and black-skinned monster is not the apprentice magician of fantasy, but luminous. Light path summoner, luminous, 1080k, magician type. Discard 1 card from your hand and special summon 1 level 4 or lower light path monster in your graveyard. Miao sent a card to the graveyard. Ha. Boom boom boom. The light path summoner raised his palm and saw a magic circle appear in front of him, and the power of the light path resurrection was emerging. The inner demon Deng was born. Leaden, 1780k, warrior type / adjustment. What? It's actually a adjustment monster. How can you have such a monster? Brad seemed to have seen something incredible. The expression on Shizaoyaki's face was equally wonderful. Adjustment monster should not have appeared in the past. This is a monster of the new era, so how could Miao have an adjustment monster in his hand? This is not scientific. Science? Miao's eyes were sharp. He raised the duel disc and almost slammed it on the floor, shouting, "Believe in metaphysics. When you can't explain it with science, you can try metaphysics. Conversely, when you can't explain it with metaphysics, try science. Metaphysics and science are inseparable." Kaba is the best example. Bus Nigideng activated his skill, and Miao continued to stack 2 cards from the deck. This time, Nigideng was very powerful and stacked 2 monsters that Miao needed. A soul guides light and a purity guides angels. In the end, light and purity create an unprecedented path. Synchronous summoning, the Lord of Light, Archangel Michael! Exclamation mark. BIU after Dengje turned into 4 adjusted stars, the light path summoners were also motivated. This era belongs to the world with the best synchro. Synchro for all people is not just talk 4 + 3 = 7. Boom. A synchro monster from the Light Path family officially enters the field. Light Path Lord Archangel Michael, 2680k, dragon / synchro. I really did a synchro summon. The scene in front of him broke Shizakui's cognition. In this case, Miao is actually the first duelist in this world to successfully synchro summon. The Duel Academy should build a statue for Miao. Damn, it's really a synchro summon. In Brad's cognition, synchro is the strongest and fusion is garbage. The Dragon Knight girl has a strong effect, but Brad still doesn't take it seriously. Because the Dragon Knight girl is not a synchro monster, the reason is so simple. Activate the effect of Archangel Michael. Once per turn, pay 1000 basic points, and exclude 1 card on the field. Miao. 3000 LP 2000 LP, Michael swung the holy sword in his hand, and the powerful power of exorcism cut through the sky. The card that was exorcised was a trap card, Dust Shield, Dust Force. Dust Shield, Dust Force. When the opponent's monster declares an attack, all attack position monsters on the opponent's field are changed to face down defense position, and the face down position cannot be changed. Oh, covering such a dangerous attack declaration bit. Then I will launch an attack. Go, Michael. Holy light emerged, and Michael will ruthlessly crush the enemy in front of him. It's not that simple. Brad's eyes were solemn, and he activated the last remaining card. Quick play magic card, Oika Yeolatan, Shiranayu. If there is a monster on the opponent's field, discard 1 undead monster from your hand. To activate this quick play magic card, Brad sent a modified Shirano monster in his hand to the graveyard. Continue to use the effect of this quick play magic card. I can select a Shirano monster with a different name from the deck or graveyard for special summon. Wow. The fire spread. Shirano's Hermit, 0 defense, undead. I didn't expect that at this critical moment. The covered quick play magic card would have such an effect. Isaoyaki completely put Miao's perspective into the analysis. Anyway, if it was her words, she would definitely be very angry about this wave. However, Miao's expression was calm, as if everything was still under his control. Hermit. Haha, that's it. Miao said to inexplicable words, and then he continued to attack. Fight. Michael slashed down with a knife, and shattered Shirano's Hermit. Boom, the Hermit turned into fragments, and fell into the graveyard. I cover 2 cards and end the turn. Miao looked at Brad. He was ready for defense, waiting for the opponent's counterattack. At this moment, Michael's effect was activated, and Miao sent 3 cards from his deck to the graveyard. When he saw the last monster being sent to the graveyard, he couldn't help laughing. My turn. I will let you experience infinite horror. Brad drew a card, and when he saw that the card he got was some kind of magic card, he immediately had the idea of killing someone. Woohahaha, this is fate. I activate the magic card, Night Photography. Whoosh, a powerful laser emerged, and Miao's leftmost card became the target. Oh no, I draw a Night Photography that will definitely destroy a card at this time. Shizuyu realized that Brad wanted to use the move that killed Dwayne just now. Night Shot. Target 1 magic/trap card on the opponent's field. Destroy the set card. The opponent cannot activate the target card in response to the activation of this card. I'm going to activate another trap card, Needleworm Nest. Miao seized the opportunity and continued to chain activate the trap card locked by Night Shot Chain Needleworm Nest. To activate the second trap card, Damage Slimming. The settlement began. Ding, a shield force surrounded Miao. During this turn, all damage he received is reduced by half. Afterwards, the Needleworm Nest is resolved, and the top 5 cards of Miao's deck are sent to the grave. Finally, Night Shot is resolved, and Damage Slimming is destroyed. It's so beautiful. Trap cards locked by Night Shot cannot be activated, but other trap cards can be activated first, and then the trap card locked by Night Shot can be chained and activated. This avoids the blocking effect of Night Shot. Shizuyu took a deep breath. She was very excited about Miao's operation, because she had only seen this operation once in a textbook. Damn it, you found a loophole. Damn it, it's just a ridiculous and useless move. Brad began to use the true ability of Shiranu hidden in the graveyard. Undead can only play the best effect when it exists in the graveyard. In Miao's last turn, Brad sent a tuna monster in his hand to the graveyard through Quick Play Magic card. And this is the moment for this tuna monster to exert its power. This tuna monster card, Demon Sword, Shiranu. When there is a tuna in the graveyard, it can be synchro summoned together with one undead monster in the graveyard other than the tuna, and special summon one undead synchro monster of the same level as the total level of the 2 monsters. Boom boom boom. Boom, a bewitching fire was released from Brad's graveyard. That's right, this is Shiranu's netherworld synchro power. Normal synchro is performed on the field, but Shiranu can be synchro summoned from the graveyard. Is this power coming again? Isaiah started to get nervous again, because Dwayne was instantly defeated by this weird graveyard synchro just now. The 4-star Shiranu Hermit and the 2-star tuned Demon Sword Shiranu were both banished. 4 + 2 = 6. Come out, Sword God. Who? White Demon Fire emerged, and a monster holding a long sword was born. Sword God Shiranu, 2500 attack power, undead/synchro. Things are not over yet. When the Shiranu Hermit in the graveyard is banished, a Shiranu monster in the banishment zone can be returned to the field. Brad chose to return the 2-star tuned monster Demon Sword Shiranu that had just entered the banishment zone to the field. This is the power of Shiranu. After the synchro summon from the underworld in the graveyard, you can continue with a synchro summon from the living world on the field. Come out, God of War who brings me endless victories. Wow. This time, the demon fire slowly revealed bright red flames from the pure white color. The God of War is coming. 6. Sword God. +2. Demon Sword Shiranu = 8 stars. God of War Shiranu. 3080k. Undead/synchro. When this card is special summoned, you can activate this by banishing one undead monster from your graveyard. God of War's attack power increases by the original attack power of the banished monster until the end of the turn. The monster that Brad wants to banish is a 6-star synchro monster, Sword God Shiranu with 2580k. War God, Shiranu. 5500 attack power. Things are far from over. When the synchro monster Sword God, Shiranu is banished, Brad can reduce Michael's attack power by 1000 points. Archangel, Michael. 2600, 1600 attack power, 5500 to 1600 = 3900 battle damage, exclamation mark. Fortunately you activated the damage reduction, otherwise we would have seen each other again. But take all this battle damage. War God, tear him apart for me. Shiranu style, one sword slash. Exclamation mark. Boom. With a strong flame, Michael was ruthlessly torn apart. The huge battle damage began to bite back at Miao, and the impact even shook him several meters away. Miao. 2000 LP 50 LP, hahaha, your life points are like a candle in the wind. What can you do? Just after saying the suicidal words, Brad found that Miao's life points, which were only 50 points left, began to increase to 950 points. Exclamation mark. This is the effect of Michael. When this card is destroyed, it can return the light monsters in the graveyard, and each one will recover 300 life points. Troublesome guy, cover a card, I end the turn. Brad still felt that he had a sure win. Izayoi was very worried when she saw the remaining 950 life points. She wanted to cheer for Miao, but she found that Miao's face was still very calm, as if what happened just now was expected. At this moment, a black little Tom appeared at the position of Miao's duel disc. It raised its claws and said, "It's time to go, Miao." Miao nodded. He wanted to test this new skill evolved from BGM. There are 3 cards for the skill of drawing cards. When the health value is less than 1000, a mysterious card is randomly added to the hand from the mysterious card pool. After the duel, the card disappears. Storm. Draw a card. Miao's hand was wrapped in a terrifying data storm, and then he randomly pulled a card from the deck. Mysterious card pool. It was the first time that he used this new card printing skill, and Miao was a little excited, not knowing what he could print out. Is this card Red Eyes Black Dragon? Miao's eyes widened. How could he print out this broken thing? Wait. Subconsciously, Miao realized that something was wrong with this Red Eyes Black Dragon. He's a 4-star Red Eyes Black Dragon with 4000 attack points. Beijia would cry when she saw it. Grass is a plant. Isn't this the broken fake card that Miao bought in the convenience store at the entrance of his elementary school? If you take this card out to play with your friends, you will definitely be summoned to attack with fists. Subconsciously, Miao suddenly realized what this mysterious card pool was. Could this card pool be the fake card pool that he had come into direct or indirect contact with? This fake card, the red-eyed black dragon, flashed scholar eyes, as if telling Miao, use me quickly, I've printed it out, don't you want to use it? Things were too outrageous, and Miao decided to keep this thing for the time being. Chapter 165, Beyond, Between the Rainbows. 4000 attack power is temporarily kept in hand. After another test, Miao roughly understood the scope of his skills. Only in a real fight duel can 3 card drawing skills be used successfully. This mysterious card pool. No, it should be called fake card pool. It should have a great mining function. Then, it's time to end this duel. The hostility between Miao's eyebrows gradually intensified, and even his eyes began to become cruel. Shizuki realized this. She couldn't help but muttered to herself, "Didn't you use your real strength just now?" Real strength? How is it possible? Miao has been controlling the bloodline. On the premise of ensuring a stable win, he just wants to test the limit and range of 3 card drawing skills. If the person in front of him is Wang Yang, who has 3000 years of nonsense skills, Miao will not do the bloodline control thing. Although locking blood is really cool, in fact, this behavior is very dangerous. Of course, Miao's graveyard already has several coolies to help it save its life. This is also the reason why Miao is so confident. I normally summon the Pearl Tier Elegy tribe. Miao began to cast a small pearl drop. A mermaid monster lurking from the deep sea appeared. It had a small body and a flat chest, but the hammer in its hand was very big. After seeing this, Shizuki really wanted to go over and hold this mermaid in her arms. She looks so cute, but her combat power is not very good, right? Shizuki had such an idea. Activate the effect of Mallet Mermaid and send 3 cards from the deck to the graveyard. Hula la, the 3 cards were piled up in the graveyard. Well, this wave of unique skills. Mallet, you are worthy of being the pride of the world of bad pearls! Exclamation mark. However, Suddenly, Brad discovered something even more terrifying. Ding, the light of the rainbow emerged, and at this moment a strong light emanated from behind Miao. It's so beautiful. She's AIQIU is a girl after all, and she naturally has little resistance to such brilliant and beautiful things that glow. It's as beautiful as a gem. Boom! Exclamation mark. A ray of colorful light fell. The rainbow dragon, known for its beauty, circled in the sky and let out a dragon roar. This giant dragon was the apex existence of the rainbow stone that proved the 7 colors. Its body was huge and majestic, slowly emitting a vast power. Ultimate gem god rainbow dragon, 4000 attack power. Dragon clan, what did you do to make this 4000 attack power monster come out so easily? Brad couldn't believe it. Were all the duelists in the past so outrageous? Can you just slap your palm on the ground and pull out a super monster with 4000 attack power at will? When there are 7 types of cards with Gem Beast in my field and graveyard, I can special summon the Rainbow Dragon. Miao used a wild way to pile up the graveyard and directly sent all 7 of John's family members to the graveyard. He was really too kind. Of course, the subordinates of Gem Beast were too salty. What a beautiful monster. Shizai Akiu once remembered a rumor. It is said that in the history of the duel world, there was a group of monsters named after rare gems, each of which represented a kind of gem and meaning. And this duelist called these gem monsters family members. Exclamation mark. Shizai Akiu, who lacked love, was really moved when she saw this story. Presumably, the duelist who used these gem monsters must be a very gentle person, right? But Miao obviously deliberately sent all these family members, 7 gem beasts, to the cemetery. This kind of family love is too strange. Shizai Akiu looked at Miao with a villain smile on his face. She couldn't connect the man in front of her with the duelist, who was rumored to call the gem monsters his family members. At this time, Miao took a look at Brad's face card, laughed, and then let the ultimate gem god Rainbow Dragon attack. The Rainbow Dragon with 4000 attack power can easily crush the god of war Shiranu. However, Brad was well prepared, and he opened a powerful trap card. Open the trap card, Shiranu style, swallows Tachi. Release 1 undead type monster on your field, and activate this by targeting 2 cards on the field. Destroy the selected cards. After that, I banish 1 Shiranu monster from my deck. Ho god of war. Shiranu is released, and Brad chooses 2 cards on the field to destroy. One of the cards targeted is the Rainbow Dragon with 4000 attack power, and the second is the Poor Pearly Tear Elegy. What? Destroy me? Mellow Mermaid's expression was not right. She spit out bubbles and asked Miao, there is such a good thing. Miao touched Mellow Mermaid's forehead, and he explained, my little Mellow, there are a lot of idiots in the world. Brad watched the interaction between Miao and the Mallet Mermaid, and a nameless anger surged in his heart. Are you still pretending to be calm when you are about to die? Swallows Tachi, blow it up for me. The demon fires wept, and the Rainbow Dragon and Mallet Mermaid, who were famous for their beauty and nobility, were destroyed in an instant. However, when the Pearl Tears Elegy clan officially entered the cemetery, everyone will regret one thing, and they all want to slap themselves in the face. Let you see the most advanced fusion. The fusion is just a pile of graves. Miao raised the duel disc and explained with a sunny face. What happened next shocked Isaiah and Brad completely, because in their era, they have never seen this kind of fusion method. No fusion card is required, and the fusion materials do not need to be in the hand field. This mermaid can be fused by entering the graveyard. What kind of heaven-defying monster is this? What kind of heaven-defying fusion method? Miao said it was normal, and this was one of the terrifying characteristics of Yu-Gi-Oh 2.0. The fusion condition is 2 dark attribute monsters. Miao returned the mermaid and a dark attribute monster to the deck for shuffling. The deep purple aura of temptation spread, and one of the terrifying 4 heavenly dragons was born. Vicious hungry poison melt dragon, 2880k, dragon, boom boom boom. The power of one of the 4 heavenly dragons is obviously different from other monsters. This terrifying deterrent power is even more exaggerated in the dark game. Brat, how is it? The fusion summon that you despise seems to have given you a lot of shock, right? Miao's eyes radiated purple light. He was slowly affected by the power of vicious hungry poison melt, and even his tone began to slowly become arrogant towards Yuli. Damn, you bastard. Brad admitted that he was really going crazy. Don't forget that Shiranu Tadeo is a very scary trap card. When destroying the mermaid and rainbow dragon, Brad was able to banish a Shiranu monster from the deck. This monster card that was banished was Shiranu's Miyagi. When this monster is banished, Brad can destroy a face-up card on the opponent's field. Go away, that ugly poisonous dragon. Brad roared. Who demonic fire emerged from the banished area. The hungry poison melting dragon was burned instantly. It's a pity that, since Brad had no monsters on the field, Miao didn't use the terrible effect of the hungry poison melting dragon. Well, no matter what monster you summon, the next turn is your death. Brad looked crazy. He must win the next turn. The battle was forced to end, and entered the main stage too. The unknown fire swallow sword is really powerful. What's wrong with you? Miao snapped his fingers at Brad, and saw a rainbow force behind him, that was even larger and more vast than before. Impossible, what's going on? Brad couldn't help shaking. A rainbow bridge rose up, and along with the true Sanskrit sound, a beam of light comparable to the light of creation passed between heaven and earth. The rainbow light illuminated the entire dark space into color, and finally this force slowly landed behind Miao, and a series of 7 colored rays of light descended instantly. Roar. Boom. Exclamation mark. This is a monster that is more beautiful and noble than the rainbow dragon. No. Beauty and nobility can no longer be described by these vulgar words. Ultimate Gem God Rainbow Dragon Transcendence. 4000 attack power, Dragon Clan / Fusion. Shizai Akiu's heart was beating wildly, and her lips moved slightly, saying, bliss. What kind of duel was this? Shizai Akiu couldn't describe it. Miao special summoned the rainbow dragon with 4000 attack power, but it was eaten by Brad's swallow sword in return, and the rainbow dragon and the mermaid were destroyed. At this time, there was a sudden turn, and the mermaid sent the grave, to show the fusion of the graveyard, that transcended the witness of the times, and a terrifying poisonous dragon appeared. Under normal circumstances, Shizai Ikyu thought that Miao had the upper hand in this duel. However, she never thought that she had an effect to banish monsters from the deck. Brad used this effect to banish Gangxi and once again achieved a card explosion, destroying the poisonous dragon. Yes, under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for a duelist to create a miracle at this point. But Miao did it. How did you do it? Shizai Ikyu's blood was boiling. She had never thought that a duel would be so exciting and have infinite possibilities. She asked again, Ultimate Gem God Rainbow Dragon Transcendence is a fusion monster. Why can you special summon such a beautiful monster when you don't have any cards to use? Brad was silent because he also wanted to know, how did this Ultimate Gem God Rainbow Dragon Transcendence come from? Shizai Ikyu, you are an excellent duelist, but the more you are like this, the less you can be bound by common sense. Who said that fusion monsters must be fusion summoned to enter the field? Miao didn't mind spending more time on Shizai Ikyu. He really had high hopes for this girl. Her potential should be the one that Miao is most optimistic about among the 6 heroines of Yu-Gi-Oh! Well, that's not right. Xingzi has already started to want to learn dueling, and Miao can't guarantee how scary this bad woman will be. Fusion monsters don't have to be fusion summoned. Shizai Akiu's mind seemed to be stimulated, her whole body seemed to be high C, and her face instantly became rosy. Great, is this a real duel? Shizai Akiu suddenly didn't want to be a doctor. She also wanted to be a duelist with all kinds of possibilities. If I have special summoned Rainbow Dragon in this duel, then I can use this method to special summon Ultimate Gem God Rainbow Dragon Transcendence. That's right, as long as you exclude the Rainbow Dragon in the graveyard plus 7 family members, you can special summon the Ultimate Gem God Rainbow Dragon Transcendence. Ding, the colorful colors dyed this place into a rainbow. Ultimate Gem God, Rainbow Dragon, Transcendence. 400,011,000 attack power, 11,000 attack? Brad was shocked. This attack value, are you kidding? When Transcendence excludes 7 or more types of its own gem beast monsters, the attack power of this card increases by 7,000. Miao explained slowly. This is a permanent attack. Since the battle phase is over, Transcendence cannot attack either, and I end my turn. Miao gave the turn to the opponent. Ha ha ha, that's right, you can't attack, even if it's 11,000 attack power. Brad woke up instantly. He drew a card from the deck. Let me show you the top power of Shirinu. Wow, the graveyard is ablaze again. The 2-star tuna monster, Demon Sword. Shirinu uses Ghost Synchro again. This time, the cinch target is a war god, Shirinu, who was released and sent to the graveyard just now. The condition is undead tuna plus 1 or more undead monsters other than tunas. 2 plus 8 equals 10. Wow. Boom boom boom. In the demon white pillar of flame, the sound of rapid horse hooves rang out. It's it. Come on, big brother on horseback. Flame god, Shirinu, 3580k, undead / synchro. When flame god is special summoned, you can return any undead synchro monster in the banished zone and graveyard to the deck, and then select the same number of cards to destroy. In addition, flame god himself has the ability to break by proxy. As long as the undead monster on his field is destroyed, flame god can banish a Shirinu monster from the graveyard as a replacement. Engine, use your power to destroy the rainbow dragon with 11,000 attack power. Brad seemed to see the hope of victory. The indestructible enemy is invincible. However, Brad didn't pay attention to one thing at all, but Isaiah saw it clearly. When enemy Shirinu entered the field, the scene in this space seemed to be distorted. Reality was distorted. Until the next second, something amazing happened, including enemy Shirinu and Rainbow Dragon Transcendence. All the cards on the field disappeared. Brad stood there for a long time. He had no idea what happened, so he asked, "What did you do?" Miao smiled and explained to the other party, Rainbow Dragon Transcendence has a 2-speed effect. As long as this card is not in a battle with damage judgment, it can be liberated, and all the cards on the field will return to the owner's deck. Enemy Shirinu's generation break is indeed very strong, but the indiscriminate ejection card is even stronger! Exclamation mark. This is the power of Rainbow Dragon Transcendence, the 2-speed ejection of all cards indiscriminately in the field. It's not over yet. After using this effect of Rainbow Dragon Transcendence, my family will be reborn. Under Brad's incredible gaze, Miao's 5 monster zones were filled with various gem beasts. Jade Pegasus, Amber Mammoth, Amethyst Cat, etc. A total of 5 gem beasts. Because Brad used the effect of the Flame God to return only one undead synchro monster card to blow up Rainbow Dragon Transcendence alone, so he only had one left to blow up. No matter which gem beast he blew up, Miao still had 4 others on the field. This one blow could not change the result. Isaiah couldn't bear to watch what happened next. Brad was killed by the remaining gem beast. Ugh. Brad's expression collapsed, and his dry body seemed to be twisted to an incredible degree. He lost the duel! Exclamation mark. At this moment, the price of the dark game began to be settled, and at this time Miao was surprised to find something. Brad was already dead. White paste kept flowing out of the opponent's ear hole. Miao felt very strange. The dark game was still being settled, and this person just died like this? The dark game is fair. When you lose, you have to pay the price. Before you pay the price, the dark game will usually keep you hanging. In this case, it's like some kind of power is snatching food from the dark game's mouth. After saying this, Miao thought of the great guidance that Brad always talked about. It was probably some kind of power that gave Brad great strength, but the moment the other party lost, it took away everything. This settlement speed is even faster than the dark game. After everything was over, Miao looked at Shizuikyu behind him. Chapter 166 Red Dragon Fragment. Hehehehe, look at this face that has turned red because of the excitement. How beautiful it is. Master, you just need to. Miao has already figured out the lore of the bull. As long as you beat it fast enough, you will be able to prevent all kinds of weird dialogues from appearing. Before the bull swordsman revealed his evil inner drama, Miao took the lead and used Leo Ai's fist to cover the bull's mouth. The cow's howl. The problem is, Shizuikyu has the potential to see spirits, so of course she saw the scene where the bull swordsman was beaten up. Even the bull swordsman's unfinished narration, for some reason, Shizuikyu could see it. This made her expression even weirder. Miao does not look like a good person. Shizuikyu's senses are very complicated. Is this the style of the former duel king? Suddenly, Shizuikyu's arm began to heat up, and the red dragon mark was slowly fading. Miao also seemed to have received the price that Shizuikyu had paid unintentionally. Hint, you have completed the rescue invitation of Shizuoyaki. Congratulations on getting red dragon fragment *1 right square bracket. Hint, collect enough red dragon fragments to get synchronous monster red dragon and obtain part of its power. Hint, complete the rescue invitation. Congratulations on getting black rose dragon fragment *3, and successfully synthesize the synchronous monster black rose dragon. Hint, you have eliminated the contradiction remedy mechanism caused by the causality paradox and obtained a large number of crystals and pre-assembled 3 choose 1 card coupons as rewards. Hint, the remaining time of your existence in this era begins to count down. Miao looked at these hints and found that the amount of information was very amazing. The strangest one should be the contradiction caused by eliminating the causality paradox, which should refer to Brat, or the source of power in him. This paradox is not the paradox uncle that Miao knows, who likes to fight 1 versus 3. For a while, he couldn't sort out too many thoughts. In short, Miao believes that the Shizuoyaki in front of him should have some important connection with the causality paradox. Before the rescue order was generated, Brad's original target was Shizuoyaki. Miao could understand that Brad's target was Shizuoyaki, so he appeared here. Is there a possibility that the immature Shizuoyaki in front of him was involved in some things, and Miao had to complete some things, such as he had to ensure the safety of this girl? Time will give Miao the answer. As long as this world is still Yu-Gi-Oh, he doesn't have to worry too much. Playing cards can solve everything! Exclamation mark. Red Dragon Fragment. Shizuoyaki is one of the 5 Dragon Seal people appointed by the Red Dragon, and the Dragon Seal on her wrist is the best proof. This time, with a rescue invitation, did Miao accidentally steal the power of the Red Dragon from Shizuoi? Miao had no intention of bullying Shizuoi, but the Red Dragon was bullied because of him. If Shizuoyaki issues a few more rescue orders, does it mean that Miao can eventually drain the power of the Red Dragon from her? At that time, Shizuoi will no longer be a Dragon Seal person. How can this be possible? The Red Dragon is Shizuoi's plugin, and is the source of the buff of the Dragon Seal people. In the original work, Yusei relied on the power of Red Dragon to print various cards, such as the Savior Dragon and other adjustment monsters. If there is no Red Dragon buff, it will be difficult to pass the Earthbound God level alone. Wait. Yusei is relying on Red Dragon to open the light. What does this have to do with Shizuoyaki? 5 Dragon Seal marks. Except for Yusei, who is always in C at critical moments, the others raised their arms and shouted friendship and bond, and let's recharge the Dragon Head Seal. Thinking about it this way, Red Dragon's grandson didn't help Shizuoi and others to cheat. Yusei is really Red Dragon's biological son. Take a step back and think about it. Miao really drained the essence of Shizuoi's body, making her unable to be a Dragon Seal person. Is there any impact? Miao doesn't think it will have any impact. Yusei is of the U generation, and Red Dragon has been paying attention to him. The card that needs to be printed still needs to be printed. At worst, Red Dragon will find a substitute to fill in the position, to make up all the Dragon Seals. As for the loss of Shizuoyaki, Miao put one hand on the other's shoulder and said, "It's okay. Remember to ask me for help when you encounter a crisis." Shizuoyaki was stunned. She opened her mouth and said, the Red Dragon will not seal you, but Miao will. When Miao later reproduces the Sky Dragon and the Giant God Soldier, he can also discuss with several gods to temporarily lend the god card to Shizuoyaki through the medium of Drift Bottle. The cards in the mall system cannot be traded, but through the skill of Drift Bottle, can they also be temporarily lent to Shizuoyaki? If possible, Miao will be a plug-in himself. Isn't this more reliable than the Red Dragon? For different Dragon Sealers, the Red Dragon really only favors you crossing who succeeded in getting the Dragon Head Seal mark. With his help, Shizuoyaki will not become the protagonist in the plot of 5DS later, right? Are you interested in changing your name to Yukiyu? Miao suddenly looked at the other party and asked. His Shizuaki took a breath of cold air. Is he asking her to change her surname? What to do? What does this mean? Shizuaki thought a lot, and the more she thought, the more she got distorted. She even forgot what she was going to say. In order to test this theory, Miao tried to hand a card to the other party. What is this? Shizuaki took it over, and she found that it was a continuous trap card, Demon Song. This was a trap card she had never seen before. When she saw the effect described on the card, Shizuaki's expression gradually became strange, until she exhaled and said, Exorcism. Demon Song. As long as this card exists on the field, the level of all monsters on the opponent's field will be reduced by 1 star. As we all know, if you want to synchronize monsters normally, you must involve the correct star level of the monster. Under normal circumstances, 3 plus 4, 2 plus 5, 1 plus 6 can synchronize summon a 7-star Black Rose Dragon. But if there is this Demon Song on the field, it will cause a star level to be incomplete, and you will not be able to summon the synchronized monster you want. Stickers, continuous trap cards, are very strong in the 5DS era. Why? Because the so-called flying duel is popular in this era. In this motorcycle duel, normal magic cards are not allowed. Only trap cards and monster cards can be used. This makes it difficult to use normal wind magic cards, which greatly enhances the survival rate of stickers in this environment. My goodness, Miao didn't dare to think about how strong the Golden Country and Silver City and various decks that rely on red stickers would be. Isao Akira accepted this Demon Song against his conscience. Although this thing is very dark, it is really strong. The nemesis of synchro summoning. Serial task, lending card friends. Details. Card friends from different eras will have a bond. You can rent cards to designated people for use. You will get unexpected benefits within a limited time. Target. You can rent 1 to 5 single cards or a monster theme series to the designated target for use. Tips. The rental time is 1 week. After refreshing, you can replace different cards for the rented card friends to use. Reward. Random penalty. None time. Miao's expression was immediately very exciting. There is no time limit for serial tasks, and the main focus is a long-term flow. For example, Duel Road. Every time Miao defeats an NPC who has a major role in the original work, he will get some money from them through the Duel Road serial mission. Unexpectedly, the second serial mission is to rent a card player. The name sounds a bit arrogant. This mission coincides with Miao's idea. He got some money from Isao, so he should take responsibility. In addition to the new real card version of Black Rose Dragon, this time he also got a 3 choose 1 preset. This special preset will randomly generate 3 series of monster theme presets, and Miao can choose 1 set as a reward. There are too many crystals, so Miao must spend some. And after the actual test just now, he really can't get used to the gem beast. John's family members are not easy to use. Although he can quickly pile up these family members in the graveyard through the Light Road's graveyard ability to achieve the special summoning of Rainbow Dragon, Miao feels that he and the gem beast are not compatible. Every time he sent a family member to the cemetery, he seemed to feel John looking at him with a resentful look. The 3 choice 1 roll was used successfully. Hint, you get 3 new theme series, and you need to choose 1 from them. Recruitment from the Darkness. Roaring Attack of the Sky Beast. A brand new power from the universe. Oh my goodness, Miao quickly browsed through them. These 3 pre-group rewards are the pre-group series of the Dark Realm, the Skyfang group, and Ultraman. Seeing the overworked Zenyakusha, Miao almost couldn't hold it, and remembered the 541 operation of the 10th generation. The last ace monster Zenyakusha suppressed the scene, which made people feel desperate. The system of the Skyfang group series is actually quite old, but the main family is the Link monster brother. Of course, there is no Link monster card in this pre-group. The Dark Realm pre-group also lacks several important cards. For example, the fusion monster card dedicated to Sisters Yuri, Dark Realm Dragon God King Grapha. After comparing vertically and horizontally, Miao found that the Zenyakusha build was actually quite complete and also had powerful cards such as Zenyaku Fusion and Hangwang Zenyakusha. Miao couldn't help but smile. 10th generation, your trump card is so good. Can you lend it to me? I don't know what happened today. After bullying the red dragon, now I want to bully the 10th generation. Hint, minus 3000 crystals. Hint, minus 5000 crystals. Hint, minus 7000 crystals. This is a super specialized preset, and the price will increase with each box purchased. Fortunately, Miao currently has sufficient crystals, and he can afford 3 boxes! Exclamation mark. The gem beast is not easy to use. Then try the trump card of the 10th generation, the new space. There was also a period of time, and Miao and Shigeya Akio talked about many things. Except for what he couldn't tell each other. Miao basically told her everything he knew. Shigeya also revealed the crisis he saw on the web page. The former Tangshiai city encountered a huge crisis, with heavy casualties, but this crisis was not recorded in the history of the new Tangshiai city. After listening to Shigeya Akio's warning, Miao was thoughtful. Could it be that Shigeya Akio was referring to Doma? But thinking about it carefully, it was not right. Doma was harming the whole world, not just a Tangshiai city. Before leaving, Miao talked to Shigeya Akio about telekinesis. He believed that the so-called telekinesis was actually a secondary power of dark energy. Shigeya's telekinesis was not given by the red dragon, but after the dragon seal, she stimulated the potential that already existed in her body. This is the biggest reason why she has difficulty controlling her own telekinesis. Miao decided to help Shigeya Akio master this telekinesis in her body, so that she can live a normal life. Shigeya Akio's eyes were red. She had thought that one day she would be able to become a normal person. Such good things often only exist in her dreams. Miao, what is your answer to the question I asked in the drift bottle before? Shigeya Akio wanted to know the answer. Lina contacted herself with a purpose, and this was not a true friend. Shigeya Akio wants to make a real friend. Would you like to be my friend? In response to Shigeya Akio's question, Miao replied, we are playing cards together, which should be considered a kind of friend. To some extent, you can regard me as a mentor. I think you can become an excellent duelist. When you encounter a crisis, don't forget to use the power of the drift bottle. At this time, Miao turned into light and disappeared. Shigeya Akio stood there and looked at the remaining light in the air in front of her. After a moment of silence, she murmured to herself, hello, my first friend. Holding the underworld card demon song in her hand, Shigeya Akio thought it was a symbol of their friendship. Shigeya Akio happily opened the drift bottle and started writing a small essay and continued chatting. Harassment. It turns out that chatting with friends is like this, which is much better than being alone. Chapter 167 Jack's collapse. A week after Miao disappeared from Shigeya's sight, she would occasionally communicate with him through a message in a bottle, perhaps because the speed of time on both sides was not the same, or for other reasons. Shigeya would basically receive a reply from Miao every 1 to 2 days. Usually the other party's reply was the same. Let's chat later, I'm taking a shower. Although the conversation was strange, it was a new experience for Shigeya, because she didn't even have a chat partner before. As long as they were alive and could talk, this was something she had never dared to think about before. Hey, have you noticed that Shigeya seems to be different recently? Yeah, she doesn't seem to have the same sense of oppression as before. It turns out that it's not my illusion. I occasionally see her smiling. This is not an illusion. Shigeya can already control the telekinesis in her body. Although it is not perfect, it is much better than before. This is thanks to Miao leaving a star mark on Shigeya's neck before leaving. This mark looks like a birthmark, and it is blue all over. Every time she touches this place, she will feel a burning temperature coming from the fingertips. Very comfortable. Thanks to this mark, Shigeya can freely control the restless telekinesis in her body. Thinking of her mother's surprise smile today and the long lost hug, Kyu couldn't help but smile. I believe that in a short time, my father will reconcile with me. The long broken family relationship will be reunited one day. This is all thanks to Miao and the magical drift bottle. Shigeya's smile greatly enhances her charm. Her appearance and figure are originally more outstanding than those around her. This began to cause some commotion. A boy mustered up the courage to walk up to Shigeya. He immediately handed over a love letter and said in front of everyone, "Shizaoi classmate, I'm Ito Makoto who has been paying attention to you for a long time. Please date me." The next second, the boy named Ito Makoto was thrown out of the window by the powerful telekinesis and fell directly into the pool outside. He completely became the laughingstock of everyone. This time, Ito Makoto's confession made everyone realize one thing again. Shizaoyaki is still the Rose Witch. The smile on her face does not mean that this smile is for them. Shizaoyaki remembers every person who has used cold violence against her very clearly. Forgive? Treating this group of people as air is her greatest kindness. Shizaoyaki just needs to remember those who are good to her. Although Ito Makoto's incident is funny, it was soon covered up by another incident. Today is a big day for the Duel Academy Elite Department. Duel Exchange Day. Every major festival, the official will invite some professional duelists to come and perform duels. Some professional duelists would invite a student to duel if they were in a good mood. What a great opportunity to train. And the professional duelists who came this time were even more powerful! Exclamation mark. At this moment, outside the gate of the elite department, the sound of the engine was extremely harsh in the hustle and bustle. A silver-white D-wheel with a cool shape rushed in with an unstoppable momentum. Uninvited guest. But no one from the school center forced to drive it away. Because this person is the king of the current Shinomino city. Wow, Jack. So handsome. Jack, I love you, just like a mouse loves rice. If Jack hadn't been born, the card world would have been as long as night. Behind the silver-white wheel of fortune, a group of gorgeous girls chased him crazily. It completely demonstrated what crazy fans are. Hahaha. The king's duel must be entertainment. At this moment, Jack, who was sitting inside the lucky D wheel, raised his slender arm and pointed his sword at the sky. Are you kidding? These female fans can actually catch up with the D wheel with their two legs. Izaoyaki was shocked, and at the same time, she felt that this new king was very showy. At this time, a voice came from behind Aki. Izaoi-san. It was the teacher of the elite department class. He had something to discuss with Izaoyaki. Jack's arrival this time was destined to be a very good publicity opportunity. They hoped to send the best duelist of the elite department to stage a flying duel with Jack. Jack had already agreed to this duel. The track dedicated to the flying duel had been set up in the school, and the D-wheel used for temporary practice had also adjusted the speed. Izaoyaki didn't need to worry about the problem of overturning. Flying duel? Izaoyaki was hesitant. She had never been exposed to this kind of card game sitting on a motorcycle. The flying duel would force both parties to use the high-speed duel world. Under the rules of this field card, both parties could not use magic cards other than high-speed magic. High-speed magic cards require different high-speed indicators to activate accordingly. How the high-speed indicators are accumulated is generally determined by factors such as the number of injuries and the speed of the D-wheel. Chixiang Duel, the most popular and widespread duel mode in this era. I agree. Shizaoyaki nodded. She wanted to try the Chixiang Duel. Miao said that she had great potential, and Shizaoyaki gradually hoped that she would move towards the direction of a professional duelist. An unequal Chixiang duel began. For Shizaoyaki, a flower in a greenhouse, Jack, who climbed up step by step from the satellite area, naturally would not regard the other party as an opponent. At the same time, he had a strange feeling. Shizaoyaki, this woman, gave Jack a natural sense of affinity, and he didn't know whether to say a word. Jack even had the illusion that he would become a teammate with the woman in front of him in the future. The Chixiang duel started soon. All the people in the elite department had already watched nearby, including various live broadcasts. This battle caused a lot of movement in the new Tongmanai city. During the duel, Jack's driving skills were very stable. He naturally used his best synchronization summoning at the beginning, intending to quickly summon the 8-star Red Lotus Dragon to kill the opponent. However, Izaoyaki directly opened the chain exclusion! Exclamation mark. Jack's 3-star Resonator was excluded on the spot, and even the other two cards of the same name in his deck were persecuted together. It actually covered this despicable trap card. Jack was surprised, and he almost lost his balance and flew out. Fortunately, Jack stabilized the car in time. Humph, using this despicable trap card tactic is not a real hot-blooded duel at all. The king's duel must be upright. Use Tamashii to start a thrilling battle. At this moment, Jack walked out of the shadow of chain exclusion, and his expression was still very confident. Whatever you say. For me, as long as I win, it's fine. Izaoyaki's expression was firm. She would not be affected by an unknown outsider except Miao. Jack, who had regrouped, launched a defense, and Izaoi was harassing with trap cards during this period. However, Jack finally successfully deployed Red Lotus Rising Dragon and the 2-star adjusted Red Lotus Resonator. The appearance of the Red Lotus Resonator also made Jack take a small sip of life value. HMPH, Izaoyakira, let me teach you how to duel. The shock of the king is now presented here. Look at the power of the roar of heaven and earth. Jack began to speak his own lines, but things suddenly changed. Izaoyakira looked like she had succeeded in her conspiracy. She was going to activate this proof of friendship at this moment. Open the continuous trap card, Demon Song. Demon Song. As long as this card exists on the field, the level of all monsters on the opponent's field will be reduced by 1 star. Ding, a woman with long golden hair appeared. It was definitely not an illusion. The appearance of this female demon was very similar to that of Izaoi. The female demon opened her mouth and the beautiful buzzing singing began to spread throughout the field. Until the 6-star Synchro Monster Rising Dragon and the 2-star adjusted Red Lotus Resonator all dropped 1 star. Rising Dragon. 65 stars, Red Lotus Resonator. 21 star Jack. This time, Jack couldn't hold back. What kind of hell card is this? Demon Song? Song of Exorcism, right? Exclamation mark. Because the star count is wrong, Jack found that he couldn't summon the 8-star Tamashii Crimson Dragon. What can 5 plus 1 produce? Another 6-star Rising Dragon? After synchro tuning Rising Dragon, special summon a 2-star Crimson Resonator from the graveyard, and then continue to eat the continuous trap card Demon Song, to continue to reduce the star count? This infinite loop. Too despicable, you duelist. Jack was almost angry and cried. He had never encountered a hell duelist like Izaoyaki before. What a mess. In addition to the removal of the tuna monsters, now there is also a continuous trap card Demon Song. Amazing. Since the Synchro Monster Rising Dragon has self-restraint, Jack can only give up the useless Synchro means, and he chooses to let Rising Dragon attack. Crimson Flame Boom. The Gem Beast Emerald Valley on Izaoyaki's field was destroyed. However, the Duelman can be placed in the area of magic and trap cards instead of entering the graveyard as an alternative decoration. Jack was puzzled by the characteristics of the Duelman, and he found that this Izaoyakira had not used Synchro Summon from beginning to end. HMPH, show your Synchro Tamashii, Jack said to the upper Izaoyakira. Synchro? Izaoyakira looked proud, and she said to Jack, fake cry, the ability of a duelist has its limits. I learned one thing from a short meeting. The more you play with Synchro, the more you will find the harm in it. Jack was confused. He looked at the immature Izao in front of him and asked, what are you talking about? At this time, when Shenglang destroyed the Emerald Turtle, the last trap card covered by Izaoyakira was opened, and he said, I will give up Synchro for the time being. Fake cry. Ding, the open trap card is the ultimate duel formation. Exclamation mark. Boom. Exclamation mark. The power released by this trap card is very terrible. Jack's expression changed on the spot. When a Gemon monster is destroyed by battle, you can activate this effect by sending one of each of the 7 types of Gemon cards from your hand, deck, and face-up cards on your field to the graveyard. Special summon one ultimate Gem God fusion monster from the extra deck as a fusion summon. Izaoyakira raised her palm and shouted, Miao, give me strength. At this time, the dragon mark on her arm was hot, but the star mark on the back of her neck was hotter. The red dragon seemed to be communicating with Izaoyakira across countless latitudes. I was here first. The power of 7 colors gathers. The perfect combination of nobility and beauty. The king of duel dragons. Ultimate gem god. Rainbow bridge dragon. 4000 attack power. Dragon/fusion. Jack was speechless when he saw this fusion monster with 4000 attack power, including the other people present. After all, how could such a backward method as fusion summoning be so powerful? A 4000 big monster would come just like that. I have changed my opinion of you and fusion monsters, but the king will never give up. Jack continued to pretend to be cool. He covered the field with 2 life-saving trap cards in his hand. One of them is the demon chain that can negate monster effects. However, when Jack's turn ended, what happened? Kana. Akira waved her arms, and she shouted with all her strength, "Activate the special effect of Rainbow Bridge Dragon." Release this card to activate it, and all cards on the field will return to the holder's deck. This effect can also be activated during the opponent's turn. Second speed, indiscriminate ejection of cards regardless of target. Jack watched helplessly as Rising Dragon, Crimson Resonator, and 2 face-up cards all returned to the deck. At this time, it was the opponent's turn. Akira randomly drew a card, and she held up a monster card in her hand. This card cannot be normal summoned. You can only special summon this card if you have 7 types of gem beast cards on your field or in your graveyard. Ding roar. A colorful rainbow emerged, and the beautiful scene was fascinating. Rainbow Dragon enters the field. Ultimate Gem God, 4000 attack power, Dragon Tribe, impossible, another monster with 4000 attack power. How could such an outrageous thing happen? Jack's expression was completely shocked. The time mechanical god who did not want to reveal his name. Rainbow Dragon, attack. Isaiah launched a direct attack. Although Jack used the Red Lotus Resonance to heal him, he had also used cards that deducted blood and was hurt by Isaiah in previous rounds. This attack of Rainbow Light with 4000 damage sprayed on Jack and the D-wheel. Boom. The track shook. Jack's D-wheel slid on the ground at a high speed, and he flipped over and was thrown into the pool outside. Plop. Jack was doubting his life. This duel was live and even rebroadcasted, and the picture could be received not only in the rich area, in another satellite area outside the wealthy city. A crab-headed young man who was in a harsh workshop environment would pay attention to the duel on the TV screen from time to time. When he saw Jack fail, the crab-headed boy was shocked and said, fake crying, "You lost." This female duelist named Shizuoyaki actually possesses such terrifying strength. Thinking of this, the crab-headed youth worked even harder. He wanted to build a D-wheeler of his own. He had to work even harder to pick up junk cards outside tonight. Without a certain level of strength, the crab-headed youth could not achieve his goal. Chapter 168 Eat Eggs. DM Era. Devil's Tower. On the duel stage, Yami Yuji's cape fluttered in the wind, as ferocious as the fangs of a demon. At this moment, the weather was getting worse and worse, and the wind was whistling hoarsely and harshly, and the people around had been waiting in this place, ready to welcome a fierce duel. Since contestant Miao has not appeared yet, I will pronounce the verdict now, Isano wanted to say. However, the president scolded him with a look of anger, saying, Isano, it's okay, keep waiting. Isano, okay, I will listen to the president. At this time, Isis, who was able to move freely, was confused. Miao was sorting out the deck beside her. I don't know why. After a golden light appeared, Miao and his stool disappeared. Isis hurried over here to explain the situation to the official, Sito Kaba. Miao will definitely come back. Isis knew that he valued the honor of Duel King and the opponent Yami Yuji. Where did Miao go? Xingzi asked Isis in an angry tone at this time. What do you mean by suddenly disappearing? Are you sure you are not joking? In this case, Yuji will automatically win. Janouchi looked regretful. He really wanted to see Yuji fight Miao. And Yuji was not affected by the outside world. His feet seemed to be covered with glue, and he did not leave the ground. Because he always believed that Miao would definitely come. If Miao did not come, what was the point of being the Duel King? At this point, Yuji would never admit this false title. Until the next second, Yuji suddenly opened his eyes wide and said, he is coming. Boom. Boom. Exclamation mark. A golden beam of light fell from the sky. In the incredible eyes of everyone, someone opened the duel disc in his hand and appeared. It was Miao. Miao looked at Yuji without saying a word. He drew a card from the deck. My turn. Draw a card. In silence, this duel began in a weird way. Duel asterisk 2 exclamation point exclamation mark. Miao. 4000 LPUG. 4000 LP. Isano wiped the sweat off his face with a handkerchief. Now he didn't even have the chance to call for the start. As for Janouchi and his group, they wanted to know what Miao did. Why could he fall from the sky? You should explain it to me. Don't start the duel right away. Anuji didn't care about the way Miao appeared. At this moment, there was only the word duel in his eyes. Miao looked at the 6 cards in his hand and fell silent on the spot. AI's left hand, left foot, right foot, female imp, and coolie wave. Good guy. Miao called it a unique skill. He almost killed Anuji in an instant, right? Unfortunately, he was still one head short. Maybe if it was another opponent, Miao would have collected all 5 parts by now. However, Anuji's fighting spirit was obviously abnormal. Under the influence of each other, Miao couldn't have won directly with the 5-old AI at the beginning. Cover a monster card and end the turn. Miao had no room to operate. Miao, you are a true duelist. I will do my best. Dark Yuji pulled a card from his deck, and this card was Obelisk's Giant God Soldier. In this turn, Dark Yuji will summon the god. Through the magic card, Dark Yuji special summoned the Queen Knight from his deck. Ding Queen Knight. 1580k, warrior. Then, Dark Yuji normal summoned the King Knight. Buzz. King Knight, 1680k, warrior. You have a Queen Knight on your field. When King Knight is successfully summoned, special summon one Guard Knight from your deck. Dark Guard Knight, 1980k, warrior. It's not over yet. I activate the double summon in my hand. Through this magic card, Dark Yuji gets a second chance to normal summon. It's Kamida. Kaba's eyes were solemn. He didn't expect that the game would have to use a higher level summon in the second round. Kami, Peacock Dance and Zingzi were caught together. They stared at the field, unwilling to miss any moment. The coming of God. Is this duel doomed to come to an end? However, God did come. But it was not the Black Soul known for its absolute destructive power. Miao's whole body was emitting golden light. He held up a card burning with divine flames, muttering strange ancient characters. Trash, 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 female trash, come out quickly. At this moment, the clouds in the sky were filled with gold, and a huge meteorite began to fall. This huge meteorite fell from the sky with a destructive breath. With the arrival of this unidentified object, the strong temperature began to affect the changes and situation in the duel. The 3 monsters on the game field were burned to ashes by the scorching golden flames. It turned out that this was not a meteorite at all. It's an egg! Exclamation mark. Pteranodon's egg. Kaba and Yuji, as the owners of the god card, were surprised and said in unison, could it be that this is also one of the effects of Pteranodon? Malik had demonstrated the effect of Pteranodon before, and they thought they knew enough about Pteranodon. But the scene before them completely shattered their 3 views. Impossible. Why is this? Yuji is in a tough situation. He finally gathered 3 offerings and planned to summon the gods. Yuji even prepared the follow-up move of the offerings for the Colossus. But he didn't expect Miao to give him an egg. This is his turn. Egg of Pteranodon. Attack/defense. Abyss. I can release 3 monsters of the opponent and summon Pteranodon to your field in a spherical form. Pteranodon in a spherical form is not affected by any card effects, cannot be selected as an attack target, and cannot be a offering for a liberation summon. Miao explained the strongest effect of the variant of the female imp. Meteorite plus laying eggs. The hand trap of the second speed release is despairing. I didn't expect you to stop me from summoning the gods in this way. Yuji's tone was very complicated, and the blood in his body was boiling. Strong, you are really strong, Miao. Then I will activate the magic card, Angel's Charity. Yuji draws 3 cards from the deck, and then sends a dandelion white lion that was originally in his hand to the graveyard. Biu 3 dandelion tokens appear. Isn't this your card? Peacock Dance asked Janouchi. Ah, of course. Yuji borrowed some cards from me before the duel. Janouchi certainly couldn't refuse his good friend's request. That's right. According to Yuji's original plan, JQK Knight would be sacrificed to summon the Colossus. By sending the dandelion white lion to the graveyard, Yuji will have enough sacrifices on the field to provide the Colossus with God Fist Smash. When the God Fist Smash is successful, Miao will lose the duel. But he didn't expect the Pteranodon egg to enter the field in this way, which completely disrupted Yuji's tactics. Miao, my double summon is not used yet. You still can't stop Kami from appearing. I use 3 dandelion lion tokens as sacrifices to advanced summon Obelisk's Colossus. 0. There are more tonight. Chapter 169 ago starts. The 3 body derivatives were released as sacrifices for the superior summons. The dark clouds covered the sunlight, making the sky and the earth extremely dark. Thick lightning bolts shuttled, intertwined, and circled in the air, as if an eye was watching here, which made people feel creepy. Boom! Exclamation mark. A huge black figure suddenly appeared. The god of destruction entered the field. Obelix's giant god soldier, 4000 attack power, abyss, game. Even after being interrupted by Miao, you can still summon Kami. Kaba looked excited, his fingers were a little itchy, and the card addiction deep in his heart was seduced a little bit. The entry of the black soul of the foot brought the battle to a climax. It was just that the expression of the god of destruction was a little strange at this time. He poked the egg-emitting golden sun next to him with his finger. Squeak. Don't touch me, you idiot. The angry words of the female ghost, accompanied by the high temperature, burned the fingers of the black soul of the foot. The black soul of the foot. The communication between the 2 gods is naturally not in the eyes of ordinary people. At this time, Yuji declared a battle. Giant god soldier, attack. The god of destruction raised his fist, and the energy to crush everything began to gather, and he punched out fiercely. The old AI component covered by Miao was shattered on the spot. Because he was in defense mode, he did not receive any battle damage. Exodia Dark Yuji had a guess. Could the opponent's hand be stuck? Covering a card, Dark Yuji chose to end the turn. Draw a card. Miao drew a card, and he saw that it was Handbook Obliteration. Handbook Obliteration. Players with hand cards discard all hand cards. After that, each player draws the number of cards they discarded from the deck. Good. Miao activated this magic card and chose to restart. Since Yuji did not have a hand card, this effect did not apply. Miao sent the waste in his hand to the graveyard and quickly drew 4 cards from the deck. Magic card, Transformation Contact. Miao activated the card, which can only be activated when he has no monsters. Send a new spaceman monster from your hand and deck to the graveyard, and Miao draws 2 new cards from your deck. Yami Yuji has a serious expression, and he starts to read. New space. Kaba looks expectant. New power. The yellow-haired man who doesn't want to reveal his name is full of envy. Where do these rare cards come from? I also want to have so many rare cards. At this time, Miao has already drawn the card he wants. Magic card, Pot of Greed. He first replenishes 2 cards from the deck. Sometimes more choices can make the offensive more fierce. On. Magic card, Miracle Contact. Miao played this card, and a cosmic wave of power was shaking. Miracle Contact. From your hand, field, or graveyard, return the fusion material monster determined by the fusion monster card to the owner's deck, and ignore the summoning conditions and special summon 1 fusion monster with elemental hero new spaceman as the fusion material from the extra deck. Boom boom boom. Miao's dual disc glows. The fusion condition is 3 cards. In hand, elemental hero, Zinuzaya. Graveyard, flame beetle, earth mole. How the power from the fluctuations of the universe emerged, and the shadow of the muscular man Zinuzaya appeared. The strong muscles, the hard lines on the face, and the black shadows that appeared from time to time on the face. Why did Miao feel that the style of this Zinuzaya began to change to sea tiger? The 3 intertwined forces of space were entangled, the golden earth-colored nebula unfolded, and the rolling burning lava power was erupting. When the 3 forces are united, summon the strongest warrior from the lucky side of the universe. Triple Miracle Contact Fusion. Born from the evolved lava. Elemental hero, Lava Zinuzaya. Boom. A new fusion monster with the Sea Tiger style was born. What is the Sea Tiger style? Muscle, strong, powerful, and domineering. The facial lines are very firm, and the facial features are sometimes unclear, and are shrouded in a black shadow. Elemental hero Lava Zenyakusha, 3000 attack power, warrior clan / fusion, awesome, too awesome. Xiaobio's shadow appeared beside Wang Yang, and he looked at this warrior with skyrocketing energy from the new universe and expressed his excitement. It must be a wonderful thing to let this monster eat the red pit. This is what Xiaobio thought. It's worthy of being Miao. Anuji's expression was solemn. The chain reaction brought about by this Lava Zenyakusha is not small. The first is a boy with a jellyfish head in a distant city. This broadcast of the finals made the jellyfish-headed boy tremble with excitement, and his eyes were full of little stars. Too strong. Is this fusion? The power of the new universe. Wow, ha ha ha. That Zenyakusha really looks like this monster I drew. Xiao Jude pulled out a stack of paintings from the cabinet, on which he drew various heroes from different places. One of them was obviously very similar to the whiteboards in Uzaya that Miao had just used in the picture. Ha 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 ha. Fate. This must be fate. Xiao Shide danced with excitement while holding the picture. The appearance of Zenyakusha filled Xiao Shide's heart with infinite expectations for the future. Puff puff puff. Because of his excessive excitement, Xiao Shide imitated Shinosuke's performance when he saw Nanako's train. He wanted to spread his wings and fly out with the sloppy children's painting to ask Miao for an autograph. However, behind Xiao Shide, a group of extremely jealous dark energy was entangled, and a pair of evil eyes opened. Although evil, these eyes were full of tenderness when looking at Shide. Jiudeo. The extremely jealous Yubel shouted these two words. At the same time, Yubel also projected her extremely hateful eyes on the screen. She hated this. Miao and the muscle showing Zenyakusha. It was all their fault. They shouldn't have appeared in front of Shide. But he is the overlord who will rule all planes in the future. Moreover, they also took away Jude's love for her. Damn, it's really a damn exorcism. Especially this muscular Ultraman. Yubel wanted to eat its flesh and drink its blood. Little did he know that Jude was still shouting, New Yuksha, the best. I will also use New Yuksha and elemental heroes in the future. Yubel's jealous expression began to separate, and tears of the victim flowed from her eyes. One day, Yubel must tear this damn Ultraman into pieces with her own hands. The reaction from the International Illusion Society was also very strange. Bacchus is now semi-retired, but for the grand events of the duel world, he, the father of duel monsters, still pays attention to it from time to time. Elemental Heroes. New Universe. Bacchus New Elemental Heroes, which was a monster series launched by a designer of the International Illusion Society before, and it has been sold in the market recently. However, the response was relatively average. As for the new universe that he had never seen, Bacchus was very calm. As the father of duel monsters, he has always been very clear about one thing. The domain of duel monsters is too big. It is duel monsters that choose the duelists, not duel monsters that create duel monsters. The cards that people know today are just the tip of the iceberg. After this stimulation, Bacchus suddenly intends to vigorously promote a certain idea. Maybe he can cooperate with Seahorse Boy and launch a children's dream plan with KC Group. Children have the purest hearts. What do heroes look like in their eyes? When Bacchus thought of this, his original ambitions were rekindled in his heart. The reaction here is still normal. On a mysterious island, hidden in another sea area, Dazi Genu was lying on a chair. After he was beaten by Miao, he had been in seclusion. He was even very concerned about Miao's duel. This duel is Miao versus the nameless pharaoh. Dazi will certainly not miss it. Although he thinks he is invincible, it is still necessary to update the opponent's information in real time. Miao, what secrets do you have, you mysterious guy? Dazi thought about it, and he began to get impatient and angry. He picked up the throwing knives on the table and threw them out. Bang! Several throwing knives stabbed into a photo hanging on the wall. The person in the photo was Miao. Stabbing a few times a day made Dazi feel very happy. Unfortunately, this photo was about to rot, and he had to replace it with a new one. In the duel, Miao's offensive was far from over. The attack power of the giant god soldier is 4000 points. Lava New Yuksha is only at the level of the legendary Blue Eyes White Dragon. The attack power of this card increases by the number of cards on the field x 400. Miao explained. Giant God Soldier, Female Imp, Mysterious Cover Card, Game, Self equals 1600 attack power, Lava New Yuksha. 30,004,600 attack power, 4,600 attack power. This exceeds the Giant God Soldier. Janouchi shouted. At this time, Miao raised a continuous magic card that exuded the ultimate power. This is a viewing card that could only be used in the 2070 CG World Championship. It is a card that cannot be used in the real card environment! Exclamation mark. This is also one of the main reasons why Miao chose New Universe Construction. Get your game on. Miao prefers to call this card Ego Start. With the entry of new cards, Lava New Universe Man continued to attack and reached 5,000 points. However, what happened next shocked everyone. Lava New Universe Man. 500,010,000 attack power. How could this happen? Janouchi was startled. He blinked and found that Lava New Universe Man's attack had reached 10,000 points. Shit, is this reasonable? Ego Start. As long as this card exists, the attack power of all monsters with Elemental Hero and New Universe Man in my field will be doubled. Miao began to explain. This Ego activation is actually very similar to the Link magic card in the 6th part. Both have double attack. Magic card, quick attack. Yuji, take this hit. Lava blasting fist. Lava's Anaukshi jumped into the air, and the burning power on its body began to expand. This is a realm of using the magnetic field to rotate 990,000 horses. Go, go, go. This punch is about to fall. Yuji realized the danger, and he activated the covered band card. Sixth sense. Yuji declared 2 numbers, and Miao rolled the dice. If the numbers hit, Yuji can draw a card, otherwise he will pile up the graveyard from the top of the deck. This is a sure win, and it is a blood-making thing to activate it. In the DM era, banning cards are not just talk. Dark Yuji declared 5 and 6, and Miao threw a number of 4. So Dark Yuji piled up the graveyard from the top of the deck, and one of the cards was the original version of the Vest Dandelion Lion. Activate when this card is sent to the graveyard. Put 2 wool tokens on your field. Dark Yuji's eyes burst into a scorching light. Because the eyes of the Giant God Soldier also release the energy to destroy everything. This effect can also be activated during the opponent's turn. Hidden effect, Energy Maximum. Yuji roared loudly. After activating the Energy Maximum effect, the opponent must and can only attack the Giant God Soldier. At this moment, Miao's expression changed. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170 Legend. Soul Maximum. Kaba's eyes were in disbelief. He had never discovered that the Giant God Soldier had such power before. Doesn't the Giant God Soldier only have the God Fist Smash? Why did you have such a chemical reaction? Damn it, Kami. Kaba said this lightly, and his mentality had changed at this moment. From collecting 3 cards of the 3 Phantom Gods, he changed to, how can I defeat the 3 Phantom Gods? Exclamation mark. Does this kind of monster card really exist in this world? However, the changes on the duel field can only be described as a change of color. When Miao declared his attack, Yuji used the hidden power of the Giant God Soldier, and the Soul Maximum Giant God Soldier soared from 4000 attack power to infinity, and Miao's Lava Zanouksha could only attack the Giant God Soldier this round. If Miao did not make the next move, then this duel would be directly decided. No matter how high the 10,000 attack power is, it can never be higher than infinity. Xingzi didn't dare to breathe a little. She seemed very afraid to see what Miao would look like after failure. She was so distracted that she didn't even think about cheering for Yuji. This was destined to be a difficult duel. I'll chain your Soul Maximum effect and activate this quick attack magic card in my hand. Miao quickly drew a card and activated Dual Fusion. The timing of the DM era was not so strict, and the stages were even extremely vague. Moreover, Dark Yuji activated the giant god soldier effect when Miao declared his attack, which was the best opportunity. Kaba's expression suddenly became excited and he said, "This card is." In the previous duel in the underground palace, Miao used this quick attack magic card to force him to activate the destruction wheel to draw the game. That battle still cannot make Kaba Sito feel relieved. It was also that time that Kaba deeply remembered Miao as a duelist and vowed that he would find the opponent, even if he had to dig 3 feet deep in this city. My Lava's and Nauksha's attack power will increase infinitely. Miao explained forcefully. 10,000 plus infinity equals infinity. It is impossible for 10,000 plus infinity to defeat infinity. The reason why infinity is infinite is that the attack power value can no longer be described by numbers, and it has reached the upper limit of the duel. Under the premise of infinity, no matter you add 10,000, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or 1 million, the value will still show infinity. As for the final battle between Dazi and Dark Game in the original work, INFINITY*SEVERAL times, Miao is more inclined to think that Dark Game's nonsense skills are superb. Or it can be interpreted like this: at the moment when Snake God Yi appeared, Dazi's failure condition must be this monster GG, and Dark Game used the card effect to make He Shenlong also reach this infinite realm. So Snake God Yi was defeated, and Dazi naturally lost. At this time, Lava's and Nauksha went from 10,000 to infinite attack power. This hero from the new universe's power, his muscles expanded to an extreme state, and his whole body exuded an amazing breath of destruction. If it was only 990,000 magnetic field power just now, then the current Lava's and Nauksha has realized the complete realm and pushed the magnetic field power to 1 million. Add the two together and enter the final realm directly. Kill, kill, kill. Lava's and Nauksha and the giant god soldier whose body was burning ready raised a fist. The fists collided with each other, and an extremely destructive aura burst out. This energy even wiped out the avenue. The impact emitted almost made the people at the scene blow away. Xingzi, Kankulu and Shizuka hugged each other and squatted down to avoid being blown away. As for the 3 funny people in Jinauchi, they posed in a posture of Iron Mountain leaning against each other, trying to use martial arts postures to resist this strong wind. It's really amazing. It prevented the 3 funny people from being blown away. Kaba was even simpler. His body was so stable that the soles of his feet seemed to be stained with glue. This terrifying scene was broadcasted all over the world at the same time. Duelists such as Kajiki Yuta and Ryusuke had been watching this duel, and they were completely scared. Infinite attack power. What a monster. I'm afraid that, even if you search the whole world, you won't be able to find a second monster with such terrifying values. Infinite attack power. If you really wipe it, you'll be dead. Many duelists who want to get the god card have already backed down. They know very well that they can't defeat a monster with infinite attack power. After the residual heat dissipated, thick white smoke emanated from the duel field. Miao and Yuji stood in opposite positions, and the two did not take a step back. I'm ending my turn. Miao had nothing else to do. Yuji used a move with maximum energy to interrupt his killer move. Since the female imp was released and summoned during the opponent's turn, something surprising happened at the end of Miao's turn. I saw this golden pterosaur egg began to move to Miao's field and then emitted a golden and dazzling light. The egg opened. Isis was amazed. La, is it coming? After the golden giant egg unfolded its true form, the female ghost officially entered the field. The divine flames she released were extremely strong and terrifying. Winged dragon of the sun god, 0 defense, abyss. The egg summoned on your field must eventually return to my field as the holder. But if you use this effect on your opponent's turn, the attack and defense of the sun god hatched from the egg will only be 0. When Dark Yuji heard this, he realized that this was an opportunity. No matter how powerful a god is, it is still just a monster card. The winged dragon has 0 attack and defense, which is an easy way to knock it down. Draw a card on my turn. Dark Yuji drew a card and activated the magic card in his hand. Heavenly treasure card. Duelists in the DM era are all like this. Once they have no cards, they will definitely draw this invincible card earning artifact. However, thanks to Yuji, Miao also replenished his hand cards. Both sides benefited from this wave. Dark Yuji began to counterattack. The magician's curtain special summoned the black magician girl in his hand, and then pulled out the loyal servant in the deck through the sage's gem. Muto Yuji. 4000 LP 3000 LP, Black Magician. The reunion of the master and the apprentice is always so sudden. However, Dark Yuji has not yet normal summoned this turn. Come out, Magic Warrior Destroyer. Dark Yuji activated the effect and destroyed the very troublesome continuous sticker card on Yumao's field. Ego. The double battle damage is too terrifying, and this is a target that Dark Yuji prioritizes to solve. Win, Yuji. Janouchi was too surprised. The winged dragon has only 0 defense. There are 3 monsters on Yuji's field. The magic warrior attacked, and the female imp with 0 defense could not resist, and was destroyed, and sent to the graveyard. Battle break resistance is the most useless, but duel monsters are often decided by battle. Sometimes, the value determines everything. Take the attack from the master and the apprentice. Dark Yuji roared. The black magician girl hit Yumao with a stick. Boom. Yumao took a few steps back. His HP dropped rapidly. Yumao. 4000 LP 2000 LP. The last attack. Black magician explosion. Exclamation mark. However, facing this attack, Yumao threw the brother's card, Kite Robot, in his hand to the graveyard. Discard this card, and the battle damage caused to me this time is 0. Yumao said calmly. Bang! Exclamation mark. The shadow of the kite robot expanded and forcibly caught the bombardment of the black magician. Yumao also avoided being killed. Dark Yuji took a deep breath. He looked at Yumao with a meaningful look and said, "It's really not easy to beat you. It is well known that Yumao's deck has a lot of coolie waves, and the life-saving ability is maximum doubt. But I didn't expect that there are also life-saving cards other than coolie waves. This is really the ultimate turtle shell." Exclamation mark. It has become a very difficult thing to really get in. I guess the duelist named Dali before should have a deep understanding of this. Cover a card. Dark Yuji ended his turn. It was Yumao's turn, and he drew a card. Yuji, now that things have come to this, let me see who is the successor of black magic. Yumao drew the magic card in his hand, and Yuji's pupils dilated on the spot. It was an identical substitute. Exclamation mark. Magic card, the curtain of black magic. Yumao. 2000 LP 1000 LP. The pink magic circle lit up, and the bad girl appeared. Black magician girl, magician family, 2000 attack power, activate magic card, double magic card. This double magic card in the anime version can steal a magic card used by the opponent in the previous round. Yumao wants to steal the sage's gem. Sage's gem. If you have black magician girl on the field, special summon one black magician from your hand or deck. A dazzling gem appeared, and under the tap of the magic wand of the hot girl, it exuded strange magic fluctuations. Pandora's once loyal servant was born. Black magician, 2500 attack power, magician clan. At this moment, 2 pairs of black magic masters and apprentices are in opposition to each other. The only difference is that Yumao and these 2 are not real master and apprentice, and the hot girl never recognized this red and black magician as her master. She is a different firework. For a while, the 2 monsters, the black magician girl and the hot girl, stared at each other, obviously uncomfortable with each other. The black magician girl thought the hot girl was too frivolous, while the latter thought the former was a country bumpkin. The 2 black magician girls were getting angrier and angrier as they looked at each other, and they wanted to pick up their magic wands and smash each other's heads. There was not so much drama on the black magician's side. It was mainly because the black magician on the game side was quite cool and looked very cold. The red and black magician on Yumao's side was a salted fish, and it didn't matter, so it should end quickly. Great, Isano, bring a more advanced camera. I want to take a picture of this scene myself. It will definitely become a legend. Kipi's keen business intuition told him that the confrontation between the 2 groups of magicians was definitely worth commercial operation. Kabasito acquiesced to keep his actions. In addition to being a duelist, he was also an excellent businessman. Even he could not deny that the scene in front of him was indeed rare. So, which side will win between the 2 black magicians and the black magic girl? Chapter 171, The Magician's Battle. Let's go, Yuji. Miao organized the attack and activated the magic card from his hand. Black Explosion Break Magic Guide! Exclamation mark. When the monsters of Black Magician and Black Magician Girl are on your field, this magic card can destroy all the cards on the opponent's field. I see. Use the power of the Magician family to conquer. Peacock Dance found that this method is very similar to her Harpy Girl and Amazon. Harpy Girl and Amazon monsters will also be strengthened by different magic cards to exert their powerful power. The bad girl snatched the magic wand of the red and black magician. She held 2 magic wands and began to cast spells by herself. 2 huge magic balls began to condense. The red and black magician, who lost the magic wand and lost the opportunity to perform, was confused. However, the red and black magician soon let it go. Forget it, I'm tired, destroy it, it just wants to lie down now. Seeing the operation of the bad girl, Yami Yuji couldn't help but gasp. This is quite amazing. The black magician was dominated by the black magician girl. It was indeed a unique skill. Boom. 2 magic bullets were fired. All cards on the Yuji field must be destroyed. The terrifying energy exploded, and the shockwave swept around. But when everyone looked at Yuji, they found that the former was wearing a golden millennium block that was glowing, and Yuji stood there with one arm on his waist, looking confident. The kings pretend. The black magician girl and the black magician were not destroyed. Instead, a layer of purple shield covered the 2 monsters. It turned out to be like this. Miao said in surprise. Haha, at the last moment, I activated this trap card. Dark Yuji showed a card. It was the black magician illusion of the usual trap card. This is one of the powers that only the top magician users can master. With this black magician illusion, the magician type dark attribute monsters with an attack power of 2000 or more on my field will not be destroyed by battle until the end of the turn, and their effects will be invalidated and will not be affected by the opponent's effects. It was also because of this black magician illusion that the magician type master and apprentice on Yuji's field avoided the fate of being bombed. I see. Miao said in a deep voice. It was this trap card. No wonder it blocked the double bombing of the red and black magician and the black magician girl. Black magician illusion gave Yuji's black magician master and apprentice resistance to not being destroyed by battle this turn. Miao gave up the idea of replacing the monster. He let the black magician attack the black magician girl and wiped out 500 life points of the opponent. Dark Yuji. 3000 LP 2500 LP, then covered a card and ended the turn. Draw a card. The 1000-year-old building blocks on Yami Yuji's chest began to swing in an arc, making a clear and loud sound. He looked at Miao with sharp eyes and said, as the user of the black magician, I have to return the same move. What? Question mark? Yuji's words surprised Kaba and others. Could it be? Magic card, double magic. Yami Yuji also used this magic card. The magic card he wanted to steal was Black Explosion Break Magic Guide! Exclamation mark. Miao, you are the best duelist, but please take this move. Double Black Magic Crush. The 2 magicians, the black magician girl and the master, raised their magic wands and crossed them. The terrifying magic power was trembling, and the tacit cooperation between the 2 was completely different from the bad hot girl and the red and black magician. It was probably the difference between the national team and the campus team. After all, Yuji's black magician girl and black magician are true master and apprentice. This bond, Miao's magician does not have at all. The pressure now fell back on Miao, and everyone was surprised. The terrifying magic was also exploding. But this time the target was no longer Yuji, but the area on Miao's field. Boom. The magic was exploding. However, when everyone looked over, what happened also shocked them. Because the hot girl and the black magician on Miao's field were also covered by a layer of purple energy. It's the black magician illusion. Dark Yuji immediately recognized the source of this power. Yes, it's the black magician illusion. Miao drew a trap card and explained, at the last moment, I also activated this trap card. This is the power of transaction rollback. Miao. 1000 LP 500 LP, that's right, when transaction rollback is activated from the field, you can copy a normal trap card in the opponent's graveyard for use as an effect. The trap card that Miao stole was the Black Magician illusion in Yuji's graveyard! Exclamation mark. The opponent used the double magic bull zone card. How could Miao not fight back? Give him a cow's way. Great, Miao, you actually used this method. Dark Yuji's fingers were trembling, and his eyes became a little fanatical. This was the excitement and thrill that Dark Yuji had never experienced in previous duels. Even in the duel with Kaba, he could not give him this kind of stimulation. Xiaobiao, as another soul, could feel the current state of the other me, and was very excited. As for Kaba, the old rival, he was also very excited now. This kind of duel, he could only watch. Damn it! Exclamation mark. Kaba knew that his idea was wrong, but he really wanted to participate. Instead of watching Yuji and Miao sympathize with each other. Miao, but you miscalculated one thing, that is, you only have 500 life points left. As long as my black magician attacks your black magic girl, then I will win this duel. Dark Yuji said loudly. He put this naked fact in front of everyone. Yes, transaction rollback is very strong, and this is also the most worthwhile card that Miao exchanged in the mysterious shop. Brothers Eduo, yides. But powerful effects are often accompanied by high risks. Every time a transaction is rolled back, Miao must pay half of his health. His health was not healthy to begin with, and now it is as weak as a candle in the wind. Yuji, that's true. Miao admitted it with a smile. He looked at the other party and said loudly, if that's the case, then attack me. What? And Yuji looked at Miao's dead pig, and didn't fear boiling water. He suspected that there was a trap. Miao had no cards on the field, but could there be a trap hidden somewhere? For example, the graveyard? As we all know, Miao is a duelist who is very good at stacking graves. It is really hard to say what is hidden in his graveyard. So, should we attack or not? Everyone looked at Yuji, wanting to know what he would do. Go forward, maybe win. Retreat, maybe give Miao another chance. This is a fork in the road, and it is also a choice. Hey, Miao. And Yuji closed his eyes and smiled. The wind blew his hair. He opened his eyes and said firmly, no matter what danger is hidden ahead, I will never escape. Attack, Black Magician. The black magic girl who attacked Miao. Kaba smiled. This is the style of the game. The intimidation tactics of the trap cannot scare the opponent. The black magician raised his wand and aimed at the hot girl, and a magic bullet bombed out. Right here. Knock knock. Miao's hand card moved. Grave pit, noble. Hand pit, more noble. Activate this fantasy apprentice magician from your hand. Miao drew it and raised it. When your own magician type dark attribute monsters other than this card deal battle damage to the opponent's monsters, send the fantasy apprentice magician on the hand card field to the graveyard, and the attack and defense of the black magic girl on Miao's field will increase by 2000 during the damage calculation. Blackskin! Exclamation mark. Give strength. The black magician floated out, and she handed the book she treasured to the hot girl, indicating that the other party should read it carefully. The hot girl really opened it and read it, and she was very interested in it. Reading makes people stronger. This is not groundless nonsense. When the hot girl was reading, her attack power began to soar. Black magician girl. 20,004,000 attack power gap. I saw it clearly this time. Janouchi's attention was a little off, and he finally saw who the author of this book was. Mukazal. Kyoko gave Janouchi a look of contempt, and as for what it meant, he asked the other party to understand it himself. On the field, the hot girl who became stronger by reading books kicked Yuji's black magician to death with a flying kick. Bang. Ah. In other words, if the person chosen by this card was Yami Yuji, would Miao lose here? Janouchi put forward his own opinion. Kyoko and others did not speak, because there was no answer to this question. Draw a card. Miao drew a card. He currently had the advantage, but Yuji's two face-up cards were suspicious. However, Miao was also the kind of person who would not be scared by face-up cards. I will use a magician monster on my field to release it, and summon the true silent magician. Miao chose to use his soul card. The true silent magician has a magic counter and a last word effect. At that time, a monster with 3500 attack power will suppress the field. However, Yami Yuji opened the trap card, the Black Magician Resurrection Coffin! Exclamation mark. The true silent magician who was specially summoned, and the black magician girl who was defending on his field were sent to the graveyard together. Yami Yuji chose to revive the black magician in the graveyard. Ding Dark Magician, 2500 attack power, Magician. The effect of the true silent magician's last words can only be activated when it is destroyed by battle or effect. Yuji, you successfully avoided this result. Miao explained. This is also the powerful part of the trap card of the Black Demon Resurrection Coffin. Sending to the grave destruction. Miao, I have sealed all your actions. Dark Yuji is ready to deal with it. Miao's Silence series is powerful, especially the True Silence series has the ability of Conca plus last words. So Dark Yuji has already ambushed the Black Demon Resurrection Coffin that can target this kind of monster card. Exclamation mark. However, Miao drew the Zinyu fusion in his hand, so you defended against my true silent power. How should you deal with this card? Chapter 172, Fight to the Death. What? New Universe Fusion. Dark Yuji was stunned for a few seconds, and then he realized that this should be another card with the power of the new space, and the card name has fusion. I'm afraid. New Universe Fusion is different from ordinary fusion magic cards. Miao held up the magic card, which exuded the power of the new universe. He said loudly, this new universe fusion can use fusion materials not only in the hand and on the field, but also in the deck. Even the deck is within the scope of fusion. Dark Yuji's pupils dilated, as if he had heard something incredible. Not only Yuji, but also the knowledgeable duelists present, found this fusion mode amazing. Deck. That's terrible. Kaba's Dragon Mirror can be fused from the graveyard. Yuji's Destruction Sword Remembrance can be fused from the graveyard. But this way of fusion from the deck is the first time they have seen it. Miao has created a new way of fusion for them. After the fusion of hand cards, field cards, and graveyard cards, deck fusion has appeared. Exclamation mark. This new way of fusion. Kaba stared at him, and he said in a very strange tone, Miao, you can actually fuse like this? If the Blue Eyes White Dragon mastered this power. Kaba clenched his fists and suppressed his inner restlessness. The power of the new universe is spreading. Miao wants to send the overworked Ultraman and a top monster from the deck to the graveyard. Fusion conditions, New Universe Man plus Ultimate Gem Beast Rainbow Dragon. In the distant universe, the gathered crystals of hope will open a new door of evolution, and the light that pulls a world will descend on this world. Look, the miracle of gems and the new universe. New Universe Fusion Summon, Rainbow New Universe Man. Buzz buzz buzz. A huge rainbow light is released on the field. The New Universe Warrior wearing rainbow silver white armor stepped forward, and his eyes were as deep and boundless as the starry sky. Rainbow New Universe Man. 4500 attack power, warrior slash fusion, 4500 attack power fusion monster. Yuji's expression was shocked. Miao only used one card. Zinyu fusion. The power of this magic card is really terrible. Rainbow Zinyu has 3 effects, which can only be used once per turn. Send one monster on your field to the graveyard to activate. All monsters on the opponent's field are returned to the deck. Send one magic slash trap card on your field to the graveyard to activate. All magic slash trap cards on the opponent's field are returned to the deck. Send the top card of the deck to the graveyard to activate. All cards in the opponent's graveyard are returned to the deck. The first effect is obviously not applicable. For the second effect, Miao took a look at the cards in his hand. Every resource was too scarce. He could no longer use this effect to exchange 1 for 1 with the last card of the game. Assuming that the game's card is a flexible pit, this effect will actually lose cards. In this case, I will activate the third effect of Rainbow Zinyu and grave a card from the top of the deck, so that all cards in your graveyard will be returned to the deck. Miao activated and said, it's a waste not to use it. You can stack a card and flush the graveyard of the game at the same time. Is there anything better than this? What if Yuji already has Super Electromagnetic Turtle in his graveyard? However, Yuji unexpectedly activated the trap card, Fate of Confrontation. Fate of Confrontation can only be activated when you have Blue Eyes White Dragon or Black Magician on your field. All face-up monster effects on your opponent's field are invalidated until the end of the turn. Miao, this trap card will invalidate the effect of your Rainbow New Universe man. Yuji shouted. A force of fate spread, and even a strong person like Rainbow New Universe man could not defy this force. Until Rainbow New Universe man was dyed grey all over, it lost its own power, and naturally could not flush Yuji's toilet. Graveyard. Do you want to save the graveyard? Miao thought thoughtfully. But, Rainbow New Universe man with fusion monsters cannot attack. Red and Black Magician can. What's wrong, Miao? Dark Yuji said proudly. Are you going to use your Black Magician to perish with me? My black magic power is on you. Miao activated the magic card in his hand. Black Magic Guide Link. Black Magic Guide Link. Activate with one Black Magician on your field. The attack of that monster increases by the total attack of the Black Magic girls on both sides of the field and in the graveyard until the end of the turn. Black Magic girls in both sides graveyards? Yuji looked surprised. It was because Miao knew that Yuji was also a magician that he added this card to the deck. We both have Black Magic girls in our graveyards, so my monster's attack power increases by 4000. After Miao finished speaking, the Red and Black Magician straightened his back, and he finally stood up. Red and Black Magician. 25,006,500 attack power. You have no more cards to cover. Take this hit. Miao entered the battle. Bull Magic Shockwave. A huge magic bullet was fired. Kaba's eyes widened. He couldn't believe that Yuji would lose like this. However, Miao's expression was still so calm. Win? No way. Discard a Coolie Wave from your hand to reduce my combat damage to 0. Dark Yuji discarded his hand card to the graveyard, and the fat figure of Coolie Wave quickly floated in front of him. Boom! Exclamation mark. The attack was blocked. Miao's expression was not surprised at all, because this was normal. If you want to win Dark Yuji, you must force out Coolie Wave! Exclamation mark. Otherwise, you will always be one Coolie Wave away from victory. My turn is over. Miao said so. Compared with Dark Yuji's empty area, Miao had a Black Magician and Rainbow New Universe man standing on the field. No matter how you look at it, Miao has an absolute advantage. However, in a duel in anime, never take it lightly, especially when the opponent is Dark Yuji. So strong. Dark Yuji stared at Miao's slender figure, and he felt a huge pressure coming over him, pressing his back and slowly bending. It was different from the previous duelists and even Kaba. Miao is a rare person in 1,000 years. Looking at the new Yuksha who was emitting rainbow light again, because of the recovery effect, and Yuji couldn't help but think about how to win. In this desperate situation, another Bio appeared. He covered the back of Yuji's hand with his weightless palm, and said gently, "It doesn't matter, no matter what the situation is, we will face it together." Obviously, the soul body has no temperature, but Yuji can feel the warmth brought by Abo from his hand. Yes, after 3,000 years of loneliness, since Yuji woke up, the cruel and violent him has been influenced by the gentle Abo. Without Abo, he would not be what he is now. The bond with Bio is what Yuji cherishes most. No matter what, he can't give up. "Abo, we must be together forever." Yuji suddenly said. "Well, okay." Bio responded to the other party. Miao's golden eyes were a little sore. He rubbed them and took in the scene in front of him. Quack. There is a mail pass. Miao, I will let you understand the power of friendship. Dark Yuji looked at Miao. Until now, he still looked at him like looking in a mirror. Kaba has already experienced the power of friendship and bond, and Dark Yuji also wants Miao to feel it. My turn. Draw a card. Dark Yuji and Bio, both of them pulled this card from the deck with force. Continuous magic card. Magic Sanctuary. Dark Yuji used this magic card. Miao's expression was a little surprised. He really didn't expect that Dark Yuji also had this magic sanctuary. Let's not beat around the bush. Miao has been coveting this magic card for a long time. Magic Sanctuary. Both of us can add a magic card from the deck to our hands. Dark Yuji looked at Miao and said. The two looked at each other, but there was no conversation for the time being, because this retrieved magic card would be very important. It might even affect the direction of the next battle. Dark Yuji pulled the deck off He unfolded it with one hand and finally pulled out a magic card. Miao was predicting Dark Yuji's operation, and in the end he found that it was useless. Yuji is not Kaba. Kaba is too easy to guess. He will definitely pick the card related to White Dragon. But Yami Yuji is a man with 3000 years of nonsense skills. How can you guess what he is thinking? Tom, give me that magic card, Miao said to himself. Little Tom popped up and gave a thumbs up. Then, a card popped out from Miao's deck and he pulled it out. The deck was automatically shuffled. Both parties passed the magic sanctuary and got the cards they wanted. Miao, this is my last power. Continuous magic card, Huangquan Xianlun. Yami Yuji activated this magic card, Huangquan Xianlun. Miao's pupils dilated, his expression was surprised and unexpected. He never thought that Yami Yuji would retrieve this magic card. Huangquan Xianlun is an unrealized Anin card. And this magic card, Yami Yuji, has only used it once in the entire anime. This is a single card power, a very scary super fake card. When Miao was in elementary school in his previous life, he wanted to collect this Huangquan Xianlun. However, perhaps this card is rare, and Miao has never collected it. After the internet developed, he was able to buy this Huangquan Xianlun from the internet. Behind Danuji, a terrifying power of the underworld was transmitted, and a huge skull began to hang upside down. Huangquan Xianlun, this card will destroy all monsters on the field. As soon as the voice fell, the power of the underworld began to turn into the power of death. The black magician on Miao's field was the first to be unable to withstand this power of death, and exploded and died directly. Even a fusion monster as strong as Rainbow-like New Universe Man began to be unable to withstand it. However, the New Universe fusion in Miao's graveyard popped out, and a New Universe armor-covered Rainbow-like New Universe Man. When Zinayuman's fusion monster is destroyed, you can banish this card in the graveyard instead of destroying it, Miao explained. As expected of you, I knew that Miao's graveyard had a lot of things hidden. Anuji smiled. After the death power of Huangquan Xianlun disappeared, Rainbow-like New Universe Man finally survived. However, the horror of this magic card has just begun. After the power of death, the power of extinction appears. Yellow Spring Wheel, the second effect. Both players banish all monsters in their decks. Dark Yuji's deck began to thin out at a very fast speed. All the monsters in the deck were banished. Miao's thick deck was no exception, and it was thinning out at a speed visible to the naked eye. All the monsters in the deck were gone. What a powerful card, Miao exclaimed. This is the Yellow Spring Wheel! Exclamation mark. Once per turn, both players can activate it during the main phase. You can select one monster in your graveyard to special summon. This effects summon and special summon ignore all conditions. As long as this magic card is on the field, if a monster is destroyed, it will not go to the graveyard but be banished. This is the third effect of the Yellow Spring Wheel. Strong, too strong. This is the Yellow Spring Wheel in Miao's cognition. Ignore all summoning conditions to special summon a monster in the graveyard. Theoretically, there is no restriction on resurrection at this time. This Yellow Spring Wheel can ignore the summoning conditions to revive cards such as the Creator of Light in the graveyard. Huangquan Xianlun. This is a super fake card that combines Black Hole plus Hellstorm plus Continuous Resurrection of the Dead that ignores summoning conditions plus Dimensional Rift. Yuji, are you going to fight for everything? Kaba's expression was solemn. He was not living like this without reason. Huangquan Xianlun is indeed very strong, but this card excludes all monster cards in both decks. What does this mean? It means that the only thing they can move is the graveyard. The monsters in the graveyard may determine the final outcome of this duel. Yes, Kaba's guess is actually correct. Yuji is just betting everything on it. Miao has too many ways to save his life. The longer this duel drags on, the more things will roll up in the opponent's graveyard. Strange coolie waves, and all kinds of strange cards. At that time, Dark Yuji will realize that he will be killed by endless and invisible graves. Instead of doing this, it is better to give it a try here. This is also the biggest reason why Dark Yuji uses Huangquan Xianlun. The monsters in both decks were cleared to 0, and the outcome would be decided in these 2 rounds. Yuji, come on. Janouchi's eyes were red this time, and they were especially bright and moist. He cheered for Yuji in his own way. This was the only thing Janouchi could do at the moment. He understood. Yuji fought in this way because he had no other choice. Since he had chosen to fight to the death, Janouchi must support Yuji's decision wholeheartedly. Because, in his heart, Yuji had long been the duel king. Yes, Janouchi didn't want to see Yuji lose a duel more than anyone else. Come on, Yuji, let me see your awareness. Kaba was also infected by Yuji's courage to fight to the death, which was a Yuji he had never seen before. He was envious, and at the same time, he was jealous. Because it wasn't him, Sito Kaba, who forced Yuji into this state. Honda and Ryuji joined the scene of support one after another, and they were cheering for Yuji. Isis put her hands to her mouth and shouted, "Miao, come on." However, Miao looked at Isis and shook his head, explaining, "I don't need you to cheer for me. I don't need these things either." At this moment, there was only one thing I could trust, and that was my own card 0. I had wanted to finish writing about this duel tonight, but I found that I still needed to think about the last part, so I put it off until now. Chapter 173, the beginning. The effect of the yellow spring wheel is activated. Under the power of this continuous magic card, the boundary between life and death is blurred, and withering is another kind of rebirth. Miao's eyes were solemn, and he was thinking about what monster in the graveyard that Dark Yuji would ignore the summoning conditions to revive. God? Question mark? God is indeed very strong, but Dark Yuji does not have enough resources to create sacrifices to contribute to the giant god. Hangguang's Aniuksha has a full 4500 points, which is the realm of Blue Eye's ultimate dragon. The 4000 attack power of the giant god is still beyond reach. What monster cards are in Yuji's graveyard? Miao remembered clearly from the beginning of the duel to now. But, Yuji has activated Angel's Arms and Sixth Sense. What is hidden in the unknown card? The ground was like the surface of the water, and under the influence of the power of the yellow spring, a top magician wearing a black hard robe appeared. The Black Magician of Chaos. Kaba and Janouchi said in unison for the first time. Black Magician of Chaos. 2800 attack power. Magician family. This black magician has only 2800 attack power, which is not enough to defeat the 4500 attack power of Hangguang's Aniuksha. Miao looked at Yuji's confident expression and said, "So, you wasted the terrifying resurrection effect of Huanquan Qianlin to revive the Black Magician of Chaos in the hope of recovering a magic card in the graveyard." The original Black Magician of Chaos can quickly recover a magic card in the graveyard upon entering the field. Miao, you are right. The magic card that hides the key to victory has long been in my graveyard. Dark Yuji admitted this statement, and he directly activated the effect of the Black Magician of Chaos to recover a magic card in the graveyard. This magic card was already stacked into the graveyard by Yuji from the top of the deck. At this moment, this magic card has become the most critical move to reverse the victory. A card with the aura of destruction emerged, and Dark Yuji held the card firmly in his hand. Twilight of the Gods. Dark Yuji directly activated this magic card. With the Chaos Black Magician as the medium, this magic card of the gods began to release the ultimate destructive power. Ragnarok. Kaba's tone was quite solemn. He had never seen Yuji use this magic card. And the power emanating from this magic card is extraordinary. The magic sanctuary retrieved the yellow spring wheel and used this power to revive the Chaos Black Magician in the cemetery. The final target turned out to be this magic card. Miao smelled the smell of wet ink. Was this Ragnarok secretly printed by Yuji just now? There is one more thing. This magic card that sent the pterosaur to hell in the original work, Miao remembered that it could only be used with the two masters and apprentices of the magic clan. So how did Yuji succeed now? It was confirmed again that this thing was printed on the spot. Mud! Exclamation mark. When you have a black magician and a black magician on the field, you can activate this Ragnarok. But there is another situation, that is, when a Chaos Black Magician is on the field, this Ragnarok can also be used. The Black Magician and the Chaos Black Magician are collectively known as the three knights of the black magic world in the Magician clan. This is why they can master the power of Ragnarok. Miao was stunned for a few seconds. He felt like he was being hit by several dump trucks. But it sounds like that. And this Ragnarok is definitely printed! Exclamation mark. At this point, Miao already knows the real effect description of Ragnarok and why it can send Tyrannodon and Malik to hell in the original book. You must know that, although gods are affected by magic, they cannot be destroyed or excluded by magic cards. In the original book, Malik and Tyrannodon suddenly seem to be killed by the plot. After Ragnarok is activated, I must banish all monsters in my deck, hand, and graveyard. Then I will gain the power to destroy everything. Even gods cannot resist this power, let alone Rainbow New Universe Man. Dark Yuji pointed his index finger at Rainbow New Universe Man. His target was the only monster on Miao's field. No matter if you have a power break in your graveyard or not, all monsters are powerless to resist Ragnarok. As soon as Dark Yuji finished speaking, the ultimate spell tore a huge hole near Rainbow New Universe Man. At this time, Miao's attention was completely focused on the magic card Ragnarok. He stared at the effect description on the card with extraordinary vision. I see. No wonder it can send Tyrannodon to hell. The effect description of Ragnarok was extremely vague and ambiguous, but Miao read a truth from the extremely vague effect of this card. The effect of Ragnarok is not destruction. This magic card is converted into regular Kale language, which is, the opponent player must send all monsters on his field to the removal zone. Exclamation mark. Hiss. Good guy. Miao had seen monsters sent to the graveyard against duelists. But this Ragnarok actually made duelists send their own monsters to the outer zone. Sending to the graveyard, sending to the outer zone. Strong, too strong. Dark game. It turns out that you are the true outer saint. The sky was stained with the song of doomsday by dusk, and I saw that the whole body of Hangwang's and Ayuksha was locked by an irresistible force. All the monsters in the outer zone of dark game turned into phantoms and floated out. All locked Hangwangs in Ayuksha, including the god of destruction, the giant god soldier. These monsters dragged the former into the broken crack. Hangwangs in Ayuksha was confused. He never thought that he would be treated like this. He actually ate a Ragnarok. How could he be so worthy? Stop it. He doesn't deserve it. As the last word of the Chaos Black Magician spell fell, Hangwang's and Ayuksha was completely defeated. Miao really wanted to say to Yuji, and you, my friend, you are the real exorcist. Is it over? Janouchi's expression was excited. He had seen the moment when Yuji would become the duel king. Chaos Black Magician raised his staff, and the black magic ball energy condensed and aimed at Miao. On the duel stage, Dark Yuji looked ahead and said, I won this duel. Finally, it's over. Kaba muttered to himself in a low voice. However, Deng Miao's body surface exuded golden light, and this power made Dark Yuji very familiar. I saw cards floating one by one, and each card occupied a corner, and finally pieced together into the symbol of a 5-pointed star. Exodia. Dark Yuji shouted in disbelief. Impossible. Kaba and others had the same expression as Yuji. How could Miao collect 5 Exodius in Yuji's turn? Question mark? A trap card emitting energy was displayed in Miao's hand. It was a supplementary member. Supplementary key. This card can only be activated when there are 5 or more monsters in your graveyard. Select up to 3 monsters with 1500 or less ATK in your graveyard, other than effect monsters, and add them to your hand. This trap card is used to recover low ATK normal monsters in the graveyard. Kaba explained calmly, and he also guessed what Miao recovered. Exodia, 4 of which are normal monster cards. Supplementary key can recover up to 3 Exodia parts in the graveyard. But, no, 1 supplementary key is not enough. Kaba knew one thing very well, a single supplementary key could not do this. What is it? What did he miss? Until Kaba saw the continuous magic card on the game field, Magic Sanctuary. Kaba's head was like a silver light piercing his head, and Conan suddenly realized it. It must be Magic Sanctuary. Magic Sanctuary allowed both parties to search for a magic card. Yuji took the Acheron wheel. So what did Miao take? Moreover, when the Magic Sanctuary is on the field, both parties can activate magic cards from their hands, or on the field during the other's turn. Then Miao activated Dark Mass Production Factory through Magic Sanctuary during the game's turn. And Yuji looked at the magic card in front of him and said it. This magic card allows me to recover to normal monsters in the graveyard. Since the activation condition of this magic card must be 2, I first activated the transaction rollback from the graveyard. to copy the supplementary personnel. First recovered 2 parts of Exodia, and then used this magic card to recover the last 2 parts, a total of 4 parts. Before you activated the yellow spring sky wheel, I already had the last Exodia head in my hand. This is a bond between me and Exodia. Miao's shoulders were burning, and the 5-pointed star mark was emitting a strong gas, which finally formed the huge body of Leo AI to protect him. At the beginning, Miao was stuck. He had 4 parts of Leo AI in his hand, but he never thought that these 4 parts had already planted the current result when they first entered the graveyard. The card that rainbow-like new universe hero activated from the deck to the graveyard in the last round is supplementary personnel. From the moment the magic sanctuary is activated, no matter what means Dark UG wants to use, Miao will add the magic card Dark Mass Production Factory from the deck to his hand. Because Leo AI is the strongest, even if he is here, as long as Miao holds 5 parts, he can still send the opponent to hell. Ding 5 parts of Exodia are connected together to form a magic circle, emitting a golden glow that is more dazzling than the female imp! Exclamation mark. The stand-in of Leo AI behind Miao is slowly infected by this power, and finally turns into a huge monster, and appears in front of everyone. Kaba and Yuji, the 2 of them looked at the real body of Exodia in silence. When the 2 of them first met, Kaba was caught by Yuji, and used Exodia's trick to turn the tables. But he never thought that at this moment, Yuji would also face Exodia. Even at this moment, Dark Yuji will not escape, and his pride will not allow it. He still ordered, Chaos Black Magician, meet me for the final battle. Chaos Black Magician nodded, holding a magic wand, and releasing the destructive spell power all over his body, jumping up, not afraid of Exodia's pressure, and choosing to face the real terror! Exclamation mark. Miao seemed to feel the willpower from Yuji, and he showed an unprecedented expression of excitement. Nameless Pharaoh, you are indeed the most special opponent. It's great to be able to come to this city and participate in Duel City. Exodia, give me your all to fight back against this respectable opponent. Roar. Exodia raised both hands, as if it could break through the destructive power condensed on this island. It was its true body at this moment, and its power was at its peak. Boom. Under this energy annihilation, Chaos Black Magician was ruthlessly crushed. Facing this power that was on par with the rules, Dark UG closed his eyes and endured it alone. At the last moment, Xiaobao appeared next to Dark UG, and he hugged the other me tightly. No matter what they encountered, they had to face it together. Dark UG smiled. The duel is over. Chapter 174, A Call for Help from Afar. It has been a week since the end of Duel City. The birth of the Duel King and the impact of the 3 god cards have a great impact on the world and have promoted the goals of the International Fantasy Society and the KC Group. The wave of duels has completely ignited the whole world. All duelists have set their sights on the Duel King. They want to take this lifetime honorary title and get the 3 god cards. Even the more terrifying Exodia is on their minds. In short, one thing is certain, the Duel King is full of treasures, more than gold. Gold is the ultimate treasure that moves around the world. Do you want the Duel King's treasure? If you want it, I'll give it to you. Go find it. Into Shino City. Everything that is most precious in the world is placed there. For a while, even though the Duel City event has ended, the number of duelists wandering into Shino City has not decreased but increased. They are all doing an exclusive event! Exclamation mark. Where is the Duel King? Chicken Sauce's card shop. A youthful love story is being staged here. A genius computer girl from the beautiful country, and also a local duel champion. Darling, let's go play. Darling, I can't open the bottle cap with one hand. Can you help me? Darling, why is your hairstyle so handsome? Since this morning, Rebecca has been staying beside Bio UG, asking about his well-being, and Bio is almost numb. Jijiang watched this scene happily. He thought it was no big deal. The worst result is nothing more than holding a great-grandson in the future. Jijiang can afford it. In addition to Jijiang, Janouchi and others have already seen the absurd scene in front of them. Anzi, are you not angry? Ryuji asked next door. Hey, no, what are you talking about? Anzi looked confused. She wanted to come here today to ask Yuji about duel monsters. and she has become a duelist. Of course, still a beginner, she wants to discuss some issues about her deck with others. It's better not to mention Janouchi's opinions. Peacock Dance has been missing recently, so Xingzi and her friends came to find Yuji. Then they found that Yuji was currently enjoying himself. In this case, Xingzi had no choice but to give up asking Yuji about dueling. Don't be angry. Longer's eyes were strange, as if he had discovered some secret. Will this Rebecca look like Jennifer Connor when she grows up? Honda asked a question. Although Rebecca is still young, foreigners grow up very fast, and her foundation is not bad. Damn, you should ask Takahashi about this kind of thing. Janouchi couldn't stand it anymore, and he rushed to help Yuji solve the problem. How can a real duelist be entangled by a little girl? Yuji, your deck will cry! Exclamation mark. Who is Takahashi? Honda was confused. In the end, under the interference of Janouchi, the 10,000-year-old wooden man, he was successfully killed by Rebecca's eyes 100 times. However, Janouchi was unmoved, and he didn't even know why Rebecca looked like she was going to beat him to death. I don't understand. Women are really troublesome. I'm going to look for you, Miao. Do you want to come with me? Zyobio suggested. Of course, the matter is related to another me. Zyobio hopes that Miao can borrow the cards of the three mythical gods. Although this suggestion is shameless, after all, the three mythical gods are the proof of the Duel King. This kind of suggestion undoubtedly has another meaning for the duelist, such as, lend me your girlfriend. But for the sake of another me, Zyobio must give it a try. Then go find Miao. Xingzi agreed with this suggestion. They all knew where Miao was. Miao, is that the Duel King? Rebecca said in a strange tone. She had to follow Darling all the time, to prevent him from being persecuted by the bad woman. Yes, Miao. Yuji nodded, and he held the 1000-year cabinet in his hands. As everyone knows, Miao likes all kinds of rare and precious cards, and this cabinet contains all kinds of cards that Zyobio has collected over the years. Some of the cards are not even recorded in the deck of the International Illusion Society. These cards are the confidence of Zyobio to negotiate. Finally, they arrived at Miao's base camp, the arcade. However, before they entered this place, they were blocked outside by the terrifying crowd. Gwa, is this place so popular now? Longer, as a nobleman who once helped Miao to purchase machines, was also extremely terrified by the crowd in front of him. Is this the fame effect brought by the Duel King? Janouchi found that the Duel King seemed to be able to make a lot of money. Muto Yuji, Janouchi, Honda, you are here too? Suddenly, a voice appeared. It was Ashio, who had had an unpleasant experience with Yuji and others. This rough man appeared here. He looked at Muto Yuji and others and asked, are you also here to participate in the Duel King Challenge? Duel King Challenge? Looking at the expressions of incomprehension of Janouchi and others, Ashio had no choice but to take out a poster and said, you can see for yourself. It is estimated that this Duel King felt that there were too many people challenging him, so he simply came up with this idea. Want to become a Duel King? I can do it, and you can do it too! Exclamation mark. Spend a minimum of asterisk in this store and you will get a chance to clear the endgame. If you pass 10 endgames in a row within a certain period of time, you will get a chance to challenge the female Beast King. Defeat this female Beast King, and you will be able to challenge the legendary Duel King. The winner will receive the cards of 3 mythical gods and the honorary title of Duel King. That's probably what the poster says. Good fellow. It turns out that these challenges are turned into leaks to be cut. Longer finally understood why so many people wearing duel discs blocked the street, and soon, even the outside could not be stuffed. Are you also a duelist? Honda had been hit by Niue's iron fist, and he didn't think that this big fool was a duelist. Niue smiled at Honda's question, saying that he was a duelist of hammer. The reason why he came to this place was that Niue pointed his thumb in a certain direction behind him and pointed out, there is little meat and many wolves, and this place is remote and small, so many people will have disputes. Janouchi and others looked in the direction and found that someone was fighting on the street. One of them had a unique red hairstyle and an alternative outfit. The back of his shirt was painted with a strange crescent emblem in the middle. There was a red leather belt between his legs. The man opposite him was not simple either. He was handsome, wearing a white jacket and a headscarf on his forehead. He was not inferior to the other man. Yagami, I told you not to stop me from queuing. I was almost able to go in and spend money, but you, a bastard, actually pulled me out by force. Kyoku Sanaji was furious. He wanted to punch the damn guy in front of him. Ahahahaha. Irie Yagami put his hands on his face and laughed happily. The president would call him master after seeing this. Treasures like the 3 mythical god cards are only worthy of the strong, and this person can only be Irie Yagami. How could you, Kyoku Sanaji, go in and spend money before him? Doesn't he Yagami have any face? Oh, Rahachi style or Achinaji? Exclamation mark. Ahahaha, the forbidden 12-11 styles 8 young girls. The physical skills of the two men were amazing, and the sense of power between their fists and feet was so exciting. Janouchi and Honda nodded, and said in unison, so that's how it is. When there is a dispute, there will be a conflict, and then someone will start fighting. Mashio came here just to fight, and he is a man who is determined to become the fighting king. As for the physical skills that surpass ordinary people of Yagami and Kusanagi, as duelists, isn't this a very normal thing? The question is, with the duel king effect so exaggerated, how can they go in to find Miao? Finally, Xingzi and others succeeded in entering the store. It was Isis who sneaked them in through a secret passage. According to the number of people queuing, they may not be able to get in from now until tomorrow morning. Xingzi looked a little uncomfortable with the fact that Isis seemed to come and go freely here. However, Xingzi didn't say much, and she was not a person who made trouble for no reason. Inside the arcade, Leopard Girl is guarding this place alone. In addition to preventing people from coming in to cause damage, she also has to deal with some troubles. Yes, the person nicknamed Female Beast King is her. Basically, no one can pass the endgame set by Miao for 10 consecutive times. But a very small number of people are lucky. They can always get a very simple endgame randomly, and there are scalpers outside selling some endgame clearance skills. These extremely lucky guys must be intercepted by Leopard Girl in person to prevent them from harassing Miao. It is difficult for Miao. Sometimes these duelists have to reflect on their own problems. They don't work hard in the duel city, but wait for the duel king to come out and target him to torture him alone. Leopard Girl must immediately become a loyal bodyguard to intercept these idiots outside. Now that she holds the sword fighting beast, Leopard Girl's strength has been terribly improved compared to before. Female bodyguards can really protect anyone. You are looking for Miao. Leopard Girl's expression was not right. She answered, that's really unfortunate. Miao is not here. He seems to have left for an island overseas. The story all started the night before yesterday. Leopard Girl picked up a mysterious envelope outside. It was indicated on it that it was a letter to Miao. After reading it, Miao only said, help, interesting. Then, Miao secretly left overnight. I don't know what was written on the letter. Anyway, you are late. Leopard Girl explained helplessly. Everyone was speechless. Did they come in vain? Yuji and Xingzi looked the most disappointed. Is that so? Then I can only wait for Miao to come back before I can discuss some things with him. The little cousin forced a smile. Seeing the lost look of cousin Yuji, Leopard Girl patted her dog head and said in a deep voice, I almost forgot. Miao gave me these cards before leaving. Suddenly, everyone's eyes widened because Leopard Girl took out 3 cards from her hip pocket. How is it possible? Chapter 175. Whose eyes are these? Osiris Sky Dragon, Obelisk Giant God Soldier, Sun God Winged Dragon. These are 3 genuine Phantom God cards. Why do you have the Phantom God cards in your hand? Zyobio couldn't understand. The 3 Phantom God cards are the symbol and proof of the Duel King! Exclamation mark. As the Duel King, Miao should have stuffed the 3 Phantom God cards into his deck. But, the 3 God cards are in Leopard Girl's hand? Is this reasonable? Next to Zyobio, a phantom of a king appeared, and he also couldn't understand Miao's operation. Is this because the god cards are not strong enough? Different from Yuji and others, Isis and Xingzi thought wrongly, and they cared about another point. The 3 phantom god cards are of course important, but such important cards are given to Leopard Girl for keeping. What's going on? Miao, give these cards to me before you leave. If Yuji Muto comes, give these cards to him. Leopard Girl handed over the 3 phantom god cards. Looking at the 3 phantom cards that exuded pressure, Zyobio's eyes were moist, and he murmured, Miao, you are really a good person. Leopard Girl's expression was not right. She looked at Muto Yuji's touched face, and wanted to tell him, your phantom is awesome, you know? Although she didn't know how Miao did it, he already had the same god card in his hand. But this is conditional. 3 phantom cards are given to you, but Miao wants to take some cards from you. Leopard Girl spoke openly. Miao wanted that magic sanctuary and some cards for a long time. These cards are only in anime, and they are extremely rare. They can only be obtained by certain people. Zyobio agreed. These requests were nothing. One more thing, you seem to want to use the 3 phantom cards to open some strange things. Hearing this, Wang Yang's soul began to come online, and he occupied Abo's body. Ding instant height increase technique. Wang Yang looked at the Leopard Girl with sharp eyes and asked, it seems that Miao knows what I want to do, so what does he mean? The Leopard Girl began to repeat Miao's original words and answered, you need to find your past memories, but it's best to wait until I come back before doing so. Of course, this is your own business. If you insist on doing it now, there is nothing wrong with it. That's it. Give me the magic sanctuary and some cards, and these 3 phantom gods will be returned to their original owners. After Wang Yang heard this, he had a strange expression on his face, and then he reached out to take the 3 phantom god cards from the Leopard Girl. The 3 phantom god cards were related to the content of his lost memories. I've waited for so long, I don't mind waiting a little longer. Wang Yang looked at the Leopard Girl and asked, when Miao comes back, please thank him for me. This seems to be a transaction, but the value of the phantom god card is far beyond any card. Wang Yang believes that Miao is just looking for an excuse to trade and hand over the 3 phantom gods to him. Miao, what a good person. Isis has a different view. So far, the other pterosaur in Miao's hand has not yet explained its origin. Is there a possibility? The other 2 different god cards have been. The idea was too terrifying. Isis didn't dare to think about it. She just hoped that Miao could come back soon. Wait a minute, Huang Miao. This is your stuff. Leopard Girl called Janouchi and handed over a card. Janouchi was called Huang Miao, and he was very angry. But when he saw the red eyes black dragon in his hand, Janouchi was immediately confused. Miao said that he no longer needs this card, and he has seen your growth. This red eyes black dragon can no longer restrict your future. Leopard Girl handed the red eyes black dragon to the other party. Janouchi looked at the red eyes black dragon in his hand. He suddenly showed a facial expression and shouted, great, Uncle Janouchi is back again. This time, Yuji and Janouchi both got their own gains. Xingzi was unhappy. When Leopard Girl wanted to drive everyone out, Wang Yang received a call. The call was from Zyobio, so the other party was also looking for Zyobio. Wang Yang answered the call. As a king, what's wrong with helping Abo answer the phone? About a few minutes later, Wang Yang hung up the phone. What's wrong? Why do you look so wonderful? Rebecca could tell that the person in front of her was not Zyobio, and her tone was not as intimate as before. It was Bacchus calling. Wang Yang began to explain the content of the call. Next week, the International Fantasy Club will work with the KC Group to hold a super large exhibition and dream plan in Tangxi City. It is said that this time Bacchus will bring the latest theme monster series launched by the International Fantasy Club. As for this dream plan, it is for the children to create their favorite monsters. After being selected, a lucky winner will be decided. The International Fantasy Club and the KC Group will mobilize all their money to help this lucky winner realize his dream. Fame and popularity, KC Group and the International Fantasy Club must win. These 2 activities combined have greatly increased the international influence and stock of KC Group and the International Fantasy Club. There is a vague trend of surpassing Paradise Company. Why should I inform Zyobio? Haha, because of the Duel Kingdom, Yuji Muto holds a lot of shares in the International Illusion Society. As a major shareholder, Yuji Muto naturally needs to inform and invite this kind of activity. Oh, this sounds great. There must be a lot of benefits at that time. Janouch's eyes are shining. He likes these activities the most. Yes, Wang Yang admitted, but he hopes that Miao can come back to Tongxi City by then. Compared with the laughter and joy in Tongxi City, Dazzy, who is far away in the overseas island Oma base camp, has been in seclusion in recent days. Miao controls the power of Exodia, and Dazzy can't let himself ignore this. He is not afraid of Exodia, but he is a little afraid of Exodia, the kind of unsolvable rule victory in the duel. Whether Miao will become a fellow traveler, Dazzy no longer has much hope. Different paths, no plan. If he wants to stand on the opposite side, Dazzy must have enough capital to crush Miao. Exodia, this incomparable monster is Miao's greatest asset. Dazzy must first find a way to deal with this monster. Before that, Dazzy must do one thing first. He must observe the stars and peek at some future trends in order to go more smoothly. As the spokesperson of a Lehagang walking in the world, he must rely on the power of the great outer god, the god of a Lehagang. Dazzy did this easily. The green magic circle gradually occupied the room, and a strange symbol was engraved on Dazzy's forehead. Dazzy released the terrifying power of a Lehagang all over his body. The ceiling was instantly filled with darkness, and the stars were moving. The mystery of the starry sky and the secrets of the universe seemed naked in his eyes at this moment. No more secrets. However, after living for so many years, it was not the first time that Dazzy did this kind of stargazing and peeping into the future. This time was a little different. He found that the power consumed by the prophecy was several times more terrifying than the previous times. As a 10,000-year-old monster, Dazzy's level is naturally not low. Under his deliberate manipulation, he did peek into some fragments of the future. Suddenly, a pair of golden eyes opened, and the terrifying darkness attacked Dazzy, who was peeping into the future. Boom! Exclamation mark. No one knows what happened here. At this moment, the prophecy of the future has ended. Dazzy stood in place, his arms crossed, and looked at the shattered ceiling, muttering to himself, a great disaster will occur in Tongxi City. In the future, that I briefly peeked into before, there should be no such thing. Miao, is it related to you? The prophet just now. Dazzy briefly collided with the owner of the eyes with dark power. The power of this mysterious man is extraordinary. The darkness in the heart is immeasurable. Exclamation mark. Dazzy licked his lips, as if the darkness in the heart of this mysterious man triggered his appetite. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.